Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Pact Leader Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 18, story will begin with him being younger. Height, 170 before 1 for all 185 when entering UA. Appearance, before 1 for all thin but still in shape. After 1 for all and training with All Might and the rest of the heroes. Quirk, 1 for all allows the user to stockpile an enormous amount of raw power, allowing them to significantly enhance all of their physical abilities to a superhuman level. This results in unbelievable levels of strength, speed, agility, and durability. Quirk, Pact Leader, gained power due to 1 for all. Quirk allows the user to use others' quirks with some requirements. Quirk requires that both the user and person of interest both have respect for each other. This will allow him to also use the quirks of villains if both of them show respect to each other. But with just respect for each other, the quirk will have more backlash or will require more energy/fuel to use. If said both show signs of friendship, verbally saying they see them as friends or actions, will reduce the drawback immensely. If both users are seen as a family, includes relationships and people he sees as a family but is not related by blood, will allow the user to use the quirk at the same level as the original user. Let's say it's Kirishima's hardening. Izuku could become harder than Kirishima if they both see each other as family and Izuku trains harder than said user. Family. Mother, Izuku Midoriya alive, housewife. Father, Hisashi Midoriya, deceased, will be alive for beginning of story, hero. Family friends, all see Izuku as family and Izuku sees all as family, will be able to use those quirks. Tashinori Yagi, Izuku does not know that this is All Might but finds out on his own and keeps it to himself until told his secret. Izuku does know for Hisashi and All Might were best friends and sworn brothers and teaches him things that his father could sadly not before his death, called Uncle Yagi by Izuku. Shota Aizawa grew up with Hisashi on hero course and both became heroes together. Izuku knows he is a hero and always wanted to hear stories about hero work, called Uncle Zawa by Izuku. Hisashi Yamada grew up with Hisashi on hero course and both became heroes together. Izuku knows he is a hero and always wanted to hear stories about hero work and about his radio shows, called Uncle Mike by Izuku. Namuri Kiyama grew up with Hisashi on hero course and both became heroes together. Izuku knows he is a hero and always wanted to hear stories about hero work, called Wanichan. Chio Shizenji acts as a grandmother to Izuku, always gives him gummies when they visit UA or when she comes over to the house. Also likes to tell stories about everyone else when they went to UA and mostly they are embarrassing stories, called Granny Chio. Katsuki Bakugo, both are friends and sworn brothers but Izuku told Bakugo that in public to ignore him and also be his normal mean self to him so he doesn't get bullied as well. Bakugo went along with the plan but still beats up people that go too far in his eyes and always tries his best to make up to Deku at the end of each day, called Kaken by Izuku. Mitsuki Bakugo, Izuku sees her as a second mother whenever he would need help with something and Inko could not help, she would always be ready and willing. Inko and her are also childhood friends, called Auntie by Izuku. Masaru Bakugo, very helpful to Izuku, helps him like a son and teaches him things that his father could sadly not before his death, called Uncle Masa by Izuku. More info will be added when story is on its way. Not sure about ships just yet but most likely will become a HRM but not everyone will join at the same time and not every girl will join. Izuku Midoriya is in the car together with his mother and he is very excited cause today is the day that he will find out what for quirk he gets. Both mother and son arrive at the doctor's office and Izuku is smiling brightly for today is one of the best days of his life. Nurse, the Midoriya family, the doctor will see you now, please come in. Doctor. Hello, you are Inko and Izuku Midoriya, correct? You are here for a quirk assessment test, I assume? Inko, yes we are. This little man who has been exited for the last week can't wait. Doctor, well then let's not keep him waiting any longer and begin the test right away, shall we? Small time skip until all tests are done and results are in. Doctor, we have gotten the results in, young man. The test results show us that you do in fact have a quirk, and it's called Pact Leader. It will allow you to use quirks of people you respect and are friendly with. Unfortunately, the drawback will be worse than the original. Izuku, wow, that means if I can become a hero and protect and save people, white. Inko, smiling, that's great honey, I am so happy for you. Well, thank you doctor for the great news and have a nice day. Doctor, no problem, and kid, hope to see you become a great hero and save a lot of people. Oak. Izuku, super smile, yes sir. Goodbye. Time skip until dinner time. Inko is in the kitchen cooking dinner and Izuku is in his room writing hero notes so that when he is older he has a lot of information about quirks that will help him become the best hero he can be. Dinner is now almost ready and Izuku's father Hisashi Midoriya arrives with 2 guests, and those are Toshinori Yagi, or more commonly known as the #1 hero All Might, and Ashoda Aizawa, also known as a underground hero Eraserhead. Both are great friends with Hisashi, who is also a hero. He is known as the hero at number 18, the Heat Hero Oven. Quirk Oven allows the use to heat up its own body and then release the heat with blast of flame, or breathing it out also allows the user the heat up its own body to increase strength. All 3 get inside and go to the living room. Hisashi, honey, I am home and I brought Yagi and Shota over for dinner. How was the trip to the doctor? Inko, oh hi honey, hi Shota and Yagi, sit, dinner's almost ready, and for the trip to the doctor I promised that I wouldn't tell a single thing, so if you get him from his room he can tell you all about himself. Hisashi walked to his son's room and knocks on his door, and both Shota and Yagi sit on the couch and talk about work and their lives with Inko. Hisashi, knock knock son, you in here? Before Hisashi even gets the chance to open the door, it flies open and Izuku can be seen with a smile just waiting to tell his dad the great news. Izuku, Dad, you're here, why? Each now I can tell you what happened at the doctor. Before Izuku could say any more, Hisashi stops him and says, Hisashi, son, calm down. I would love to hear about it, but we have 2 people downstairs who would also like to know about it, so why don't you tell it downstairs so they can hear it too? Izuku nods and runs down the stairs as fast as his little legs can take him and 2 of his uncles. Izuku, Uncle Yagi, Uncle Zoa, you're here now, I can tell you both Oswell. All 3 of the male adults look at him and smile at how excited he is, so it has to be good news. Izuku, I got a quirk and it's called Pact Leader, and it allows me to use other people's quirk if we respect each other and are friends, but it will not be as strong and it will hurt my body more than the real quirk user, but I think if I train hard enough I maybe could get that smaller. All 3 of the adults are looking at him, wide-eyed at how truly strong this quirk could be. Hisashi is the first to speak up from the 3 and couldn't be happier about his son's news. Hisashi, oh wow Izuku, that's great, now you can become a hero if you want, I am so happy for you my son. Yagi, oh wow my boy, that is some super news if I say so myself. One for All can't be copied by Pact Leader mainly cause it's now his original quirk, but if he would have had a quirk with One for All, Izuku could use that quirk but not One for All. Shota, yeah, that could be strong if you train and meet the right people. Hisashi/Yagi/Shota/Inko, we are proud to call you family/son. Weirdly now Izuku shines 3 different colors and all of a sudden he burbs a flame up and his hair starts to float a little bit with his eyes shining green, and a pen that was on the coffee table starts to float to Izuku. Hisashi and Shota see Izuku as family and Izuku sees all of them as family Oswell, so he gains their quirk, and because they are family he only gains the same backlash the originals hold. Inko surprised face. Izuku, look, it's our quirk, you gained our quirks, I am so happy for you my son. They eat dinner and talk about how their quirk works so that Izuku can at least know about what for powers he has. Nothing else happens and he goes to bed while the adults talk for a little bit more and then also leave and go to bed themselves. The following day is a Saturday, so there is nothing to do but play, and Izuku is meeting with his childhood best friend Katsuki Bakugo, or known by his nickname Kaken. While Izuku and Inko arrive at the park, they meet up with both Kaken and Mitsuki, who are waiting for them on a bench. Izuku, hi Kaken, hi auntie, guess what? Katsuki, did you find out what quirk you got so we can become the best heroes in the world together as brothers? He says with small explosions and a big smile. Mitsuki, hi Inko, hi Izu, how is my favorite nephew doing? Now Izuku starts to glow 2 colors and both Katsuki and Mitsuki looked shocked while Inko and Izuku only grow a bigger smile. Izuku, with my quirk I can get the quirks of friends, family and people I respect and how good me relation is with that person how better I can use the quirk, and if we both see each other as family I can use the quirk just like them but I would need to train as much as them for me to be as good as them. Mitsuki, oh no now we have 2 walking bombs. She says while giggling but that's super Izuku now I am sure both you and Katsuki will be known as the best superhero duo in world when you both grow up to be big and strong. The day goes on as Izuku and Katsuki play in the park and Mitsuki and Inko are talking and read a book. When it gets dark they all decide to go get some takeout together and eat with each other. The next day, Inko and Hisashi are sitting on the couch while Hisashi get a call on his phone. He takes it and it's Eraserhead. Shota, yo Hisashi I hope you're not busy at the moment, I got something I need to ask you. Is that Oak? Hisashi, hello Shota yes that is fine not busy at all. What can I help you with? Shota, well I kinda need your help on a mission next week. I found a small group of criminals working out a small factory and they are producing narcotics. Normally I would not ask for help but we found out who one of the criminals is and it's a man known as Iced and his quirk allows him to not only freeze things around him but also control small parts of ice freely and with your heat quirk you would make him an easy capture. Hisashi, sure Shota of course I will help. Send me the information on my laptop as well as the meeting point and time and date and I will be there to help. Shota thanks and say hi to both Izuku and Inko for me Oak, see you next week. Hisashi hangs up and walks back to Inko who is waiting on the couch to hear what that was about. Hisashi, Inko I gotta help Shota out with a job next week I don't know when yet but I will tell you when I get the info and yes sweetie of course I will be safe. Inko, you know I will still worry about you even if you tell me you're safe hell even if All Might would watch you as a bodyguard I will still worry. Both Hisashi and Inko start laughing a bit and continue watching the show. Nothing happens at all until Monday at lunch. Izuku is sitting alone at lunch today cause sadly Katsuki is gone to the dentist. Now 3 young children that don't like Izuku walk over to him. Kid number 1, he nerd I heard you found out what your quirk is? Kid number 2, well I guess is a weak quirk for a good for nothing Deku. Izuku, that is not nice but my quirk allows me to use my friend's quirks but the backlash will be bigger than the original quirk. Kid #3, ha that is such a weak quirk cause who would ever want to be friends with a stupid ugly Deku that is only good at schoolwork and nothing else. You could never become a hero with that weak and stupid quirk. They start to hit and kick Izuku and say that he can't become a hero and should just give up. The school day is over and Izuku is still hurt but now he is walking home. When he gets home he hides his bruises and cuts and says hi to his mom and runs to his room so he can get changed in cloths that hide all the marks. He does this cause he doesn't want to get them in trouble. After he gets changed he walks down and asks his mom if he can go see Kaken before dinner. Inko agrees but he needs to be back before dinner is ready. He agrees and starts to head to Kaken, still in the same street so it isn't far. He arrives at the home of his best friend Kaken and knocks on the door. After 20 seconds of waiting Mitsuki opens the door. Mitsuki, he Izuku you here for Katsuki come on in he is in his room. Izuku, thank you auntie. While Izuku walks past Mitsuki he sees Masaru and he says he Uncle Masa how are you? Masaru, oh hi Izuku I am fine how are you how is school? While his uncle mentions school Izuku slightly flinches. Both the Bakugos notice this but leave it be for now in case it's something else. Izuku, why yes school was Oak but was pretty boring without all the yelling Kaken normally does he says with a small giggle. Both parents laugh and think it was that and now Izuku walks to Katsuki's room and knocks. Katsuki, angrily what now mom I told you I am not hungry yet. Now he sees and notices his friend standing in front of him. Izuku, hi Kaken well good thing I didn't bring cookies he says while smiling can I come in I have something important to say. Katsuki, yes sure what's up Iken. Izuku, I need you to not tell anyone this cause I don't want to get in any trouble or get anyone in trouble. But today at school they started to ask me about my quirk and started to bully me and hitting and telling me my quirk is super weak and I would never become a hero cause nobody wants to be friends with a weak Deku. He says this all while he sobs. Katsuki, angry as hell they said what if I find out who said that Izuku quickly puts his hands on Katsuki's mouth so his parents don't hear anything. Izuku, don't scream I don't want people to know that I am nothing but a weak Deku but I can hear for a other reason and I need you to promise me that you will do it. I want you to also bully me cause then they won't bully you and then you can still become a hero but only when we are outside with other people then inside we can still be bestest friends. I don't want you to start fighting people who bully me, cause then maybe you won't be able to be a hero anymore cause they see that you fought people, so please for me promise me. Katsuki, I will do it, but if I find out that anyone does something I find to mean, then I will still beat them up. And nobody can stop me, not even All Might himself. Deal? Izuku, deal. Well, I have to go home now by Kaken and go eat something. You need to be big and strong if you want to beat All Might. While Izuku goes home, Katsuki thinks about what just happened, and even though he doesn't like it, he promised that he would do it. Dinner goes as normal, and the rest of the week well, at least the new normal for Izuku now. Every day at school he gets pushed around and insulted, and at the end of the day both Izuku and Katsuki meet up in an alleyway near their house, and Katsuki says sorry for everything he did that day. Even though they both know Katsuki doesn't mean anything he says to Izuku, he still feels bad about saying that stuff to his best friend. After the week is over and it turns to weekend, Mitsuki asked Inko if she and Izuku wanted to come to a trip to a small hot spring in while Hisashi has his mission, and so that they don't worry too much about it. Both Shota and Hisashi, however, have a mission they need to do. While the mission is not the biggest case they have ever done, something doesn't feel right about the mission. After they get to the mission location, they meet up in an alleyway near the factory they are about to invade. They also have a small police force with them to arrest all criminals they capture. As they enter the building, they find 1 or 2 guards, but they get taken out easily by the 2 heroes. Now they enter a bigger room with nobody inside except for a small amount of cages to the side. After seeing the cages, Hisashi runs over as Shota looks around the rest of the factory. When Hisashi melts the lock of the cages and tries to help the person out of the cage, the person doesn't move at all, so he looks closer and sees that it's not a person, it's a dummy. He quickly realizes it's a trap and looks around, but it's too late. Inside the dummy was a ice blade created by the criminal that he brought in for to defeat, and the blade flies out of the dummy and stabs Hisashi straight in this chest right next to his heart and in his lung and artery. Shota hears a grunt and a yell. He looks back and sees his friend with a big ice blade in his chest and him spitting blood. He quickly looks around and spots the man responsible for this action, and anger overtakes him. He yells, "Medic hero down, quickly come," and wraps the villain no as Ice-T tugs on his scarf to make the villain fly towards Shota and throws a strong and quick combo jab to the head into a elbow to the jaw, cracking it a bit, and then throws a hard knee right on his nose, breaking it and knocking him out. The police and medic run in and go straight for the villain and Hisashi. Shota drops the villain as he sees the police force and runs to Hisashi to make sure he makes it. Shota. Hisashi, don't worry, it will be all ready, you will make it, and you will go home, he says while tears run down his face. Hisashi, Shota-cho, I know I won't chuff make it out of this chuff, I just want chuff you to chuff, promise me one thing chuff. Shota, don't talk like that, but sure, anything. Hisashi, just make sure chuff. Both Inko and chuff. Izuku, tears are now going down Hisashi cheek as he thinks of his loving wife and son. Stay safe and please make sure Izuku becomes a great hero chuff, I know he can even surpass All Might chuff, and tell them that I will love them forever. Shota, and oh don't Hisashi, come on, finish what you wanted. To say don't leave please, I don't want to lose my friend, not again please. The medics that arrived on site sadly could not do anything cause his artery was cut, so it was too late for them to save him. Shota blamed himself for the death of his friend. He was the only reason that Hisashi was at the factory in the first place, but it wasn't the time for self-hate. No, now was the time to not only inform All Might about what just happened, but sadly also inform Inko and Izuku that his father and her husband had died. He decided that he would ask All Might to inform Inko, for Shota could not bear to look at her. For in his eyes he was the only reason that Hisashi got killed. He made his nephew fatherless, so he first calls All Might. Yagi, what's up Shota, aren't you calling a little late? Shota, Yagi, shut up and listen for a second, it important. Me and Hisashi had a mission tonight to attack a small drag operation, and when we got here we took down a small number of guards and entered the building. While I went to check back rooms, Hisashi went and checked the main area. When he got there he found a cage on the side with something in it. Sob. He opened the cage and it was a decoy dummy. He backed up thinking it was a trap, but it was too late. Sob, the villain known as Ice, who can control and created small amounts of ice, pierced his chest and killed him. Hisashi was only there because I asked him to be there. I knew Ice would be there and I still asked him, got him killed. I am the reason he is dead. Sob, so the reason I called you first is Shota, is I need you to call Inko and Izuku and tell them. I can't look at them. I can't see Inko and tell her that I am the reason that her husband is dead. I can't look at Izuku and say that I am sorry but his father will never come home again and it's because of me. Yagi, wait, Hisashi died. Don't blame yourself, Shota. I know that Hisashi would never see it as your fault, but I understand that you cannot face Inko and young Izuku. I will call them right away, but please don't do anything out of anger. Please just go to Hisashi or Namuri. We both know now is not the time for you to be alone. And don't worry about anything else, I will take care of it. Goodbye for now, friend. Yagi takes a second to prepare himself for the call he is about to make, but he decides to do this personally. He knows where they are and it won't even take him 5 minutes to get there is his buff form, so he buffs up and starts to go to the small hot spring inn. Yagi arrives at the small inn and enters in his skinnier form. He is not injured yet, and even when injured he won't become a skeleton. Innkeeper, hello, welcome at Uzumaki Hot Spring. How may we help you? Yagi, oh hello, I am here for a friend. Her name is Izuku Midoriya, but they might be staying under Bakugo. Innkeeper, oh, let me check for you. The innkeeper checks the logbook and sees that there is a group of 5 people staying under the name Bakugo. I will go get them for you, so please stay here. Yagi, no miss, please allow me to go meet them myself. I have some personal information that is better said behind closed doors. The innkeeper nods and allows Yagi to go to where the room is. He knocks and waits for a while. Inko opens the door and looks surprised to see Yagi here, but even more surprised to see the sad and slightly depressed face while he normally wears a big and bright smile. Inko, Yagi, what is wrong? Why are you here? Yagi, Inko, can I come in? I would rather do this in private. She agrees and both enter the room to see everyone talking and enjoying a meal. Yagi, hello everyone, I am sad to say I have some sad news. Today during his mission with Shotasop, Hisashi sadly lost his life. Everyone is silent, they can't believe what was just said. They see Izuku with nothing but a blank stare and small tears forming in his eyes. And they see Inko fall to her knees and starts to cry. This breaks everyone out of their trance and they see Izuku run over to his mom and starts to make sure she is alright. Yagi still stand there like he feels himself to blame before he starts to talk again. Yagi, I am so very sorry for the loss of Hisashi. Both me and Shota feel responsible for what happened. Shota more so for. He feels that he is the reason that this happened. I have not been informed with all the details, and I think if you would want to know what and how it happened you need to call Shota, but I think that is best left for later. I think now it's best we grieve the loss of a great man and make sure that nobody is alone at this moment. While everyone cries and talks about what happened and talk about what for great man Hisashi truly was, Shota is on his way to meet both Hisashi and Namuri in a bar to not only tell them what happened but also to drink his grief away. He arrives at the bar they settled on and enters to see both Namuri and Hisashi waiting for him at the bar. Namuri, hi Shota, what's up? Why asked to meet us now? Aren't you normally asleep by now? Shota, both of you calm down and shut up, I don't want to say this again. Hisashi died tonight during the raid of a drug lab. His killer was captured, but sadly Hisashi could not be saved. Both Namuri and Hisashi are in shock. They all became good friends when they entered UA as students. From then on they tell stories of when they were still students and about the stupid things they used to do. Shota, because of me Hisashi was there. I made 2 promises to Hisashi. One was that I will make sure nothing ever happens to both Izuku and Inko. I know that I most likely won't be able to keep that promise, cause if Izuku turns out anything like his old man, we all know that he will jump headfirst into danger to make sure people will be safe. This gets some small laughs as they remember times of Hisashi doing just that, but I will keep the second promise I made. I will make sure that I do whatever I can to make sure that Izuku Midoriya get the proper and best training I can give him so he can become a greater hero than anyone else. Both Namuri and Hisashi look at Shota and say the same thing with a smile. Namuri/Hisashi, and you can bet your butt that we will do anything we can to help. Inko's POV. It's been 2 months since we had our funeral for Hisashi. It was a small ceremony with only friends and family. Ever since that day Izuku has been quieter than normal and a lot less energetic, and I understand why. Who would not be sad when their father would die, yet I hope he would talk to me about his feelings. I hear from Mitsuki that Katsuki also is scarred that Izuku hasn't been talking that much. He is always on his own now. During lunch break Katsuki tries to talk to him when he can, but he never responds with more than a few words or a nod. Knock 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 knock. Hello Inko, you home? I have something I want to ask both you and Izuku. Inko opens door. Hello there Shota, I am sorry but Izuku is still in school at the moment. Aizawa. That okay, it's better this way. I would prefer if I could ask you first anyway before I would ask him anyway. Can I come in? Inko. Yes, of course. Sorry, would you like something to drink as well? Aizawa. Yes, some tea would be nice. But about the question, I would want to ask if it's okay with you that I, Namuri, and Hizashi, and I will just call them by their hero name now cause it's a bit less confusing, could train Izuku to become a hero? Inko. Don't you think he is a bit too young to train to become a hero? I know that was his dream and all, but I still want him to enjoy being a child and such. Aizawa. I fully understand and agree with you, Inko. I don't want to put Izuku on any hard workouts for at least a couple of years, but I do want to make sure he stays in shape and knows how to defend himself, so I want to first train him in some basic martial arts and self-defense. Then after around 2 years I was thinking to start training him lightly in strength training and some stamina training for his quirk. Inko. I will agree to this, but only cause I know that Izuku wants nothing more than to be a hero, but he will have to agree to this as well. Aizawa. Great, thank you, Inko. I also have another question for you. Could you ask Yagi to also help train Izuku? I know he has his hero duties as the number one, but I think that if he helps from time to time with heroics and quirk laws, we could prepare him even more for the future. Inko. Yes, I will ask him, and I have a feeling that he would love to help. When will you ask Izuku? If you don't mind me asking, for I think it would be best if we tell him when Mike, Midnight, and Yagi are all here. Aizawa. I was planning on telling him this afternoon when he comes home after school, but that will then just wait. How about we tell him next Friday? We can get everyone who wants to help ready to meet then, okay? Inko. That is fine with me. Is there anything else you wanted to ask me? Aizawa. I was wondering. How have you been after the ceremony? Inko. I have been okay. It's still hard to deal with, but I have been more worried about Izuku than anything else. He looks and acts like he isn't himself anymore, and it scares me a lot. Aizawa. Well then, how about we talk to him about that as well on Friday to see how he's really feeling and what we could do to help him. Both me and Aizawa agree, and after a few more minutes of talking he tells me he has to leave. He still has some work that needs to be done. We agree that Friday around 5 he would come with both present Mike and Midnight to ask Izuku both how he truly is and if he wants to be trained, and I agreed to ask Yagi if he wants to help train and teach Izuku what it means to be a hero. It's now lunchtime and I decide to call Yagi and ask him about the training. All Might POV, and All Might will be 2 people when he is in buff mode and when he is Small Might. Small Might will be called Yagi and Buff Might will be called All Might. Ring ring ring. All Might. Hello, All Might speaking. Inko. Hi, All Might. I had a question about Izuku. Is it okay for you to talk at the moment? All Might. Of course, anything for young Izuku. What can I help with, Inko? Inko. I wanted to ask you if you would be ok with helping train Izuku to become a hero. Aizawa, Midnight and present Mike agreed to help train Izuku in strength and martial arts, and we wanted you to train him in heroics. I can understand if you're busy, but we wanted to know if that was ok. All Might. Haha, of course I am ok with training young Izuku. I would never be too busy for my favorite nephew. And helping the new generation on the right path is always the job of a hero. Inko. Oh, thank you, All Might. I just know he will love it. We agreed to tell him on Friday at dinner time. I would like to also invite you to that. All Might. I would love to join you all for dinner now. Sorry to call this short, but I need to get back to heroing. Haha, talk to you soon, Inko. Inko. Okay, see you Friday, All Might. After I get off the phone with All Might, I get to thinking about what to eat Friday and how Izuku will react to the news that 3 pro heroes want to train him in strength and martial arts, and the number 1 pro hero wants to train him in heroics, even if he doesn't know that Yagi is All Might. Next Friday afternoon. Izuku POV. Both me and Mommy are watching TV. She told me that she has a surprise for me today, but I don't know what it could be. I started making hero notes for my quirk on friends and family, but I haven't told them yet because I don't want them to also start bullying me like all the kids in school. They say that my quirk is weak and stupid, and the only way I would ever be a hero is if I use the quirks of other people. Kaken wants to beat them up for bullying me and making fun of my dream, but I don't care as long as I have my family to love me. Then I don't care what they say, and I hope that after they grow a bit older they start to be nicer. All of a sudden we hear a knock coming from the door and Mommy started to smile and go open it. I wonder who it is? Inko. Hello Eraser, Mike, Midnight, Yagi, how are you all? Please come in. Eraserhead. Hi Inko, I assume that Izuku is home. Inko. Yes he is. Do you want to tell him now or wait after dinner? Yagi, I think it might be better to first talk about how he is doing himself after what happened with Hisashi and then after that talk about the training. Mike, I agree with Yagi. The little listener has to talk about what is holding him back from being him before we can even think about trying to help him for the future. Midnight, that is strangely smart, Mike, but I fully agree we need to find the problem for him being like this first, but we also have to make sure not to make the problem worse cause remember he is still just a kid. We don't want to worsen what's happening with him now. Izuku, Mommy, who is it? Inko, it's the surprise honey, but don't worry, we are coming so you can see for yourself. I look at the door and sees his Uncle Zawa, Eraserhead, his Uncle Mike, Present Mike, Uncle Yagi, Toshinori Yagi All Might, and Imuri One-chan walking in and smiling at me. Izuku, hi uncles and One-chan, what are you doing here? Yagi, hello young Izuku, we came here for 2 reasons and both have to do with you, but don't worry, you're not in trouble. Midnight, the first thing we want to make sure of is that you are okay after what happened. We heard that you haven't been yourself lately and we know after what happened that it has to be hard for you, so we are here to talk about it. Mike, you see little listener, we heard from your mom that you haven't been playing with the other kids anymore and when you're home you always go straight to your room and barely talk to your mom. Plus we heard from your little friend that you always alone and barely talk at school. Izuku, I am okay, don't worry, just sad is all. Small sob. Eraserhead, kid, you don't have to worry, we just want to help you with your feelings. We can also clearly see you aren't just okay, and if you would be okay then you would just have me more worried. I just sit quietly looking down for a few minutes. I can't tell them about the bullying, I don't want anyone to get in trouble and I don't want people to become mad at me. Izuku, I just don't like that daddy is gone. He said that he was gonna help train me to be a better hero than All Might and now he isn't here anymore. Crying. Eraserhead, kid, those feelings are ok. Feeling sad that he isn't here anymore is understandable and rational, but don't forget that you still have your mom, your friends, and us. I look up and see everyone smiling and nodding. Inko, and about that he can't help you become a hero better than All Might, I think we have something for that. Izuku, huh? Midnight, Aiza, how would you feel about us training you? Izuku, huh? What do you mean, One-chan? Midnight, well, it would mean that me, Uncle Mike, and Uncle Aizawa would train your body so you can become big and strong, and that Uncle Yagi would train you in heroics. He might not be strong but he does know a little bit about heroics. Eraserhead, we won't start the harder training until you're at least older, but we will start training your stamina and quirk soon so you can defend yourself and so you can understand a bit more about your own quirk. I also think it might be smart if you help you and give you information about our quirks so you can learn what you can do yourself. Izuku, well, about that I kinda already have made a list about your quirks. Hehe. I hope you're not mad about that, I just really like your quirks and wanted to write it down. Inko, don't worry sweetie, we won't be mad. Can you please grab it so we can see what is in it? I walk upstairs to my room and grab the notebook and walk back and I put it on the coffee table and look down mainly cause I don't want them to be mad at me. Nobody POV. Yagi is the first one to grab the notebook and opens it and sees pages full of information about each or their quirks as well with drawings of them. All of the adults look at Yagi and see his face in shock. After a few seconds he passes the notebook around and everyone has the same shocked look. Now Izuku gets scared thinking he did something wrong. Izuku, are you mad now? Mike, of course not little listener, we are just shocked with the information that's in here as well as the drawings. It's really impressive for someone your age, little man. Eraserhead, I think we could help you next time, so all the information is 100% correct, but it's really impressive that you can already do this. Izuku. The night is now full of laughs and talks about their quirks, so Izuku can write more down in his notebooks, and they also talk about the amount of training that will happen. Izuku will do no training until at least 6 years old. After he becomes 6, they will ask him again if he wants them to train him, and if he agrees again then he will start light training, mostly consisted of running and doing push-ups and sit-ups and jumping jacks as well as some beginning martial arts to learn to defend himself if the need arrives. Izuku also asked if it would be okay if Kaken would train with them cause he wants to be heroes together. All the adults said this would be fine, but he would need to agree to himself as well as both his parents. Yagi will start teaching him heroics after he turns 8 so that it will be easier for Izuku to learn, and they will only learn small parts cause if he becomes a hero he will already learn that at the school, but they will learn more about quirks and what a hero should do in times of need. Next Monday after school. Izuku POV. After school both me and Kaken agreed to meet near a random beach that is super pretty. You know what beach I am talking about XD. We usually meet up after school so we can talk cause we don't talk in school. Katsuki, Izuku sorry for all the stuff I said and all the other extras did. Izuku, Kaken it's okay I wanted to ask you something very important. I want to ask if you would like to train with me and my family to become better heroes. We won't start anytime soon but when we do start we will become super strong heroes that will be able to save anyone. Katsuki, hell yes then I can become the next #1 hero. Both Kaken and I walk home and talk about heroes and school stuff. I even asked if it was okay for me to write about his quirk in my notebooks and he agreed only if he gets to read them as well. He tells me some stuff that I didn't know yet about his quirk. When we arrived at the spot that we needed to split up we both fist bump and said our goodbyes. Izuku thought, I really appreciate that Kaken is always so nice to me I couldn't ask for a better best friend, well the only friend. Super move or all might in A/N. Minus 5-year time skip. Izuku and Bakugo are 9 years old at the moment. Nobody POV. Izuku is walking home after a long day of school and bullying. Izuku thought he was free from the bullies but they had other plans for our green-haired friend. He was walking in a near-empty street when he was pulled into an alleyway. Izuku, I wonder what for training we are going to do today. Izuku gets pushed to the ground and then he looks up thinking that he is about to be robbed. Izuku, I don't know what you want but I don't have any moan smack. Before Izuku could even finish his sentence he got hit hard in the face by the leader of the group of bullies. Bully 1 #. Shut the F up Deku. I have had enough of your muttering in class so I am going. To make sure you learn your FANG lesson and shut up. Bully 2 #. Yeah why even learn to talk nobody even wants to talk to a worthless Deku, hits Izuku again you are nothing but a waste of air and space. Now the group of 4 bullies starts to kick and punch Izuku while Izuku begs them to stop. They continue to laugh and beat Izuku until they hear someone behind them. Hey! Beating someone up 4 against 1 is super unmanly now leave him alone. Bully 4 #. And why should we give a shit? He is just a weak quirk nerd that can't do anything except being in the way. Even if he was quirkless that doesn't give you any right to beat someone up. Now beat it before I beat you. Grabs a piece of lumber on the ground. Bully 1 #. As if we care, we are done with this human waste of space anyway. Let's leave this trash. The group bullies walk off and the unknown boy with black hair, and he still had black hair here he will gain red hair later on so don't be surprised, walks closer to Izuku. Hey are you okay? Izuku nods. My name is Ijiro Kirishima what is your name? Izuku, is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you Kirishima and thank you for helping me. Kirishima, no problem man if I ever want to become a cool hero I can't let people get bullied under my watch smileless thumbs up but if I can ask they said that they are bullying you cause of a weak quirk can you tell me what your quirk is? You don't have to if you don't want to. Izuku, WL my quirk lets me use the power of friends and people I respect with either weaker versions or more drawback than the original version, but if I become better friends with them the drawback becomes less or the power becomes more. What's your quirk if I can ask? Kirishima, wow that's super cool you could be like a one-man army. And my quirk is called hardening I can harden my skin to a rock-like substance activates quirk on his form C. Izuku, wow that's so cool. That would mean if you become a hero you could shield other heroes or civilians from incoming attacks without it hurting anyone. Kirishima, yeah that's the goal that looks at watch oh looks like I need to go. It was nice talking to you Midoriya hope we meet again someday maybe at UA haha waves and runs of. Izuku, sure Saya waves he is so cool he will become a super cool pro hero when he grows up. Izuku walks out of the alleyway and walks home he looked at his phone and saw that he only has 45 minutes left I lost half my time to those bullies. He starts to run home and in his room goes for a quick shower and dresses to start training with his uncle's eraser head and present mic he makes sure to wear long clothing so they won't see the bruises. Just before he wants to go downstairs and make his pre-workout he gets a text. Kaken, hey nerd. And this isn't meant as bullying more teasing cause Izuku gets better grades than Katsuki both Izuku and Katsuki know this is teasing and not as something mean. Izuku, hey Kaken what up? Kaken, can you meet me at the arcade we usually meet up Saturday around 16. Izuku, yeah sure I don't see a problem with. Izuku, BTW Uncle Izawa told me that training for next Monday will be 30 minutes later than normal. He has to finish some stuff before he can meet us. But I have to go now, don't have a lot of time before training, talk to you later. Kaken, sure, also keep in mind to study for next week's test. I don't want to search for a new nickname. Izuku POV. I let out a small laugh at Kaken last text and make sure I have everything for my workout with Uncle Zawa and Uncle Mike. After I have everything, I start jogging to the small gym that we use for strength training. When we train Quirks, we either go to the UA gym or a small piece of land that Uncle Yagi owns. When I arrive, I see my Uncle Izawa standing near the door waiting for me. I hope he didn't wait too long. I need to find an excuse so he won't get too mad. Quick thing Izuku think. Izuku, hey uncle, I hope didn't make you wait too long. Eraserhead, kid, you're 15 minutes late. Izuku, I was walking out of school when I almost got robbed, but then some kid came and scared the guy away and we talked for a bit. But don't worry, I am okay, I am not hurt and he didn't even take anything. Looks down. Eraserhead, well, you were not hurt, that is all that matters, but before we start training, tell me what the guy that tried to rob you looked like so we can arrest them. Izuku, well, I couldn't see his face because he was wearing a mask that covers it, and it happened so fast that I didn't pay attention to any details of the guy. Sorry, rubs back of head. Eraserhead, well okay then, now let's go training. Both enter the gym and they go chance into their gym clothing. While Izuku tried hiding the bruises, Eraserhead saw them, but he didn't want to ask about them yet. He would most likely try to lie about it, so he decided to first talk to Katsuki about them before trying anything with Izuku. Time skip to Saturday. Nobody POV. Izuku arrived a little earlier than the agreed time, so he was on his phone reading about hero news that happened today, and after about 15 minutes of waiting, he hears a familiar voice. He looks up and sees two people walking toward me. Katsuki, hey nerd, did you wait long? This is Eiji. Izuku, Kirishima? What are you doing here? Katsuki, sheedy hair, you know him. Kirishima, yeah, I met him last Tuesday when he was getting beat up by 4 bullies. Katsuki, wait, what? Izuku, you better tell me which FING extras did that so I can beat the CRP out of them. Izuku, Kaken, just leave it, I am fine now so it doesn't matter anymore, but why did you bring Kirishima here? Katsuki, fine, but if I find out who did it on my own, I will give them a beating. I brought sheedy hair here so maybe you can become a friend and then you would have an extra friend instead of just me. Kirishima, yeah, Baku bro just told me that he was gonna hang at the arcade and I should join him. But Baku bro looking out for a friend, that's so manly. Izuku, well okay then what should we do? Katsuki, let's just head inside the arcade so we can play games and then grab a bite to eat. I know a place around here that should sell food you can eat, nerd. Kirishima, wait, foods he can eat, are you sick or something? Izuku, no, he didn't mean it like that, it's just to gain muscle mass I have to keep to a certain diet so I can't certain foods that all. While Kirishima nods and understand, the trio walks into the arcade and after a while the trio leave to grab a bite to eat. Both Izuku and Kirishima get along just fine. They found out that Kirishima's favorite hero is Chivalrous Hero. Crimson Riot. Hearing this, Izuku goes on a bit of a fan page, / and it's fanboy plus rampage, so his fanboy mode. Bakugo just smacks him on the head to make him stop rambling and the three have a laugh about it. After 30 minutes they are done eating and are all about to head home. When Kirishima asks something. Kirishima, yo Midoriya, before we head home, is it okay if we exchange contact info? Izuku, wait, me? Katsuki, no, the other nerd named Midoriya, of course he means you dumbass. Izuku, well sure, if you want to I don't mind. Kirishima, well of course I want to, you're my friend right, well see you guys later. But before Kirishima could walk away, Izuku glowed a little red. Kirishima, what was that? Izuku, that was my quirk, because we now have a confirmed line of friendship that goes both ways. I now can use your quirk, activates quirk on the right hand and part of form. Well, I guess this is the most I can do with it so far. Katsuki, well how strong are both of them? Kirishima, mine is now the strength iron, but I have to do durability training to harden it even more, but it is very hard on your body to keep it up. But I can keep it over my full body. Izuku, I feel mine is a lot weaker and I can only keep it up over my hand and wrist so far, but I can increase the durability of the hardening itself. Katsuki, well I guess we will train that then Monday, but sheedy hair needs to go or he will miss his bus. Kirishima, DMN, you're right. We will talk later, Sue guys. Kirishima goes the other way and both Katsuki and Izuku head for the train station to head home. Izuku, Kaken, you know you don't have to do this for me. I am fine with the friends I have now, but I still appreciate what you did today. Katsuki, what do you mean with friends you have now? I am your only friend, nerd. Small laugh. Izuku, well, I guess you are right, huh? After the train ride, they both head home and get some rest. Time skip. It's now Monday after school and both Izuku and Bakugo are meeting Yagi and Eraserhead for Quirk Precise. Today Izuku came 15 minutes earlier so he could start with his new quirk. He would active his quirk on his right hand and a part of the form. Around this amount, but image Kirishima's hardening instead of hockey. And then he would punch a big rock over and over again until his hardening would disappear or his hand would hurt too much. After around 5 minutes, Yagi came and saw Izuku already busy at work and decided to not interfere and let him do his training until Eraserhead and Bakugo would arrive. After 20 minutes at the gate, Eraserhead is waiting for Katsuki to ask him about the bruises and if he was responsible. And he sees Katsuki arriving. Eraserhead, Katsuki, can I talk to you before we head in? Katsuki, sure sensei, is something wrong? Eraserhead, I am not sure yet. Last week when I and Mike trained Izuku at the gym, I saw that he had a couple of bruises on his arms and chest, and it wasn't from training. Do you know anything about them? And don't lie to me. Katsuki, okay, but I promised I would not tell anyone, and you have to do the same, please. Eraserhead, depends on what I am gonna hear, so go on, tell me. Katsuki, okay. Izuku gets bullied at school and he doesn't want anyone to do anything about it. I have tried to get him to tell Auntie or one of you, but he doesn't want to tell anyone, cause if that happens then they will get in trouble and then it will just happen again and again and will become worse because he would be seen as a tattletale. Eraserhead, I assume you don't bully him, right? Katsuki, kinda looks down. You see, at first I wanted to beat up all the people that bullied Izuku and make sure they can't bully anyone ever again, but Izuku told me to leave it alone and even told me to join them in bullying so I won't be bullied and so I won't get in trouble the school, cause that could affect on if I want to become a hero in the future. Eraserhead, I see. Well, okay kid, go ahead and start training, and don't worry, I won't say that you told me anything. Both Eraserhead and Katsuki enter the area and see Izuku hitting a rock repeatedly. Katsuki says that it's to train a quirk from a new friend he made. Eraser nods and walks over to Yagi and observe what they are doing to train the quirks. Katsuki is now using explosions to move about better. He is using them to increase his speed and his jumps as well as to dodge faster. After a while he just starts making big explosions all over the place, making them right after each other to increase the size and strength and of course to increase his resistance to the explosions. Izuku is now done with using the hardening, so is now gonna train Erasure by forcing his eyes open for as long as he can hold them open, and doing that repeatedly. He thinks, thank God that Uncle Zawa gave me eye drops. After about 5 minutes of training his eyes, he goes to train his mom's quirk. A telekinetic quirk. It allows the user to move the object, but because Inko never really trained her quirk, it could only move a small object, but with Izuku he trained it a lot cause it's him mom's quirk, so he can already move an object the size of a small coffee table, but the smaller the size the faster the object will be able to move, and he has a range over 25 meters around him. He trains this quirk by moving rock around the place and throwing them in the air so that Katsuki can shoot them out in the air, and then Izuku needs to catch all the rubble that is made and move it in a pile so he can gain more control over the quirk. The bad part is if he overuses his quirk he gets massive migraines. This goes on for around 2 hours before the kids head home. After they leave the area, Eraserhead tells Yagi they need to talk. Yagi, what is wrong, Shota? Eraserhead, don't freak out and listen till I am done with everything I say. Izuku gets bullied at school. Only Katsuki, me, and a friend of both of them know this. He doesn't want anyone to do anything about it cause he is afraid that it will just worsen if outside help is granted, and I am afraid he is correct about that. Yagi, so what do we do? This is unacceptable and it needs to stop. Eraserhead, we only train him to defend himself and make sure that he can fight back. They agree to train him in better self-defense and they head out again. -1 year time skip. Izuku and Bakugo are 10 years old now. Izuku is jogging around the city when all of a sudden he hears a small soft cry. He walks toward the crying and sees a girl with blonde hair, maybe a bit older, sitting on a bench crying in her hands. Izuku, hey, are you okay? Huh? Oh yes, I am fine, sorry, it's nothing. Izuku, As someone who cries a lot, I can see when tears mean something and when they mean nothing, and those tears have a reason. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, sorry, I am Izuku Midoriya, but call me Izuku. Here, a tissue for your tears. Surprised face. Thank you very much, and I am Yu Takayama, and call me Yu Izuku. Izuku, okay, can you tell me why you are crying? I might be able to help make you feel better. You? Well, there is this group of girls that bully me for my quirk and because I want to be a heroine with it. My quirk is called height. Yes, I changed her quirk a little bit, fight me. It allows me to change my height at will, so far growing bigger is the only thing I can do, and I can change from normal size to around 5 meters, but I should be able to grow to at least 20 meters tall. Izuku, oh wow, that is so cool. But why are they bullying you about your quirk is super strong and flashy, so standing out would become super easy, and saving people with your bigger size will become like picking up toys after you are done playing with them. You? Hi, that's pretty funny. But they say that nobody would like a big ugly giant. Izuku, you shouldn't listen to them, they are bling, you are super pret, quickly puts a hand in front of his mouth. Bows, I am so sorry, I didn't want to say that. I am sorry, please bows faster. You blushes it, it's okay, thank you for the compliment Izuku. Both you and Izuku talk for a little longer before you goes home, but before she goes she says, You? Thank you for helping me Izuku. I was wondering, blushes slightly, could we maybe exchange contact info so we can talk again? Izuku, assure you, I would love to talk to you again. You, well, see you later Izuku, thanks for being such a good friend. Izuku now glows a yellow light. You, what the hell was that? Izuku, that was my Q quirk, it allows me to gain the quirk of anyone I respect or see as a friend as long as we both have the basic respect and or friendship for each other. And we gained that by telling me you saw me as a friend. He rubs back of head nervously, I hope she doesn't hate me like those other kids do because of my quirk. You, that is cool, so now you can grow just like me, but I would wait with using it now. Izuku, why? You, if you grow big now all your clothing will rip and you will end up naked. Izuku, blushes, why you make a good point. IW will talk to you later. You, I have to get back to my job, bye, and let those bullies talk, they don't know what they are talking about. -4-year time skip. Izuku, Bakugo, and Kirishima are all now 14 years old and Yu is now 17 years old. Izuku is in class now, not paying any attention to the teacher, he is thinking back about the last 5 years. He gained 2 new friends that he considers his best friends. The 4 of them text most of the time and at least once a month they meet up in person and do all sorts of fun things. Izuku remembers from 1 month ago it was they all agreed to first see a movie and then go swimming, but his daydreaming was cut short by his teacher yelling at him. Teacher, Izuku, next time I catch you not paying attention I will give you detention. This is the 4th time this week. Izuku, sorry sir. The class except for Bakugo is laughing at Izuku. The classes continue and after the classes, Bakugo had already left. Izuku was about to leave as he was grabbing his notebook. One of his usual bullies grabbed it. Bully, Deku, what is this? Izuku, it's my notebook, can I please get it back? Bully, since you ask so nicely, hands it over. And before Izuku could grab the notebook the bully throws it out the window. Bully, ha, you dumbass, you believe it. You know what you should do, follow your notebook and take a jump out the window. Izuku, you can't say that, dumbass, what if I would really jump? Izuku walks out of school and goes looking for his notebook. He finds it after he grabs it and thinks, I guess those fish are just hungry for knowledge, and I am sorry but I had to make that joke. He decides to take the longer route so he doesn't meet any of his bullies. When he walks under a small tunnel he hears a lid move and looks back and sees a sludge monster. Sludge monster, good, I found myself a meat suit, now I can escape him. Now kids stay still, it will only hurt for a second ma. Before Izuku could even react the sludge was stuck to his leg and surrounding our green-haired friend. Thinking he is going to die, Izuku panicking. Izuku, is this how I am gonna die? Nothing heroic but dying cause of this walking sludge puddle. The lid that was only part of the manhole now gets blown off completely and a man with blonde hair in AV style comes up from it and sees the villain and Izuku. All Might, have no fear civilian, you wanna know why, pulls back his fist. Sludge villain, and oh not now, I will kill you. All Might, because I am here now, Detroit punches smash. Cause of the insane wind pressure, the villain gets split up and All Might can now see the civilian and sees it's Izuku. He quickly picks up the villain in two 2-liter bottles and tries to wake up his nephew that didn't know his secret, or so he thought. Slap 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 slap. All Might, hey kid, wake up. Izuku's surprised face, hey Uncle Yagi, he says calmly. All Might, shocked, WW kid, I don't know what you mean, I am All Might, ha. Izuku, Uncle, I know you are All Might, I have known for almost 6 months now. All Might deflates. Yagi, how did you find out, young Izuku? Izuku? Oh, it was pretty easy. I saw that almost every time you saved someone you had the same clothing as you wore before on, plus the hair and eyes are the same color and the number of hero laws, you know it would be kinda weird if you were not a hero. But don't worry, I haven't told anyone and won't tell anyone. Yagi, thank you for keeping the secret, young Izuku. But I should have guessed you would find out with that brain of yours. I will talk to you later about this, now I have to bring this thing to the police before it wakes up. Buffs up. All Might, now goodbye young man, be safe, jumps off. Izuku starts walking again and he hears an explosion and the first thing that pops into his mind is, Kaken? He starts running to the commotion and sees the sludge villain standing there with Katsuki in his hold. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Civilian 1 hashtag. Why aren't the heroes beating him? Civilian 2 hashtag. I don't know, but it might be the hostage. Izuku looks around and sees multiple heroes standing around and saving civilians. Izuku, they aren't doing anything to help Kaken. Come on Izuku, you have to help him now. Izuku starts running toward the villain and activates Erasure to remove the villain's quirk, and it doesn't work. Izuku, why this should work? Wait, his eyes, those are his real body. Izuku focuses on his eyes and his quirk turns off and he turns back in a human again, and right when he sees this he panics as Bakugo falls forward, knocked out but breathing. Izuku runs up to the villain and knees him on the nose, breaking it and making him stumble back, but he isn't down yet. Now the villain grabs a knife from his back pocket and swipes it at Izuku, but he saw this and releases Erasure and turns on hardening and block it with his left arm, but doing this gave the villain his quirk back. Izuku can at the moment only do one quirk at the time. And he turns back in a sludge monster and tries to attack Izuku again, but this time Izuku can't block or dodge, so he braces for impact, but it never happens, so he opens his eyes and sees All Might. All Might, ha, that was heroic but dangerous, young man, but I applaud your action. Now let me finish this with Punch S Detroit Smash. After All Might finished the villain off, I got scolded for being reckless, and I am lucky that All Might showed up to save me. While Kaken got praised for being brave and having a strong quirk. I walk off not wanting a second scolding when I hear someone behind me and I see Kaken. Katsuki, hey Izuku, thanks for that, man, if it was up to those useless heroes I would have died. Izuku, sure Kaken, but I think you are too hard-headed to die like that. Kaken just laughs and flips me off while walking off to his home. I turn around to walk home when I see Uncle Yagi standing there in his small form. Izuku, hey uncle, thanks for the save bows. Yagi, no need for that, young Izuku. Now I need to ask you something. Why did you run in like that? Izuku, I don't know, one moment I am thinking about how I could help Kaken and boom I am running toward the villain. Yagi, as I thought most true heroes have had a similar moment in their beginning, but with that my boy I have an offer for you, a buff up. I want you to become my successor and inherit my quirk, one for all. Izuku, please. Muttering. Super move or All Might and A/N. Izuku, please. Izuku, what do you mean with inherit your quirk? That shouldn't be possible. Well, I mean with all the quirk possibilities out there it would be possible, but if you quirk would be to give it to someone else, then you would never be able to be as strong as you are now. Yagi, young Izuku, you're muttering, calm down. I will explain everything, but let's get somewhere a bit more private, cause standing in the street talking about isn't a super smart move. After both Yagi and Izuku decide that it would be smart for them to go to Izuku's home and talk more there since Inko is still out working. Yagi, okay young Izuku, my quirk is called One for All, A/N, I will just call it OFA from now on out. And what I am about to tell you is only no to 5 people, and before I continue I need you to promise me that you will keep this a secret. Izuku, yes sir. Good. Now, OFA started at the beginning of Quirks. There were 2 people important to its creation, the first user of OFA and his older brother, All for One, A/N, I will just call it AFO from now on out. AFO was evil and had the ability to take quirks from people and give them to other people or keep them for himself. The younger brother was nothing like his older brother. He had a strong sense of justice and hated his older brother for the pain he caused, but he could do nothing to stop him cause he was quirkless. His older brother gave him a quirk to stockpile both power and quirks. We don't know why he gave him this quirk, maybe to make him submit or maybe cause he felt bad for his younger brother, but the younger brother wasn't quirkless, but he had a normally useless quirk that was the ability to give his quirk to other people. With the quirk, the older brother gave both quirks combined to create OFA, and with that, the younger brother attacked his older brother in an attempt to defeat his evil reign, but he was no match. The older brother decided to let his brother live. With the loss against AFO, the younger brother went to look for a new user to increase its strength so that hopefully someone in the future would be able to stop AFO. Izuku, but the beginning of Quirks was years ago, so that would mean AFO would have died years ago. Yagi, with the ability to steal quirks, he might have stolen a de-aging quirk or something along those lines. Now where was I? When the first user he passed it on to someone new with the hopes of it becoming stronger, with me being the 8 users of OFA. After I got this quirk, I had set out to both defeat AFO and to become a symbol of peace. I defeated AFO, but it caused me dearly. Lifts up shirt, he almost killed me in the fight. I lived, but he did a lot of damage to my body, so I can only keep my form for 6 hours per day. And I know it's normally 3 hours, but with them still having to train for 4 years, I gave him 3 extra hours, but when Izuku does the exam it will be 3 hours like normal. I want you to be the 9th user, for I have seen the strong sense of justice and the will to save everyone, and that is just what is needed to become the next pillar of justice. Do you accept, young Izuku? Izuku, yes uncle, I will accept your offer. I will do whatever is needed to become a hero that can save everyone. Yagi, no hesitation, just how I like it. Now before I will give you OFA, we will need to make sure your body will be ready for its power. With your body now you will be able to use only a small % of it, but we have time to train you so you can become a proper wielder. Buzz. Izuku, oh that my phone, sorry uncle. Yagi, it's alright young Izuku, I will have to leave anyway. I will make planning for strength training and a meal plan. I will also talk to both your mother and Aizawa to get them in on the training. Good day, young Izuku, I will talk to you later. After Yagi left, Izuku went to check his phone to see who was contacting him. And it's both his friend group chat with Kirishima, Bakugo, and you. Group chat. Rock boy. Hey, are both of you guys alright? I just saw the news. Big beauty. Wait, what happened? Rock boy. It didn't fully say, except that it showed Katsuki being held hostage by a sludge villain, and Izuku ran right at them and saved Katsuki while also beating up the villain, but when they almost got hit, All Might went in and saved both of them. Big beauty. What? Is this true, Izuku? Tell me now. Big beauty. Izuwa, don't ignore me, or I will get mad. Broccoli man. Both me and Kaken are alive. I don't know about save yet, cause I might get hugged to death if my mom finds out I was in danger, or the training I will get from Uncle Zawa. F-bomb. Of course I am fine, I will be the next one. #hero, nothing can defeat me. Broccoli man. Did auntie get home already, or are you still safe? F-bomb. Still safe for now, but that old hag won't do shit anyway. Rock boy. Don't talk about your mom like that. That's unmanly. F-bomb. Oh, shut up, Pebble. Private chat. You? Izuku, are you sure you're alright? You didn't hurt yourself, did you? Izuku, of course I am fine. I didn't get hurt at all. I only grabbed Kaken and that's it, nothing more, I promise. You? Okay, because you had me worried. You owe me some ice cream. Izuku, sure, how about we go to that ice cream place near the train station that you like next weekend? You? Wow, Izu, I didn't know you had the ball to ask me on a date, but I accept. See you next Saturday. I want you to pick me up at 3. Okay, buys. Izuku's mind. I just asked you on a date. What do I do? I have never been on a date. What do people do on dates? I need help, but who can I ask? Newly made group chat with only the boys. Izuku added Ijiro. Izuku added Kaken. Izuku, guys, I need help. I kinda just asked you on a date on accident. Kaken, how the F do you ask someone on a date on accident? Ijiro, I don't know, but that is so manly. Izuku, Well, she asked how I was really doing and then said I owe her some ice cream and I said okay and asked if she wanted to go next weekend and then she said okay to the date and now I am freaking out. I don't know what people do on dates. Nobody POV. Today is the day that Izuku and many other wannabe heroes will take the UA entrance exam. Izuku woke up early and got everything ready for the exam. It has been around 1 month since Izuku stopped training with All Might and Eraserhead. During that month Izuku has still been training but he has been more focused on his academics. You became a pro hero during training and they had a small party to celebrate her becoming a hero with her now known as the Miniyama hero, MT Lady. The party was quite fun with everyone who showed up. It was you and her family of course, then it was the Bakugos Izuku and Inko Ijirio, All Might and Eraserhead. With the party being a pleasant memory, Izuku is walking downstairs and knows his mother is at work at the hospital. He makes himself some food sees and gets ready to walk to the train station. Before he gets out the door his phone buzzes. You, 3. Hey Izu, I hope you do great on the entrance exam. I have faith you will get in. Izuku, thank you, I will try my best. Mom, Izu, sorry I can't see you off normally today but I wanted to wish you good luck on the exam and promise me you won't get in too much danger just yet. Izuku, yes mom, you don't have to worry, it's just the exam, it's not like they will have a robot that is the size of buildings ready to make pancakes out of us. Mom, I hope you're right. Izuku POV. Izuku is now in front of UA, he is amazed at the size of it. He continues to walk but he trips and accepts his fate of eating dirt, but to his surprise, he doesn't. He opens his eyes and sees that weirdly enough he is floating midair. Sorry about using my quirk on you. I hope you don't mind. Izuku, oh it's no problem, thank you for saving me from hitting the floor. But could you maybe release your quirk? Oh sorry, puts hands together, release, sorry about that. Izuku, no worries, reaches his hand out for a handshake. My name is Izuku Midoriya, thank you for the save. Uraraka, shakes hand without pinky. Hello Midoriya, my name is Ochako Uraraka. Bakugo, nerd, stop flirting and move inside before you're late. Izuku blushes, WW, I wasn't flirting Kaken. Uraraka blushes, WC runs inside. Izuku, thank Kaken, now she thinks I am some sort of pervert. Izuku, mind, she was pretty cute, hope she passes. Bakugo, no problem, but come on, you can flirt when you get in UA. Both head inside and sit next to each other. Present Mike enters the room and begins to explain the exams. First, they will have a written part of the exam consisted out of multiple parts that they will have 2 hours to complete. The second part of the exam will be a physical test hosted in a fake city. Present Mike, the second part of the test will have you fight 3 sets of robots. These 3 sets of robots give 1 to 3 points depending on what robot you can defeat or incapacitate. You will have 15 minutes to secure points. Excuse me sir, but I have a question. Present Mike, hit me. You stated that we will fight 3 sets of the robot, but on the pamphlet, it clearly shows 4 robot cutouts. Is this a mistake? And you boy with the messy green hair, could you please mutter a little quieter? It's hard for me to pay attention. Izuku, sorry about that. Present Mike, good question. The 4th robot is nothing more than an obstacle. It will give 0 points, so you won't gain anything from defeating it. So just run away. Now then, with all that out of the way, I wish you all good luck and try and push plus. Everyone, Ultra. After Present Mike explained what we would be doing, we went for our first part of the test, the written exam. The 2 hours are over and everyone is now done with the exam. I feel like I did great. None of the questions were really hard. Now we are on a bus on our way to the exam site. After the written exam I could meet up with Kaken and Ijiro. Both of them are at the same exam site, but I am alone. We arrive in a fake city. I see Uraraka that helped me in the front gate looking really nervous, so I decide to try and help her out as she helped me, but before I could I feel a hand on my shoulder and I see a dark blue-haired man with glasses. I wanted to apologize for my comment earlier. It came to mind that it might have sounded disrespectful and that was not my intention. Izuku, don't worry, it's fine. My muttering has been a problem for people before and I mostly do it without knowing about it. Before the blue-haired kid could say anything else, Present Mike yells, go. Izuku runs right in the city. I entered the city after what Present Mike told us to go. I heard him yell something else to the other contestants, but I couldn't make out what exactly. After around 30 seconds of running, I find my first group of robots. I can see 2 1-pointers and a 3-pointer. I use my Kaken's quirk and blow up both of the 1-pointers, but the 3-pointers backed up. I use an explosion to fly forward, and higher up I harden my leg and shoot myself down with an explosion to pierce right in the 3-pointers, destroying it. I continue to run and even help out some contestants by blocking attacks of robots and holding some robots down while they take out the rest. After around 8 minutes, I have got 50 points and I feel confident that I passed the exam. All of a sudden the ground starts shaking and I see people run away. I look back and see what everyone is running from, and to my surprise, UA did have a freaking robot that looked like it wanted to make human pancakes. I wanted to run away when I hear a yell. I look back and I see Uraraka with one of her arms and legs stuck under rubble yelling for help. Without though, I run full speed to the robot that is about to run her over. I use one of my super moves. I first use Yu's quirk to grow to my max sized, which is 15 meters. I also use Kirishima's quirk and harden my hand. And lastly, I channel OFA 20% in my legs and use 20% in my arm. I jump up to the height of the robot and punch it with all my might, destroying its head and making the robot fly back. While yelling out the super move's name, Gigant Gauntlet. I land safely because I didn't use 100% in my legs, and because I'm still 15 meters, I quickly walk towards Uraraka that is still trapped and lift the rubble from her lips, and then I grow back to my normal size. Izuku, Uraraka, are you hurt anywhere? Uraraka, my leg is hurt but I can walk. Stands on the leg and almost falls. Izuku, you can clearly not walk here, let me just do this. Izuku grabs Uraraka bridal carry and walks toward the entrance of the testing site. While they are walking, Present Mike yells that time's up and everyone who is hurt should walk toward the entrance. As they reach the entrance, they see a small older woman in a doctor's coat. Izuku is the hero nerd. He knows that this woman is known as Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl, what is wrong with her, Sonny? Izuku, she isn't able to any weight on her left leg and she might have something with her arm as well when she was covered in rubble. Recovery Girl proceeds to give Uraraka a kiss, and Uraraka proceeds to pass out. Izuku, is she okay? What just happened? Recovery Girl, she is fine. My quirk uses the stamina of the personal self to increase the healing factor of the body, so she is just tired. Could you be a dear and bring her to the infirmary for me? I will be with her soon enough. Izuku, yes of course ma'am. I take Uraraka to the infirmary and lay her on one of the beds and wait for Recovery Girl to show up. After around 10 minutes of waiting, Recovery Girl, will be RG from now on, walks in. RG, thank you for bringing her, Sonny. Izuku, okay ma'am, but before I go could I maybe ask something? RG, what is it, are you injured? Izuku, no man, I just wanted to ask you if you would sign my notebook. I am kinda a massive hero nerd and I did some research about the staff and I was wondering if you could perhaps sign your page? RD, sure thing Sonny, I don't mind. After RG signed his notebook, I thanked her and left and headed for the gate to see both Ijiro and Kaken. Bakugo, hey nerd, what took you so long? I and Rocky over here had to wait for you. Izuku, sorry guys, I was at the infirmary with RG. Kirishima, are you okay bro? Hope you didn't get hurt during the exam. Izuku, no, I was fine. There was a girl that saved me from falling before the exams and she was stuck under the rubble that the massive robot created, so I kinda ran towards it and destroyed it. After I destroyed it, went to help her up and she hurt her legs, so I went to the infirmary to wait for RG. Bakugo, let me guess, you also asked for an autograph, didn't you? Izuku scratches back of head, maybe I did. We walked back to our houses and wait for the news if we entered UA. Time skip of 2 weeks. Nobody POV. It's been 2 weeks since the exam and Izuku is getting nervous about the results. Until all of a sudden, his mother comes running and screaming. Inko, Izuku ITS here. Izuku, what mom, what here? Inko, the letter of UA is here. Han's letter, also dinner is almost ready. Izuku, thank you mom, I will be right down. Izuku proceeds to open the letter and a small disc pops out. He presses the disc and a hologram of All Might shows up. All Might, I am here as a hologram. Hello young Midoriya, you might be wondering why am I here when this letter is from you. Well, that is because of this year I will be teaching the hero course. Now for the main event, the results of the exam. On the written part of the exam, you got a score of 96%, but you also had a physical test. On that test, you got a score of 50 villain points, but that's not all my boy. UA is a top hero school, so of course, we would look for more than just battle capability. We also looked for heroics such as you performed during the test, most noticeable by saving young Uraraka from the 0-pointers. You gained an impressive 85 hero points during the test, thus giving you a score of 130 points, thus giving you the highest score off the first years and making you the first-year representative. You will be in Class 1A. Be proud and pack your stuff, for in 2 weeks you will enter the UA dorm. Izuku is extremely happy and runs downstairs after the hologram stops playing to tell his mom about the great news. The next day, Izuku gets a message in his group chat. Bakugo, did you guys get your results yet? I wanna know how much better I did. Kirishima, I did Baku bro, I got 48 villain points and 34 hero points, giving me a nice 82 points. How about you guys? Bakugo, haha, I got 92 villain points and 0 hero points. Izuku, you guys did awesomely. Bakugo, tell us your score, or didn't you make it? Izuku, I got 50 villain points and 85 hero points, giving me 130 points and making me the first-year representative. Kirishima, that's awesome bro, what classes are you guys in? I'm on it. Bakugo, same, I still got more villain points than you nerd. Izuku, same 1A, cool, we will be in the same class. You guys did awesome, especially you Izu, our first-year representative only had 90 points and you destroyed his score. 2 weeks passed rather quickly and Izuku, Bakugo, and Kirishima have all packed their stuff and gave them to the movers that will place their stuff in their rooms while they all go to the homeroom class to meet their teacher and fellow students. Both Bakugo and Kirishima arrived earlier than Izuku. Izuku arrives just in time as he now stands in front of the 1A door and walks in and sees a familiar blonde-haired boy yelling at a student. Take your feet off the desk. It is insulting to both the craftsmen and the students that went before us. Bakugo, move along extra. Extra, that is not the way to speak to your fellow students. Let's start over. My name is Tenya Ida from Somei High School. Bakugo, Somei, that means you're a DMN elite. I will enjoy crushing you. Ida, crushing, are you sure you want to be a hero? Izuku, Kaken acts nice, they will be our fellow students. I am very sorry for my friends his actions. Ida, oh, it's you from the exam. I am Tenya. Izuku, Tenya Ida, I heard, nice to meet you, my name is Izuku Midoriya, that is Katsuki Bakugo. Uraraka, Midoriya, you make it in 1-8, hugs, thank you for saving me from the robot. Izuku blushes and no problem Uraraka. She is so close. Eraserhead, if you here to make a friend, I would suggest that you leave. Now take your seats. Everyone goes to their seats. Eraserhead, okay, my name is Shota Aizawa. I will be your homeroom teacher. You all will also have a class help. She will be of help in case any of you will need extra help with anything. She will now introduce herself. Fuyumi, hello, my name is Fuyumi Todoroki. I am the daughter of the number 2 hero Endeavor. I will follow this class during all classes and as well as at the dorm. Eraserhead, now with that out of the way, presses a button, put on these and meet me outside on the training ground. Everyone goes to the dressing room and changes clothes and meets their sensei outside. Eraserhead, good, now we will test all of your skills. Uraraka, what about orientation? Eraserhead, those things are useless for you if you want to become a hero. We only have 4 years to train you to become heroes. Now we will do a standard test that you would have done at high school, but this time you can use your quirks. Bakugo, you had the most amount of villain points, so I will use you as an example. What was your ball throw score in high school? Bakugo, around 65 meters. Eraserhead gives him a ball, now throw this. You can do anything you want except leave the circle. Bakugo, sure, now watch this. Extras throws ball with Quirk. Izuku / Kirishima, really? Eraserhead, 923.5 meters. Oh, this will be fun. Eraserhead, fun you say, well, let's give it a risk then. The person that scores lowest will be expelled. But we just came here, that's not fair. Eraserhead, life isn't fair. Natural disasters aren't fair. It's a hero's job to fight unfairness and come out on top. Now show me why you are at UA Go Plus Ultra. The first test is 50 meters sprint. First place is Ida with 2.31 seconds, with Izuku as second, who used OFA at 20% with 2.96 seconds, and Bakugo with 3.4 seconds. The second test is the grip test, where a man named Shoji took first with 540 kilograms. Second place was a man named Sato with 430 kilograms and third place was Izuku with 400 kilograms. The third test is the standing long jump with this. Izuku took first after he grew to 15 meters tall and used OFA 20% to jump an impressive 68 meters. Second place was Bakugo with 5.6 meters and third was a girl named Yaoyorozu who made special shoes and got 5.2 meters. The fourth test is repeated side steps where a weird boy with purple ball as hair took first place with 264 steps in 60 seconds. The second place was Kirishima with 103 per 60 seconds. He used side steps a lot during his boxing training, and third place was a pink-skinned girl named Ishido with 96 steps per 60 seconds. The fifth test was the bald Tro Uraraka took first with a score of infinity. Second place was Izuku who grew big again and threw the ball with both OFA and Bakugo's explosion quirk and got 29.47 meters. To say everyone was surprised at how he was able to use multiple quirks was an understatement, with Eraserhead telling everyone to shut up and ask the questions in their own time at the dorms. Third place was Yaoyorozu who reached a score of 1,045 meters. The sixth test was push-ups. First was Izuku with 332 push-ups. Shoji took second by swapping arms every so often and reached a score of 312, and Kirishima took third with 299 push-ups. The seventh test was distance run. First place was taken by Ida by running at high speed for 30 minutes, then Yaoyorozu by making a bike and biking for 30 minutes, and on third, it was Izuku with just running with OFA. The last test was sit-ups, with first place a weird boy that sparkled named Aoyama with an impressive 120 per 60 seconds. And he needs to train his core for his quirk. Second place was Izuku with 94 per 60 seconds. The third place was Bakugo and Kirishima who tied with a score of 89 per 60 seconds. Eraserhead, now with the test out of the way, we will take a look at the results. Izuku Midoriya first. Momo Yaoyorozu second. Katsuki Bakugo third. Tenya Ida fourth. Eijiro Kirishima fifth. Shoto Todoroki sixth. Fumikage Tokoyami 7th. Mizo Shodiv. Mashireo Ojiro 9th. Mina Ishido 10th. Achiko Uraraka 11th. Koji Koda 12th. Rikido Sato 13th. Siu Azui 14th. Yuga Aoyama 15th. Hantasiro 16th. Denki Kaminari 17th. Kyokajiro 18th. Toru Hagakure 19th. Minoru Mineta 20th. The boy now named Mineta started crying and saying something about babes. Eraserhead, about the expulsion, it was a logical ruse to push you to your limits. Now all of you go back to the classroom. There is a paper on your desk with all needed information as well as room number. Then head to the dorms, and there you meet Miss Todoroki and she will explain the dorms and give your dorm keys goodbye. We all reach the dorms and choose to introduce ourselves to each other. Aoyama, my name is Yuga Aoyama. My quirk is called Naval Laser. It allows me to shoot a stylish laser from my belly button. I can change the amount of damage the laser will do, but if I shoot the laser for too long my stomach will become painfully. I like everything sparkly and appealing and hate ugliness. Ishido, my name is Mina Ishido. I really like dancing and hate perverts. My quirk is called Acid. It allows me to produce acid from anywhere on my body, and I can change the properties of it to make it thicker and make it so it doesn't burn as much. If I use it too much I will become thirsty. Tsu, my name is Tsu Azui, but call me Tsu Ribbit. My quirk is called Frog. I can do anything a frog can do, like stretch my tongue really far or swim faster. Ribbit. My hobbies are swimming and shopping. Ishido, me too girl, we should go shopping sometimes. Ida, my name is Tenya Ida. My quirk is called Engine. It allows me to run at high speeds. My hobbies are running track and reading. Uraraka, hi, my name is Achiko Uraraka. My quirk is called Zero Gravity. Her quirk will change later on in the story. It allows me to make something weightless if all 5 of my fingers pads touch it. I like machi and volleyball. Ojiro, hello, my name is Mashireo Ojiro and my quirk is Tail. It gives me a tail that is stronger than a normal body part. I like skateboarding and martial arts. Kaminari, yo, my name is Denki Kaminari. I like gaming. My quirk is called Electrification. I can discharge electricity from my body and absorb it from lightning and other sources, but if I discharge too much my brain short circuits. Ejiro, While my name is Ijiro Kirishima, my quirk is hardening. It allows me to harden any part of my body or my whole body, thus making it harder than normal. I like working out and Crimson Riot. Koda, my name is Koji Koda. I like animals and my quirk allows me to order animals around. Sato, my name is Rokido Sato. I like working out and baking. My quirk allows me to use the sugar I eat to increase my strength, but overusing it will tire me out. Jiro, my name is Kyokajiro. My quirk is earphone jack. I can use them to stab into walls and hear what happens on the other side better. I can also use them to send my heartbeat to something. I also have enhanced hearing, so please don't be too loud around me. Siro, my name is Hanta Siro. I like gaming and chilling. My quirk allows me to shoot tape from my elbows. The tape is pretty strong. I can use it to capture people or to move around. Tokoyami, my name is Fumikage Tokoyami. My quirk is called Dark Shadow. It's a sentient shadow being that stuck to me. Dark Shadow, that's me. Hi y'all. Tokoyami, I like apples and darkness. Todoroki, my name is Shoto Todoroki. I can use my right side to attack with ice, and on my left side, I can use fire. I like soba. Hagakure, my name is Toru Hagakure. My quirks make me invisible. Her quirk will also chance later on. I like teddy bears and girly things. This will be some info about the story, like what I have chanced about the normal story as well as relationships and quirks. I will place the info about quirks at the bottom, so if you want that to be a surprise you can skip it. Nobody POV. After Fuyumi told everyone to decorate their dorms, everyone went their own way and was getting started with decorating. It took most of the morning and midday for most. While some were sitting in the common room getting to know each other better, a small group of girls came down and Mina spoke up. Ashido, hey guys, me and the girls were talking, and how about we have a competition to check out everyone's room? Bakugo, I am not letting you extras see my room. Kirishima, common Baku bro, it could be fun, or are you scared that you will lose? Bakugo, I never effing lose. My room is like me the effing best. Ida, Bakugo, please watch what you say, chop, but a friendly competition would be beneficial to strengthen the bonds of friendship and camaraderie. Kaminari, yeah, let's go. How are we going to do this, Izuku, well, I would say if we are going to do this we start from above and work our way down, but I will make dinner so I won't be joining, sorry. Bakugo, you won't get off so easy, nerd. We can always check out your room first, smirks. Ida, Bakugo doesn't call your classmates nerd, use their proper name. Izuku, don't worry Ida, I have known Kaken since childhood, he doesn't mean anything mean by it. Ashido, well, let's stop arguing and let's go to his room first, then you can cook if you want. Izuku, sigh, sure. Yaoyorozu, if I can ask, why do you want to cook? Should we not make a schedule for such a task? Izuku, don't worry, we can always worry about that stuff later on, and I like to cook so it won't be a problem, smiles. The class goes to Izuku's room first. The room is pretty normal, beige walls with a couple of hero posters and hero memorabilia, a shelf with a lot of notebooks, around 50-ish maybe more, dark green bedding. Then on his desk one laptop and an external hard drive with hero info written on the side and weapon storage. Denki, wow dude, why so many weapons? Izuku, well, I trained with them to increase my fighting skills overall, and when I asked Aizawa if I could bring them with me he agreed. Ojiro, so you can really use all of them. Kirishima, yeah he can, it's pretty cool all that he can. Shoji, what's in all those notebooks if you don't mind me asking? Jiro, I was also wondering that. Izuku, it's my notes on hero stuff and quirks. It's just information about their quirks and the ways they use them in case I get a similar quirk. Hakigure, so you must be smart. Izuku, I guess I study a lot. The students look around the room with some of the students looking at the weapons Izuku has. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, I see you use a bow staff as well. Izuku, yeah, I started using it as a basis to start to understand fighting with weapons. Wait, what do you mean as well? Do you use the bow staff, Yaoyorozu? Yaoyorozu, I do. I was wondering if you would like to spar some time with bow staff? Izuku, it would be my pleasure, but it's getting close to dinner time, so I will start cooking now. I was thinking about fried rice. Is that okay for everyone? Everyone, short, thanks, yet tasty. Now with knowing what everyone wanted to eat, Izuku goes down to the kitchen while the rest of the class goes back to comparing rooms. And I will give a small rundown of Tsuyu's room and Bakugo. The rest are like the canon. First, her room has green wallpaper and green bed sheets. A desk with pictures of her family. A small coffee table with some pillows near it to sit on. Now Bakugo, his room has beige wallpaper, red bed sheets. Some posters of movies and films, some books. In a corner, there are 2 beanbags to sit in and a desk with a chair. Hope that is clear enough for everyone to know what they look like. After a while, all the students and Fuyumi are now in the common room waiting for Izuku to be done with dinner. Izuku, Kakanijiro, can you guys help carry plates, please? Kirishima and Bakugo walk into the kitchen and help with plates, but being that they had to carry 21 plates, more help was asked as both Ida and Shoji came to help with everyone having food. They enjoyed dinner. After dinner was done, Fuyumi had an announcement. Fuyumi, okay class, this week there are no classes yet, but there is something that is needed to be done before that. The class representative has to be chosen. Now I understand that everyone wants to be the class representative. Kaminari, pick me. Ashido, you need someone like me. Mineta, choose me. I will make changes to the dress code for all the ladies. Ida, quiet down everyone. Bakugo, shut up extras, you're all too loud. Zero, dude, you were the loudest. Ida, I suggest that we vote for the place of the class representative. Ashido, but won't we just vote for ourselves? Ida, yes, but then the person with the most votes will be clearly seen as the right choice. After some more yelling, everyone decided to vote with the rule that you could not vote on yourself. Izuku gained the job with 7 votes. Yaoyorozu became vice representative with 3 votes. Fuyumi, okay, now that we know who are the representatives. This week is all to get to know each other, so no classes yet. Everyone goes to do their own thing as Izuku is now panicking about gaining the representative job. Uraraka, hey. Are you okay? Izuku, kinda, I just don't know if I will be a good representative. Uraraka, how can you not be a good representative? You're smart, nice, strong, I'm sure you will do fine. Ida, Uraraka is correct. Midoriya, I also saw you as the correct choice. Izuku, well, thanks for the kind words, I will try and live up to them. The next morning people are slowly waking up, but Izuku has been awake since 6 working out. Now at 8:30 Izuku walks back to the dorms getting ready to make himself some breakfast and perhaps study or update some notes about quirks and heroes. Now getting back to the dorms, he enters the common room to see both Todorokis talking. Fuyumi, good morning. Midoriya, where were you this morning? Izuku, good morning to you as well. Fuyumi-sensei and Todoroki, I was just having a morning workout. As Izuku walks into the kitchen, he is met with Sato and Koda. Izuku, good morning guys. Sato, good morning. Midoriya, did you have breakfast already? Izuku, no, not yet, I was planning on making some now. Sato, don't worry about it, I was planning on making pancakes for everyone so you don't have to. Izuku, thanks a lot Sato. After Izuku went to go to his room to grab some training weapons when he got stopped by Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, would you mind sparing today? Izuku, sure Yaoyorozu, how about after breakfast? Yaoyorozu, sure, I meet you outside then. After breakfast pancakes, Izuku went outside to meet Yaoyorozu for a spar. Going outside, he is met with a group of half the students in one. Izuku, hey guys, what are you all up to? Jiro, well, we heard from Yamamo that you guys planned on sparring, so we all came to watch. Ashido, yeah, we wanted to see how good you both would be. Smiles. After both Izuku and Yaoyorozu got ready, Izuku removed the baggy hoodie that he uses for training and all of the students are met with a surprise. Izuku so far only wore baggy clothing, even his UA training clothes are baggy by his request, so they only knew that he was in shape. Now how in shape he was. Kinda like this, but Izuku also, not mine rights belong to the original owner. Ashido, holy F. All the girls have at least a small blush and some even have a nosebleed. While most of the guys are shocked at how ripped Izuku really is, they knew that he was buff because they changed clothes together for the quirk test, but they didn't really notice it. Yaoyorozu, blush, you ready? Izuku nods and Yaoyorozu rushes toward him. She first strikes with a downward strike that he easily blocks with his own bow staff. Right after the block, Izuku tried to hit Yaoyorozu on her right side with a big swing that she blocks with the staff, and Izuku proceeds to shoulder tackle her to the floor, which happened. Now Yaoyorozu is on the floor with Izuku aiming for a quick finisher. As he goes for a smack right against the head, she rolls out of the way and gets back to her feet. She goes right back on the attack, but now instead of an overhead downward strike she is striking left and right. Izuku keeps blocking or dodging until he spots a small opening and proceeds to use his staff to trip Yaoyorozu and pin her down. Mineta, Midoriya, you lucky bstrd, touching Yaoyorozu like that. Seeing that Izuku is still pinning down Yaoyorozu, he quickly gets off and apologies. Izuku, sorry for that Yaoyorozu, it wasn't my intention. Yaoyorozu, I understand Midoriya and thank you for the sparing match, but I am no match for you. Izuku, don't say that I just got lucky with an opening, everyone has the right. Ojiro, yo Midoriya, can we spar as well sometime? Izuku, sure Ojiro, I don't mind, you wanna spar now? After some sparring between the students they decide to stop sparring, and now after a shower, Izuku is chilling with Ida, Uraraka, Tsuyu, Yaoyorozu, Jiro. Tsuyu, hey Midoriya, can I ask you something? Izuku, sure Azui. Tsuyu, you're pretty ripped, why do you wear all those baggy clothes and call me Tsu? Izuku, well I just don't like the stares they give me and I prefer loose-fitting clothing more. Jiro, yeah Midoriya, how much can you lift, or are those muscles all for the show? Ida, I am also quite interested in how much weight you use during your workouts. Izuku, well my personal best for bench press is 300 kilograms and for workouts, it depends what type of workout I do. If it's for stamina it's normally from 50 kilograms to 150 kilograms with jumps of 10 kilograms and 20 reps with each, but for power, I do 200 kilograms to 275 kilograms for 5 reps. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, are you even human? Izuku, Jiro has a higher personal best than me, last time I checked it was around 350 kilograms. Ida, that is impressive but understandable that he would have more power, for it would strengthen his quirk. Izuku, about quirks, Ida, what is your top speed so far? And Yaoyorozu, why do you use the bow staff, is it that you prefer to use it, or has it to do with something of your quirk? Jiro, can your earlobes carry weights, if so how much are they able to carry, and can you stretch them out as far as you like, or is there a limit to them? Tsu, can you do everything a frog can do, or is it a specific form? Uraraka, can you only remove gravity and when you go over your weight limit you get sick, right? Would car sick tablets work to lessen the effects? Ida, my top speed at the moment is 125 kilometers per hour, but I plan on beating my older brother's record of 350 kilometers per hour, but it will require a lot of training on my end. Yaoyorozu, with how my quirk works, its simple structure makes it easy to make quickly in battle, so I thought it would be beneficial for me to use. Jiro, they have a limit of around 3 kilograms and I can stretch them about 10 meters. Tsuyu, I am not sure, I think I can do everything almost all frogs can, but I would have to train more to see that fully. Uraraka, I never thought about it like having motion sickness, but it might affect. Thanks, Midoriya. The rest of the week nothing really happens, all students train a bit, but now school starts. Nobody POV. The school year has officially started for the students of UA. During the morning they receive some basic classic like history, math, English, etc. Then is lunch. After lunch the hero studies begin, with those being quirk laws and heroics. The students are now waiting for their heroics teacher. While waiting the students are just chatting with each other. The door opens and they see none other than everyone, All Might. Ashido, no way, All Might is gonna teach us about being a hero. Kaminari, that's so cool. All Might, hello students, I am here to teach you about being a hero. Haha, now get ready because today we will have shows a card with battle training. Press button, grab the case with your seat number and go change. Mineta, what are they? All Might, what do you think, young Mineta? Those are your hero costumes, of course. They were made after your specifications. Now after changing, meet me at ground gamma, dashes off at high speeds. All students grab their cases and get dressed and meet All Might at ground gamma. As they arrive they check out everyone's hero costume, but then Uraraka notices that one student is still missing. Uraraka, hey, where is Midoriya? Izuku, sorry I took a bit longer. They all turn and see Izuku run up in his hero costume. And no headband, and it's Izuku, not Naruto. Also the small black side pocket on his leg is bigger. By the way, the rest of the student's costume will be like canon for now. Uraraka, wow, you look super cool. Midoriya. Izuku, blushes tea. Thanks Uraraka, you also look good. Kirishima, looking cool. Izuku. Izuku, Cool outfit Ijiro looking manly. Kirishima, yeah flexes manly as hell. All Might, calm down everyone. You all are already looking like heroes. So how about we get started with the battle training? Battle training will consist of 2-on-2 indoor battles. Hagakure, if we fail this will you expel us like Mr. Aizawa? Ida, how will you choose teams? Bakugo, can we destroy the enemies? All Might, calm down I don't have super hearing. Now for your questions at least the ones I could understand. No, I will not expel if you lose. Teams will be chosen randomly. And keep the damage minimal for this is still training. Ida, is letting teams be random the correct choice for this exercise, sir? Izuku, Ida think about it. When you're a hero you often have to team up randomly with heroes that are nearby at the moment. Ida, I see sorry for my interruption continue. All Might, grabs a script okay 2 villains are hiding somewhere in the building with a bomb the hero's job is to retrieve the bomb this is done by touching the bomb or they can win by capturing the villains in this capture tape. You will only know your teammate when you're about to fight so the first teams will be Team A Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka versus Team B Mineta Minoru and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team B will be villains you will have 5 minutes to set up and get ready after that time the hero team will have 15 minutes to achieve their goal. Uraraka, awesome we are teamed up smiles. Izuku, blushes yes smiles weakly. Uraraka, teaming up with friends is always better right? All of a sudden Izuku glows brown and it disappears. Uraraka, is what was that? Izuku, oh that was my quirk in action now I also have your quirk cause you said we are friends. Uraraka, oh rubs back of head sorry for getting scared but I thought you would have already gained my quirk. Izuku, well I didn't know we would be friends so when you said it I got confirmation on your side and then gained it. Uraraka, cool but we should think of a plan to beat them. Izuku, I have a plan to get Mineta but it will be harder to defeat Yaoyorozu. I don't think you will like my plan to defeat Mineta though. The 5 minutes are over and Team A enters the building. They stay close to each other as they make sure to first locate the bomb with Izuku being in the front and Uraraka in the back. They reach the 4th floor and locate the bomb room and they are now going to use the plan. Uraraka, Daichi Izuku don't look back. Izuku, Uraraka what's wrong? Uraraka, my costume ripped and my chest is exposed please don't look. Mineta, Uraraka's melons are exposed this is my chance to see the. As Mineta runs in the door he is met with a grinning Uraraka and then a strong fist right to the side of the head that makes him fly in the wall and knocks him out instantly. Bakugo, haha that little perv walked right in that trap. All the girls mentally thank Izuku for hitting the little perv because in the first week of UA dorms he was already irritating. As All Might saw and heard what Izuku and Uraraka did he is mentally laughing because of the trick they used and that it worked. As they tie Mineta up they both walk in and are met with Yaoyorozu and a staff. Yaoyorozu, you may have defeated him but you will not get past me. Izuku, calm down. We don't want to fight think about this first now you're outnumbered give up and surrender. If the bomb blows up you also die so give up peacefully. Yaoyorozu gets ready with her staff to fight off both heroes. Izuku again takes front and tells Uraraka that the second she gets the chance to go for the bomb. Yaoyorozu takes her staff and goes for a downward strike again that Izuku blocks by hardening both of his arms. She quickly pulls the staff back and pushes it forward hitting Izuku right in the face. He stumbles backward but gets ready for her second attack that would be a swing to the side of the ribs that he catches and pulls the staff out of her hands. She creates a new staff but now Izuku gained a weapon he goes for an attack but not to defeat her but to make sure she moves out of the way so Uraraka can reach the bomb. Yaoyorozu gets a hard strike to the side of the leg as she gives one to the side of the head Izuku falls after gaining the hit. Uraraka runs up to Izuku to make sure he is okay. Before she could reach him he is already getting up with a little blood dripping from his head. Izuku, Uraraka I'm fine make sure to get the bomb. He quickly gets into the action as he rushes Yaoyorozu who is also shocked with how she hit him before she could react Izuku tackles her and hold both arms on the floor as Uraraka runs to the bomb and touches it. All Might, the hero team wins. As Izuku gets up and helps Yaoyorozu up they start talking to each other. Izuku also grabs Mineta who is still knocked out. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya I am so sorry for hitting you on your head. Uraraka, are you okay it's bleeding you should go to RG. Izuku, don't worry, I have had worse than this, I am fine, I promise. Yaoyorozu, still you should go to RG, it could be serious. Izuku, fine, I will go after all the fights have happened. I want to take notes so I can help people with points that they need help with. As they all make it back to the rest of the students, the two next teams are Team C Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida versus Team D Ijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato. Bakugo, great, I don't have to hold back against the pebble. Ijiro, big words for a human firecracker. Kirishima and Sato are both villains. As they get ready, they set the bomb upon the 4th floor and start to protect the stairs up to the 4th floor. Bakugo and Ida are both outside as Ida is trying to come up with a plan, but Bakugo just yells with explosions in his hands. Bakugo, shut up, 4 eyes, I will kill Shitty Hair and you can go for thick lips and beat him. 5 minutes are over and now and Team C is making entry, but unlike Team A, they are loud. Well, someone is loud. As they reach the 3rd floor, they see both of the members of Team D Bakugo walk up to Kirishima as both get ready for the fight. Bakugo and Kirishima both rush each other as Bakugo starts to throw open palm strikes and Kirishima holds a boxer stance and throws a couple of jabs as he blocks or dodges the palm strikes. Shortly after the fight start, Bakugo's gauntlet lights up and he starts to smirk and jumps backward. Bakugo, I hope you're hard enough, Pebble, cause if they followed my orders then this will leave a mark. Smirks thick lips, out of the way if you don't want to die. Bakugo lifts his gauntlets and points it at Kirishima as Sato moves to the side in the wonder of what will happen. He readies it and goes to pull the pin. Ashido, that will kill him. To stop him, All Might. Izuku, don't worry. I have been training with both of them for a while, just watch. Right then Bakugo pulls the pin and a massive explosion gets sent right to Kirishima, who is also smirking and yells. Kirishima, backing down isn't manly, so try your best, Pop Rock. The explosion happens and almost everyone who is watching is shocked at the thought that someone died. Izuku, cool, that was a stronger explosion. Uraraka, how can you be so calm, isn't he a friend? Izuku, of course he is, that's why I believe that he will survive. After the explosion dies down, Kirishima is seen shoved back from where he used to be standing. Both Kirishima and Bakugo start to fight again, with Bakugo having a clear advantage over Kirishima with the damage he gained. After a short fight, Bakugo beats Kirishima as Sato and Ida are still fighting, but Ida is winning. Bakugo is now walking up the stairs slowly and goes for the bomb. After 30 seconds, Bakugo reaches the bomb and wins the match for his team. They all reach the students with Bakugo and Kirishima still chatting. Kirishima, I need to work on my toughness, that blast was strong. Bakugo, of course it was strong. Shitty Hair, it was mine. After the rest of the fights, the students make way to the dorms as Izuku is being dragged to RG by both Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. After getting to RG and seeing that nothing is wrong, it's just a cut, they make it to the dorms as well. And they are met with the rest of the class. Ashido, hey Yamamoto, Midori, and Chako, where did you guys go? Izuku, they both brought me to RG after Yaoyorozu hit me during the training. And Midori? Ashido, yeah, it's my nickname for you. But why didn't you go during the training itself? Izuku, well, I wanted to take notes about your quirks and fighting skills so that I could help you all increase your skill. Hagakure, oh, did you learn anything, Midori? Izuku, I think I learned something about your quirk, Hagakure, but I am not sure. I would need to do a small test to get a better read. Ashido, oh, tell us. Izuku, well, for that can you stand right below that light, Hagakure? As Hagakure moves to stand under the light, Izuku starts writing something in his notebook as everyone just looks confused. Izuku, it's just like I thought, you're not invisible. Hagakure, yes, I am confused. Yamamoto, I think my hit did some real damage, let's get you back to RG quickly. Izuku, no, I am fine, her quirk isn't invisibility, but she also isn't invisible. Invisible things don't cause any visible effect, they don't block, reflect, or emit any light. You can see through them, they don't cast shadows, and as you see, she has a shadow. Everyone now looks at her feet to see a shadow and they see the shadow. Hagakure, what does that mean? What is my quirk then? Now everyone including Fuyumi is looking at Izuku awaiting his answer. Izuku, I am not 100% sure, but I can only assume it would be something along the line of light manipulation. If I am correct, that would make you pretty powerful if you train it correctly. Zero, then what can she do? Izuku, Well, first if she could make herself visible and invisible as well as the object she comes into contact with. She could also possibly create force fields or weapons out of light, but that will take some time to figure out. I know you would like to know how to remove your invisibility to see yourself, but remember your quirk is now new to you, so it will take some time for you to find out how to do it. Hagakure, wow, but how would I change this? Izuku, I am more than happy to find that out together if you would like Hagakure. Hagakure, yes, I would love that. Midori kisses his cheek. You're amazing. Izuku now glows a whitish color and explains that it's his quirk, and they all start to talk and get ready for dinner. The next day starts and Izuku is setting up a meeting with Hagakure to figure out her quirk better and hopefully even find out how to remove her invisibility. Izuku, hey Hagakure, about your quirk, how about we meet Saturday and try to figure it out what your quirk can fully do? Hagakure, sure Midori, where will we do that? Ashido, hey Toru, hey Midori, what are you talking about? Izuku, wait, did both of you call me Midori? Ashido/Toru, yeah, it sounds cute. Ashido, you don't mind, do you? Get close to Izuku. Izuku blushes and no, I don't mind at all. Just confused about what I heard, but I and Hagakure were talking about figuring her quirk out better. Ashido, oh, so the training, I was gonna ask as well if you could help me out with some training. I was talking to some of the others and they also wanted to increase their quirk. Maybe we can meet up with the ones that want to train and are free. Is that okay with you too? Hagakure, I see no problem with it, might be fun. Hi, how about you Midori? Izuku blushes, it's fine with me. I was thinking about getting the okay from Aizawa-sensei to use the ground beta on Saturday. We would have all the time we would need. Ashido, perfect, I will see who wants to meet up then and you ask Aizawa-sensei about the training ground. Both Ashido and Hagakure walk away and talk to the other students to ask who wants to meet up for quirk training, and a big group of students agree. Those that didn't agree were Mineta, Siro, Kaminari, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Shoto. Both Bakugo and Kirishima both agreed to train on Saturday and don't really need extra help from Izuku since they have had it before. Mineta didn't want it cause he had something else to do, but Ashido and Hagakure both didn't ask. They asked Ida to help with asking. Both Siro and Kaminari had a couldn't because they both were gonna meet up with their girlfriends. Shoto didn't come because he wanted to spend the day with his mother and fiancé. Now that everyone who wanted / could come had agreed, they needed permission from Aizawa for ground beta. Izuku, Uncle Aizawa, I need permission to use ground beta for quirk training and normal training with some of the other students from the class. Uncle Aizawa, when, who, and why? Izuku, next Saturday. It would be everyone except for Mineta, Siro, Kaminari, Shoto, Kakanai, Jiro. It started when I stated something about Hagakure's quirk, and then other people wanted to join in, so we decided that we could train and hopefully help improve at least a little bit. Uncle Aizawa, good, your request to use ground beta on Saturday is granted. Use the time wisely, problem child. Izuku, I got in trouble only a couple of times during our training and it was only to help out people. Don't you think I could get another nickname? Uncle Aizawa, no you can't, problem child. Now I am gonna go back to sleep. Izuku, sure think, Uncle Aizawa. After permission was granted, Izuku went to work to make at least some ideas for everyone who would be coming so that they would not be wasting time. The week went by normal. Izuku now knew who all would be showing up on Saturday and he was ready. Now it's Saturday. Izuku woke up earlier than the rest of the students, but that was so he could do some weapons training since he would be spending the rest of the day training with quirks and workouts. After his workout, he starts walking back to the dorms to grab a small breakfast and move to ground beta. Arriving at ground beta, he sees that he is alone. That is to be expected. He did show up 15 minutes earlier than the rest of the class, so he decides to do some bodyweight exercises to get the blood pumping. Not 10 minutes later, the rest of the class shows up and sees Izuku doing some handstand push-ups. While still wearing a shirt, it was not covering his abs, so the whole class could see the insane 8-pack he was packing. All the girls grew a blush seeing his abs and the boys were impressed. Sato, holy hell man, you are ripped. Ojiro, yeah, what kind of workout did you do? Ida, very impressive stature, but that should be expected of the class representative. I am also intrigued by the workouts you do. Izuku, I can give you guys my workout schedule later, but it's nothing really. Let's start with the training. Okay, I know you guys want to improve your quirks or the use of your quirks, so I did some thinking about it and I might have something to at least help everyone a little bit. Everyone, awesome / cool, thank you / tell us. Izuku, so I will go from person to person with whatever I could come up with. First Ida, at first I wasn't fully sure what your engines run on, but when you told me they run on orange juice, but what about trying different types of drink and see the results they have, such as maybe orange juice will remain the best overall, but maybe there is something that will give you a bigger speed boost but will burn the fuel faster, or something along those lines. But seeing that it might not plan out as an upgrade, I came up with something else. If you would add rollerblades on your boots that can extend/retract on the command, you will gain speed while still being able to just run as well. And for training now, I would suggest trying new types of kicks that will be able to gain a boost of your engines so that your kick will gain more power. Ida, I shall consider that. Thank you for the suggestions, my friend. Izuku glows a dark blue light. Izuku, no problems Ida, I am happy to help. Now Shoji, if I understand your quirk, it's that you can grow multiple things on the top of your arms, correct? Shoji, you are correct about that. Izuku, well then I can only suggest that you try to increase the number of things you can produce and train in grappling, wrestling, and some boxing. With your multiple arms, being able to put someone in a SBMSN hold should be easier than most people and overpower them. Boxing mainly just so you can improve your own defense and strength. Shoji, I will, thanks. Izuku, now Aoyama, your quirk is naval laser, right? Does your quirk require anything to fire? Aoyama, yes, to fire my magnifique laser it drains my stamina. And the size of the laser will hurt my tummy. Izuku, well, making a smaller laser will drain less stamina and will make sure your stomach doesn't hurt as much. Try making smaller lasers that do less damage but are faster. Also, train a lot of cardio and maybe some pain tolerance so that the pain you get from firing your laser won't hurt as much because of your used to the pain, or at least better at handling. Aoyama, I will, monsieur, and I will make it sparkle. Izuku, Sato, you gain power with sugar, but the more sugar you eat you get a sugar crash, thus making you dumber as well as tired and harder to function. So with that, it's hard to really improve. I would just suggest trying weight training more to increase your base strength, thus increase your overall strength, and try boxing as well, maybe some other simple fighting styles so that even if you're in a sugar crash you can still function and fight. For your sugar rushes, try overusing it a lot to increase the time you have now. Sato, I will. Izuku, Tokoyami, I know that your quirk is a sentient one, with it being the being called Dark Shadow. Does it gain power with more darkness? Tokoyami, correct. The beast gains strength in the abyss, yet its need for destruction and chaos grows uncontrollable during those times. Izuku, this may sound weird, but try talking with Dark Shadow and coming to an understanding with what you want from it as well as what it wants. Tokoyami, what do you mean? Izuku, well, growing up most people are showed that quirks are for uses and that we decide what they do, but your quirk has a will of its own, thus you have two beings with a will in one host. So instead of using Dark Shadow as a quirk, try seeing it as a partner in both combat and life, like how K9 operators have their dogs as both a colleague but also as a pet. Tokoyami, I shall begin friendlier behavior towards Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow, yeah, now I can also hang out. Izuku, Ojiro, with a quirk that has a mutation, I can't really suggest any real chance towards your quirk, but I suggest trying its hardness and making it more durable, and then just new fighting styles, but with your hero costume you already know that. Ojiro, yeah, I thought something along those lines already, but being able to train with people is always nice. Izuku, Koda, with your quirk revolving around sound, I can only suggest trying your voice to be louder and maybe try looking up what animals are in the area and seeing if they have a strength you can use. I also suggest you gaining a fighting style as not to only rely on the animals your quirk reach. Koda nods. Izuku, now Yaoyorozu, with your quirk it's hard to make it any stronger. Yaoyorozu, what do you mean by that, Midoriya? Izuku, well, you can make anything that is non-living. Correct? Yaoyorozu, that is correct, so how can you now make it any stronger? Izuku, well, mainly cause it's already really strong, to begin with. Yaoyorozu, it's not that strong, I can only make things if I know how they are made and have the object in mind, so it's not that strong. Izuku, I disagree. You could without a doubt kill everyone here if you wanted without much problem. Ashido, I don't understand. Izuku, well, okay, let me say this then. Yaoyorozu could create a bomb in her dorms with the lunch the school provides, and she can make any bomb if she knows how to make them, such as an H2O bomb or even worse. As well as make things that are near impossible to make or even things that are only theorized. Yaoyorozu, Can you explain those two last points in more detail, Midoriya? Izuku, sure, well, let's say your bow staff you mainly make it out of iron, but what about instead of iron you make it out of magnesium, which is one of the strongest and lightest metals, with it being as light as aluminum and being as strong as titanium alloys? Or even make something out of adamantine, mithril, or vibranium? Yaoyorozu, but those don't exist. Izuku, but if you understand how they are made and if it's correct you could create it, so it doesn't matter if it doesn't exist. And for the other points, you could create something that is normally not made or is needed for a custom something. So let's say making a sword instead out of iron, you can make it out of magnesium, making it stronger than a normal sword, but what about making a sword but giving it a unique shape instead of a normal shape for maybe a fear factor? Yaoyorozu, I see, I have never thought about it like that. Thank you for this, Midoriya, I will take this to heart, and thank you for saying my quirk is one of the strongest, it means a lot. Izuku, don't worry about it, I was just speaking the truth. Now Ishido. Ishido, tell me, Midori, if it's any good you might be able to call me Mina. Uraraka, wait, Midori? Since when is this a thing? Ishido, this week grins wide jealous that I and Toru give him a cute nickname. Uraraka blushes, of course not, I was just wondering, that's all. Ishido, sorry sweetie, but come on Midori, tell me. Izuku, okay. I would suggest changing the amount of acidity of your own acid. Making it with the same amount of acidity as lemon juice or cola. But also increasing the amount of it for melting through walls. Maybe if it's possible making it denser and fuller, and then as well as maybe making it into a gas. Ishido, what for uses could that have? Slightly tilts head. Izuku, cute. Izuku, well, making it having less acid could work as a scare tactic. Ishido, Toru, Urarakanjuro, Sato, Ida? Huh? Izuku, okay, let's say first you make your highest and strongest level of acid you can make and make it drip on the floor, thus melting through it, and then suching to a low level of acid and spray it over the person, thus giving them the idea they will melt to death by acid, but in reality giving you an opening to take them down and throwing the equivalent of lemon juice on someone. Ishido, oh, that would be cool and fun. And about the other, with it making gas or thicker? Izuku, well, making it thicker would make it like a slime thickness, or even thicker would be good for throwing it farther, and the gas could work as pepper spray. Ishido, I can try that, and now you have permission to call me Mina and I won't listen to other ways. Izuku glows a pink color. Izuku blushes as sure Mina. Izuku, now Jiro, your earphone jack stretch, I assume it has a limit, but what is it also, how much weight can they carry? Jiro, they can stretch like 5 or so meters, and towards weight it's 10 pounds. Izuku, then I would try to increase the weight your jacks can carry and also try and increase the strength of the jacks themselves so you can stab them in all sorts of surfaces. For fighting, I would try and focus on using your jacks as help in grabbing something like a leg or arm and moving them to trip them, and try learning how to use trouning knives or kunai. I myself have trained, so if you want I could help with that. Jiro, sure, I appreciate the help. Izuku, Azui, you should train your legs to gain more speed in jumping and look at what kind of frog your quirk imitates, maybe it's multiple frogs, and then you can see what abilities you have in total. Tsu, thank Midoriya, but call me Tsu carrot ribbit carrot. Izuku, Uraraka, your quirk needs you to touch something with 5 fingers for your quirk to make something float right. Uraraka, Yenods. Izuku, then I would try and figure out what your quirk really does. Ishido, Midori, you just said what her quirk is. Izuku, no, that is only what her quirk looks like it's doing. It could be that her quirk removes its gravity, maybe it nullifies its gravity, and maybe it could do more. Uraraka, like what, tilts head. Izuku, cute. Izuku, well, perhaps you can change someone's gravity in total, like how she can now remove its gravity, but perhaps it can also increase something's gravity, thus making it really hard to move and trapping them in place. To increase the chance to use your quirk better, you should train with Kaken in martial arts. Uraraka, why should I train with him, can't you teach me? Izuku, I would love to teach you myself. I don't mean it like that, I just mean that I like teaching, not anything else. Blushes, but I myself am still learning that fighting style, so I would most likely teach you some wrong things myself. But Kaken teaches me as well, so we can train together. Smiles. Uraraka, yeah, I would like that. Bakugo is kinda hard to deal with cause he yells so much. Tsuyuta. Izuku, I guess he is something to get used to. Hagakure, Now it's my turn now help me Midori I wanna be visible. Izuku, well I am not 100% sure how to, but with your quirk allowing you to interact and chance light I would suggest you focusing on your hand and trying to focus on your hand, try thinking of the light being blocked and not coming through it but it stops on the skin. Hagakure, I will try Midori thank you cutie. Izuku, blush is happy to help now let's train. Everyone. Yeah. Everyone started training with Izuku helping everyone that he could. Toru was getting frustrated with not being able to remove her invisibility so Izuku took more time with her. All the girls became kind of jealous but understood that she needed the extra help because this is a totally new concept for her. Now after a full of training, they agreed that they would make dinner for them while almost everyone goes back to the dorm. Izuku and Toru are the last that are at ground beta. Izuku, Hagakure you should go back to the dorms we can try again on another day. Hagakure, I know I just want to be able to see myself. I can remember how I look you know how weird it is to not know what you look. Izuku, well how about that we go to train together tomorrow then again if you want so we help you show your appealing self. Both Izuku and Hagakure blush but before Izuku can take anything back he gets tackled into a hug. The day goes by normally with everyone being tired and happy about the training. The next day Izuku and Toru start training together to hopefully remove her invisibility. After a little bit before lunch, they reach a breakthrough. Toru gets her hand visible. Hagakure, oh my god I did it look we can see my hand look eyes my hand, jumps up and down excited. Izuku, good job Hagakure I knew you could do it. Remember that we aren't done yet. We still have to make sure you became visible completely and can also turn it on again. So before we make you visible let's first make your hand invisible again. Hagakure, wait but aren't we training to make me visible? Izuku, yes we are but if we make you visible and you can't turn it on again you will kind of lose your quirk. So let's first turn your hand invisible again. After that Hagakure turns her hand invisible again and visible over and over again to gain a better understanding of it. And now it's time to do something that is making her nervous with what Izuku said about losing her quirk. She now turns her invisibility and shows Izuku her face seeing her beauty and he blushes. And I don't own this or know where it's from just like it. Hagakure, did it work? How do I look? Izuku, it worked. You look really nice Hagakure. Hagakure, no Toru call me Toru. Izuku, okay Toru. We should head back to the dorms and show the rest of the class. Toru, yeah let's go I also want to see how I look. Both Izuku and Toru walk back to the dorms and on their way they encounter Aizawa. Aizawa, problem child who is this and why is she here? Izuku, sir this is Hagakure sir. During training, we were able to find out how to remove and enable her invisibility at will. Toru, yeah Mr. Aizawa it's me. Midori found out after our battle training and we took the weekend to train. Aizawa, I see good job kid for both of you. Now go back to the dorms it's almost dinner time. Izuku/Toru, yes sir. Both the students arrive at the dorms and Toru told Izuku how she was able to remove and enable her invisibility with it for her is easy to do once she got it down but for Izuku being a far harder task. They enter the dorms and are meeting with all the girls and some of the boys. Mineta, who is that hottie Midoriya? Ida, Mineta please don't say that. Be respectful but with that, I am also curious who this woman is Midoriya and why would she be here? Yaoyorozu, were you not still training with Toru? Wait don't tell me. Ashido, wait you don't mean. Toru, yes she does smiles. Ashido, OMG girl you are so pretty. Uraraka, wow Toru you look really pretty. Tsuyu, yeah also a good job with it working now. Siro, wait does that mean you can't turn invisible anymore? Toru, no I can turn invisible anytime I want all thanks to Midori. Ajiro, good job Izuku. Bakugo, at least the nerd can do something. After dinner, everyone was having a blast with the boys doing some games ranging from Smash to Uno and checkers. While the girls were having a meeting for Toru to find out what type of makeup would work for her and what type of hairstyles she could use to look prettier. Having had so much fun everyone went to bed so they can face the next week's full force. With the girls having Izuku in mind. Class 1A is having lunch with Ida, Uraraka, Tsu, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Mina, Toru, and Izuku sitting at the same table. Toru, hey Midori, I was wondering something. Izuku, what is it Toru? Toru, You seem to know Aizawa a lot better than the rest of us. Why is that? Yaoyorozu, I also noted this, but I also saw the same thing in both Bakugo and Kirishima. Izuku, well, I have known Aizawa ever since I was a kid. He was a friend of my father and even did heroes work together. For Kaken and Ijiro, well, when I was training with them they met him and joined the training. Mina, wait, your dad is a hero. Oh, who is he? Izuku looks down. Was a hero. He died during a mission 14 years ago. Mina, I am sorry, I didn't know. Izuku looks up with a smile. Don't worry, Mina, it's okay. But about who he was known as the Heat Hero, Oven. Ida, I have heard of him. He was ranked quite well. Was he not around 20th or such? Izuku, yeah, he was ranked 18th, I hope. Security breach level 3 security. Breach level. As this is heard over the announcement system, all the students that were having lunch start freaking out as Ida stops one of the third years to ask what happens. He is told that it means that the UA perimeter has been breached and someone has entered UA, and as long as he has been at UA this has never happened. With this knowledge, the group tries to exit, but with all the panic that everyone is feeling they start pushing each other trying to get out first. But during this Izuku gets pushed to the window and he sees it's just the media that has entered, so he turns around and sees Uraraka and Mina getting almost trampled and he loses his patience and yells with present Mike's quirk activated. Izuku, stop this right now. We are all students of UA, a school for heroes, so start acting like it. There is no villain, it's just the media. Now calm down and return safely to class. Now that everyone heard it, and some even having pain in their ears, they all slowly and calmly return to class so the teachers can check out what happened and make sure that no students got harmed or kidnapped. At class 1 at Kirishima, an Izuku that was manly and loud as hell. Ida, it was very impressive how you took control so fast and make everyone calm down to ensure no injuries would happen. Izuku, I did want to be so loud, I just kind of forgot to hold back a little. He rubs back of head. Uraraka, wait, you could do louder? Izuku, yeah, I can almost be as loud as present Mike's, although my throat will start to hurt if I do. The door shoots open and shows Eraserhead and Fuyumi. Aizawa, is everyone here? Izuku, yes sir, all 20 students are here and accounted for. Aizawa, good work, problem child. Also doesn't try acting like a present Mike too often, one of him is enough. Izuku, yes sir. Aizawa, now I will say this now to save myself the trouble later on. After the next break we will be taking a small trip with class 1B to the USJ for rescue training. Time skip. All the students are on the bus and everyone is talking and having fun. Ojiro, hey Midoriya, I was wondering something about your quirk. Izuku, sure, what is it? Ojiro, well, you have the quirks of people you respect and of people who have respect for you, right? Izuku, yeah, why? Ojiro, doesn't that mean you have All Might's quirk? Hearing this question, everyone looked at Izuku for an answer, and Izuku was freaking out in his head for a second, but he was ready for this question. Izuku, well, yeah, I do have it. Zero, wait, so you are as strong as All Might? Izuku, no, it's not like that. I am not near as strong as All Might with the quirk. My quirk requires respect, but for it to be 100% the same I would need to see him as family, and he needs to see me as a family member as well. And even then I won't be nearly as skilled as him using it. Shoji, but you could be as strong as All Might. Yaoyorozu, no, that's not true. He could be stronger. Kaminari, how, that makes no sense. He doesn't have the same skill, so he would be weaker, and his quirk doesn't make it stronger, so what do you mean? Yaoyorozu, let me put it like this. Midoriya could use All Might's quirk, but he can add quirks to that, making it stronger. Perhaps add an extra strength quirk to make him even stronger, or add a quirk that hardens his skin to add to the damage. Mineta, scary. Bakugo, I will still beat the nerd. Aizawa, enough chit-chat, we are here. The students walk out of the bus and meet the other hero class 1B, their homeroom teacher Vlad Kind, and Uraraka. OMG, it's 13, he is one of my favorite heroes, so cool. How childish of class 1A, acting like children, it just chop. Sorry about that guy. He thinks there is some rivalry between our classes and wants to act high and mighty. Both classes introduce themselves to each other. Vlad King, now that everyone is done with getting to know each other, 13 has some things to say. 13. Hello students, I am 13, the space hero. My quirk Black Hole, as you all may know, I use it for rescue, but it can also easily be used to kill. Some of you have quirks like that. During your quirk apprehension test you all learned what your quirks could do with the day-to-day tasks, and during your heroics lessons you all saw what your quirks could do against other people, but now we will see how your quirk can be used to save people. All of a sudden the lights flicker and a purple mist shows up in the center of the US. Tetsu. Hey, they have fake villains. Hello teachers and students of UA. We are the League of Villains. We are here to kill All Might. So where is he? Aizawa. 13. Protect the students, Vlad, and I will take care of the villains down there. Tetsu. What can we do, Vlad-sensei? Izuku. We need to get outside and contact UA to see if this is the only attack site or if this is a large-scale attack. Vlad King. He is correct to get outside and contact UA. While the students try and escape out of the USJ, both Vlad King and Aizawa are beating the thugs that arrived. Before the students could get near the game, the villain was surrounded by mist teleports in front of them. Hello, young heroes of tomorrow. My name is Kurojiri. We are the League of Villains, and we are here to kill All Might, but I notice his absence, so I have been ordered to kill some of the next generations to hopefully make All Might come here. Both Bakugo, Kirishima, Tetsu, and Kamakiri jump forward and try attacking the villain, but doing so made it impossible for 13 to attack him. The mist villain dodged the attack without much trouble. Now that the students aren't in the way, 13 opens an attack on Kurojiri that he reflects by opening a portal in front of himself and behind 13, making 13 attacks himself. Seeing that 13 is fighting, Izuku orders Ida to run to UA and get reinforcements. Now Ida runs for the gate. Kurojiri went to attack Ida but got stopped by Uraraka, seeing a neck brace and making Kurojiri weightless and then throwing him in the air. Seeing what she was doing, both Siro and Sato decide to help, first by hitting Kurojiri with tape and then throwing him away. The unnamed leader of LOV is getting impatient and orders Kurojiri next to him and tells him to get the Noma's. A gate opens and 3 monsters-like creatures walk out, one that is bigger than All Might in both muscle and height with a bird beak and its brain exposed. Then one that is about the size of Endeavor but with 4 arms and its head without a jaw and its brain exposed. And the third and final Nomu looking like a silverback gorilla with its brain exposed. The leader orders Nomu 1, bird beak, to attack the students, while Nomu 2, 4 arms, attacks both Aizawa and Vlad King. Nomu 3, gorilla, stays near the boss. Nomu 1 fight. The Noma jumps in front of all the students and throws a punch at a small group of 1B students, but before it could hit the students, the Noma becomes stuck in cement. With most of the students thinking of Cementos, they turn around hoping for the teachers arriving, but seeing Izuku doing it. The Nomu made small work of the cement prison and decided to attack Izuku, jumping towards him and striking him with the hit connecting, and Izuku gets thrown in the wall of the USJ. Class 1A/Fuyumi, Izuku Midori. Bakugo and Kirishima, with a new level of rage, decide to attack the Nomu with a big attack. Kirishima hardens himself to his max level and rushes toward the Nomu's legs and holding him in place, and Bakugo running up with his maxed out gauntlet. The second villains showed up. He started storing his sweat right in the Noma's face. Bakugo, that what you get, TV pigeon. The smoke clears and it shows the Nomu with no injury at all. Nomu lifts his arm and brings it down on Kirishima, smacking him to the floor, and now going for Bakugo. Noma jumps forward but gets stopped halfway by ice, a lot of ice, but not normal ice. This ice looks darker, and the source of this ice is Fuyumi. Fuyumi, students, stop fighting and run, we need to get to safety. While this ice was stronger than the cement, it still stood no chance of holding the Nomu. It broke free and rushed toward the students again, but it got stopped by a kick and it stumbled back from the kick. Seeing who kicked the Nomu was Izuku, the one they thought was unconvinced, in the wall after a massive hit. Izuku, before getting hit, brought up his arm and reinforced it with hardening, and this softening the blow, but it still did an insane amount of damage, with so far the injuries being cracked shoulder, 1 broken rib with 3 cracked ribs. To increase both damage and speed, Izuku used one of his super moves. It is called Overdrive. He uses his father's quirk to warm up his body and strengthen his body, and buffing the effects with OFA to increase the damage even more. He hardens both his hands and feet. Izuku jumps forward again and throws punch after punch to the Nomu, with the Nomu taking real damage. And I made the Nomu weaker than the original one. With one more punch with 30% sends the Nomu flying back toward the leader of LOV and also cracking Izuku's full arm. Nomu 2 fight. Nomu 2 rushed first toward Vlad's king with him, making a small shield out of blood to tank the hit. The hit lands in the blood shield and Vlad turns the shield back into blood and makes it surround the Nomu's left arms and hardened, while Aizawa jumps toward the beast and wraps up its legs and dropkicks towards the beast. The Nomu just swipes with its arm and smacks Aizawa hard, but he wasted no time in getting back up again and rushing the beast again, but now with more speed, using his binding cloth to pull himself forward while also tripping the Nomu. Aizawa lands a kick right on the Nomu's chest, and Vlad, who made it to the back of the Nomu, delivers a hard punch to the brain of the Nomu. The Nomu falls to the ground and lays still for a second. Both Aizawa and Vlad thought they won, but when they wanted to go fight the boss, the Nomu screeched like an injured beast ready to kill, and before they could react, both got smack into the floor by the now freed Nomu. In a last-ditch effort, Aizawa tries to break the beast his arms and neck, not killing the beast but putting him out of action for a while. Aizawa gets on the beast his neck and cracks it with all his might, but the beast jumped in the sky to hopefully kill him with a last-ditch effort. Both now are falling to the ground with the Nomu having a grip on Aizawa's breaths, thus both landing hard on the floor, both knocked out and injured. Vlad King stands up with him, only having minimal injuries, and decided to attack the main boss, so this fight is all over with, but before he could even step towards the boss, the first Nomu gets sent into the floor, knocked out. Nomu 3 fight. The leader of LOV is getting irritated and is scratching his neck hard. 2 of his Nomu got defeated. How could this possibly happen? They were supposed to win. On top of the stairs, Izuku and his class are still standing, with Izuku only having injuries, thankfully nothing life-threatening. As they won their fight so far, they see down the stairs Aizawa on the floor with a small puddle of blood. Vlad's king is still standing and yells to them to grab Aizawa and get out. Fuyumi, Shoji, Bakugo, and Kirishima run for Aizawa, with Izuku wanting to go but getting stopped by all the girls in 1A, fearing for his safety and health. They arrive at Aizawa and Shoji grabs him. Both Bakugo and Kirishima are the attack force if anyone tried something. Fuyumi made sure he was still alive. They run back, but before they could make it, Vlad King is thrown into Bakugo. Kirishima looks back to see who attacked, and it was the gorilla Nomu who did that to make sure all the injured got back up safely. He hardens himself and stands strong as a line of defense. Bakugo wanted to help fight, but Fuyumi ordered to grab Vlad, who was unconscious and bleeding. The leader of Love tells the Nomu to kill these brats now. Nomu charges much like a normal gorilla, and Kirishima takes up his guard and faces the Nomu directly. The Nomu swings his left arm wildly for a punch, with Kirishima being able to dodge and throw a punch to the side of the face, but it did nothing. The gorilla not faced by the attack punches again, but this time connection, and sending Kirishima to the stairs. Fuyumi, fearing for one of her students, sends a layer of her strongest ice to encase the beast Nomu. The leader of LOV get angrier than before and orders the Nomu. Nomu, kill that white-haired beach now. I want her to be gone. She has been ruining my game. The Nomu, with new orders, now focuses on Fuyumi, but before he could hit her, Bakugo and Izuku blast the beast in the face with an explosion. Hoping it did damage, they stood back waiting for some sign of it being over. Some of the other students helped bring everyone back upstairs, and Todoroki made a barrier of ice to give some protection. The Nomu charges for the 2 people in front of the stairs and with blinding speeds hit them both. Bakugo getting hit on the stairs, but lucky getting saved by the Quirk of Kendo, who caught him. Izuku, on the other hand, got hit and was sent flying in a wall again, but this time they could see him clearly. Left arm is broken, a cut on top of his head making blood run down his face. Barely conscious, but now with everyone upstairs and the Nomu getting there as well, it was looking grim. The Nomu grabbed Fuyumi with Todoroki, sending a massive ice wall toward the Nomu, for it only to be broken by his free arm. The leader of LOV got on top of the stairs and ordered the Nomu to hold on the kill just yet, but hold her head under his hand. This level was harder than I thought. So many irritating minions, it almost seemed like a mini-boss fight. Thankfully MSTR gave us these special summonses. Now for your brats. Where is All Might? Tell me or she dies slowly. Everyone was silent out of fear. Well then, I will just summon him by completing this level. Nomu, kill her then them. The Nomu gets ready to crush Fuyumi's head, but something happens. Before Love leader talked. Izuku POV. What happened? Where am I? What's going on? I look around and see nothing but blackness, and it's all fuzziness. I get a small glimpse of light and I see that it's Fuyumi getting held by that beast thing. I need to save her. I can't let her die, she was so nice to me. I can't let any of my new friends die. I need to save them. As I see the man with hands over his body talk about something, time seemed to stop for a second with a man with raven hair and a red eye walk up to me. You're the first one to unlock its true potential with your desperation that you're feeling now. Izuku, who are you? Please, I need to help my friends, let me go, I need to save them. Don't worry, ninth, I am the third user of OFA Nowhere. As he taps my forehead, my eyes start to feel stronger, faster, better. Third. This ability is called Rinnin Sharingan. I shall explain it in full detail later on, but for now all you need to know is that it will allow you to swap places with someone or something. Izuku, I can work with that. As he faced darkness and light consumes me, I think of a plan to save Fuyumi. Nobody POV. Nomu kills her, then them is what Class 1A heard. Everyone with fear in mind looks over to see Fuyumi with tears in her eyes, fearing for her life. The Nomu puts strength in his hand, but before the Nomu can crush her head, she is gone, and the beast now holds Izuku, who smiled. The Nomu, still with intent to kill what was in his hand, crushes down, but Izuku grows big and the Nomu can't hold Izuku anymore. With Izuku now standing an insane 7 meters, he charges up OFA over his entire body at 25%. Over his max, but this doesn't break his bones, just hurts like hell and puts stress on his entire body. And rushes the Nomu, throwing punch after punch at insane speeds, with the Nomu getting pummeled into the floor. As Izuku throws a hard punch, the Nomu gets sent flying down the stairs. With this, Izuku, though he won the fight. To his surprise, the Nomu got up again and rushes toward Izuku again, with Izuku now grabbing the Nomu by the arm and throwing him down the USJ with his strength, but it happens again, the Nomu comes back over and over again. You can't defeat this Nomu is made for the big fish. Izuku smirks, well, thank God I can grow even bigger then. Izuku now proceeds to grow to 15 meters and jumps down the stairs toward the Nomu. He hardens his arm and grabs the Nomu, him holding the Nomu like a doll. Izuku, I got your strongest guy captured, surrender now, villains. Haha, he can beat All Might, kid, you haven't got sheet. NMU self-destruct. Kurogyuri gets us out now. A portal opens up and SEKS, the leader, in. The Nomu starts to glow reddish, with it holding on to Izuku's hand. Izuku, with not knowing how big the blast could be, runs away to the other side of the USJ, fearing for his friend's life. The class, hearing what the leader said, is scared for Izuku, who is running away with a bomb, all of them holding some thought of Izuku in mind. Bakugo, Izuku, don't do it. Kirishima, Izuku doesn't die. With the girls, all scared and sad, their crush would be running away from them toward his own death. As Izuku almost reaches the end of the USJ, the doors blow open, with it being the teachers. All Might, fear not, we have arrived. Yaoyorozu, All Might sensei, Izuku is running toward the other side with a bomb, help him. Before All Might could react, a big boom is heard. Now fearing for his nephew and successor life, he rushes over to see Izuku on the floor with a smile on his face and tears running down his cheeks, with his left arm broken and his right arm injured with burns and skin, tears, blood on his head but conscious. All Might grab Izuku and runs back to the teachers, where RG is to help with injuries. Thankfully nobody looked to hurt by her first guess except Aizawa, but Yaoyorozu and Uraraka bandaged him. All Might return with Izuku and brings him straight to RG for healing. Seeing their friend / crush, all the Class 1A girls cry while the boys almost tear up, but acting strong. RG checks out Izuku and starts doing first aid on him. Thankfully, he is still conscious, so she can ask what happened. RG, Midoriya, what happened? Izuku, is everyone safe? RG, that doesn't matter now, we need to make sure you live. Izuku, is everyone safe please? RG, I need to know. How is Fuyumi, is she alive? Todoroki, she is fine. Midoriya, we are all as well. Bose, with tears in his eyes, thank you for saving my sister's life. RG, that all sweet and all, but we need you to get to the infirmary and fast to make sure you stay alive. With Izuku being rushed to RG office, the police arrive and start to ask what happened and such. After being told everything, he goes to Nizu to summon up what fully happened. A villain group under the name of League of Villains entered UA with the mission to kill the students as a message to All Might. Both teachers engaged in combat to save the students, while one of the students with a speed quirk ran toward UA. After a small battle, 3 monsters joined the fight, with one being defeated by the students, the main one being Izuku Midoriya. The second beast fought the teachers, with Aizawa being the reason that one is out of commission, but it beat him as well. The third beast defeated Vlad King and went for the students and Miss Todoroki, with it being defeated by Izuku Midoriya as well, but in a final-ditch effort at blowing itself up in a suicide mission. With all that happened, the only injuries being Aizawa, the broken arm was broken hip, cracked rib, Vlad King cracked shoulder and a broken arm, Katsuki Bakugo cracked ribs. Eijiro Kirishima, small skin tears. And worst of all, Izuku Midoriya with one broken arm, both bones in his right arm has small cracks, 4 broken ribs, skin tears all over his right arm, a cut on top of his head and a medium concussion. But on the other side, 62 villains got captured and the 2 Nomu as well. It's the evening after the USJ, with both Class 1A in their dorms wondering what is going to happen now and what happened with their classmate Izuku Midoriya, who got injured protecting them all. RG has checked everyone out, and they all have stated what happened to the police. Class 1A is now resting in the dorms with their Fuyumi. Yaoyorozu, I am going to make tea to calm down, who wants some? With this, a lot of students raise their hands for tea, and Yaoyorozu making it for everyone. Mina, Fuyumi, you are a teacher, so you should know what happened to Midori. Is he gonna be fine? Fuyumi, I am not sure yet what happened and how he is doing. All I know is that RG is doing her best and he won't die. Uraraka, it's good that he won't die, but I kinda wanna know more and when he comes back to the dorms. Toru, when will we know more? They should tell us more. Bakugo, did they tell Auntie Inko yet? Shiro, who is Auntie Inko? Kirishima, it's Izuku's mother. Fuyumi, will she come to UA to see Izuku? Fuyumi, I think so, but I don't know what will happen. I will try to get some answers for you all tomorrow. With teachers. Nizu, RG, what is Midoriya's situation? RG, as of now Midoriya is in a coma due to damage to his head and bones. His stamina was depleted and the use of my quirk forced him into a coma. This should only last for a week, maybe 2 weeks, we can't be sure. For the rest of his injuries, we have treated them all as best I could, but with having no use for my quirk with his stamina depleted, we can only wait until he wakes up to continue treatment. Yagi, so he will be alright with rest? RG, yes, when we wake up he will still have to rest due to his stamina being depleted and with his head injury. Mike, how about his mother, has she been informed? Nizu, no, she has not. I would like Tashinori to retrieve her tomorrow and bring her here so that we can tell her the news in person. Snipe, but why wait? Should we not tell her now? If it were me, I would want to know right away that something happened to my child. Nizu, I thought of that, but with it being this late she couldn't stay for long, so it would just make her worry more through the night, so if we tell her tomorrow she will be able to see both Midoriya and his classmates for a while. Mike, how about Shota, how is he? I know he didn't receive too many injuries. RG, he just needs rest, he will be the same Aizawa as always tomorrow. Midnight, same old grumpy Shota. Next day. When Nizu told Aizawa and Vlad what happened after the lost consciousness, both were shocked and Aizawa wanted to be in the meeting telling Inko. All Might, or rather Tashinori Yagi, is picking up Inko at her house. Knock knock knock. Inko, a moment. Opens door. Inko, oh hi Tashinori, how are you? What can I do for you? Tashinori, hello Inko, I would like for you to come to UA with me there, it's important. Inko, what's wrong? Did something happen to my baby? Before Tashinori could answer her, they both heard someone come from behind. Looking back, both see him, lady, or as they know her, Yu Takayama. You? Hey Inko, Yagi, good morning. Tashinori, good morning Yu, what are you doing here? You? Well, I was trying to contact Izuku yesterday, but he didn't respond at all, so wanted to ask Inko what happened. Inko, oh and oh my baby, what happened? Tashinori, calm down Inko, let's go to UA, we will explain everything there. Why, can I come too? Tashinori, I will check with Nizu. Tashinori called Nizu to see if you could join as well with him, also telling about the relationship between both of them. He agreed and they were off to UA. They arrived and went straight to the principal's office. When they entered, they were met with Nizu, Fuyumi, RG, Aizawa, Mike, and Midnight. Nizu, hello Miss Midoriya and MT Lady. Inko, hello Principal Nizu, what happened to my baby? Nizu, RG, please explain what happened with Midoriya. RG, sure, yesterday when both Class 1A and 1B went to a rescue training center, villains attack with 3 extremely powerful villains showing up. One of those villains attacked the students with Miss Fuyumi doing her best to stop it. Sadly, with her not being a hero, she couldn't do much and her life was in danger itself. Midoriya stepped up and defeated the villain while sustaining broken ribs, arms, and some other injuries. The second villain got defeated by the teachers and the third defeated the teachers and went after the students. Midoriya, being the person he is, went to protect his class again but got punched hard into a wall. Miss Fuyumi tried holding the villains off again, but this time she got caught and they went to crush her skull. Every student was stiff with fear, but Midoriya went to protect her by using a quirk we haven't seen yet, but it allowed him to switch places with Fuyumi, and then he defeated that villain as well. As the leaders saw this happening, but assuming All Might would defeat the villains, the last villain was set to self-destruct. Midoriya, not wanting to see anyone die, rushed off with the villain and made sure no one would get blown up. He was later found by All Might with many injuries but still breathing. Inko, so my baby is alive? RG. Yes, but due to the strength of the villains and all the injuries he sustained, he is in a coma for a little while. He will be fine, but with all the fighting he did and his injuries, it will take a week or two before he is up. Can we see him? Aizawa. Before that, I have something I need to do. Aizawa proceeds to walk over to Inko, get on his hands and knees, and bows deeply. Aizawa. Sob. Inko, I am sorry. Not only did I fall to save a member of your family before, but I repeated that mistake. Sob. I am sorry. Due to my weakness, I allowed Izuku they'll be hurt and almost killed. Inko. Show to get up. This was not your fault. We both know that even if All Might be there, Izuku could never stand by and do nothing. Just continue to teach him how to be a hero. Show him the correct path. Aizawa stands up and nods. All of the adults in the room proceed to walk towards where Izuku is. With them arriving and Inko proceeding to rush over and cry next to Izuku while trying to call to him to wake up and come back. Yu, on the other hand, is frozen. Even if she knew the risk of being a hero well before Izuku, and knowing his strength, she would never be ready to see this. Her love laying unconscious on a hospital bed after a fight he almost couldn't win. In her mind, it became worse and worse with the thoughts of what if the next time he couldn't win the fight and he would have lost an arm or worse die. After Toshinori saw what happened to you, he proceeded to place a hand on her shoulder, taking her out of her bad thoughts and assuring her that something like that would happen. Slowly she walks over to Izuku and grabs his hand with tears escaping. You? Come back, Izu. You can't stay asleep for too long. I still need to tell you that I love you. I wanted to wait, but I can't. I don't want you to die before I can tell you that I love you. Inko, baby, wakes up please. You still have lives to save. Come up, baby, and you still haven't introduced me to your new friends. Aizawa. Inko, if you want, after this we could visit his dorm and you could meet them yourself as well as see Bakugo and Kirishima. That would be fine, right, Nizu? Nizu, I see no problem with that. Now if you would excuse me, I need to do some more paperwork. After Nizu leaves, the rest just stays there for a while with Inko talking to Izuku. After some more of this, Inko asked to see the dorms to meet his classmates. At the dorms, Aizawa let Fuyumi go ahead to make sure the class wasn't doing anything stupid. As she arrived, she heard yelling. Bakugo, I am not going to make breakfast for you. Pikachu. Ida, Bakugo, please calm down. Fuyumi, whistles. Everyone please calm down. We will receive 2 guests in a moment. Toru, who? Fuyumi, both will arrive at the same time. One is MT, lady. Mineta, she came cause she wanted some of my body, did she not? Before Tsu could slap him, Bakugo blasted him. Bakugo, no one wants your body. She most likely heard what happened to the nerd. Zero, why would the MT lady know what happened to Midoriya and care? Kirishima, because we have known her before she entered UA. Mina, who is the other one? Fuyumi, the other one is Inko. Midoriya, Izuku's mother. Bakugo, auntie is coming. Smiles. Yaoyorozu, wait, Midoriya's mother will come here. Every girl, I must make a good impression. Kirishima, hell yeah, Midoriya is coming. Fuyumi, please behave yourself and don't rush her. She has just come from Midoriya. Class 1A, yes ma'am. As they clean a little bit, the doors open up and they see 4 people standing at the opening. Aizawa, Inko, Yu, and Toshinori. Ida, hello Miss Midoriya. MT, lady, Mr. Aizawa, and sorry sir, I do not know your name. We were only informed of 2 guests arriving. Yagi, oh of course, sorry, I was a last-minute addition. My name is Toshinori Yagi. I am a family friend of the Midoriyas. Bakugo, Hey auntie, how are you? Inko, oh hi, Katsuki comes here to hug your auntie, hugs him. You know you should call your mother more, she is worried sick about you. Bakugo, I will auntie. Come sit down. Yaoyorozu, would anyone like a cup of tea? You? I would like some. Do you have green tea? Yaoyorozu, of course I will make some. Anyone else? Inko, I would like one as well if it isn't a problem. They introduce themselves to Inko and Yu and have some small talk. While this is happening, Izuku is going to have a conversation as well. Izuku's mind. Izuku, where am I? What happened? Am I dead? Third, hello Nineth, welcome to your mindscape. Izuku, wait, who was that? Where am I? Third, like I said before, this is your mindscape Nineth, and for who it was, that would be me. Izuku looks around and sees nothing but darkness with no sign of light anywhere. Izuku, I don't see anything, am I blind? Third, no you're not, calm your mind and breath. Izuku does what he was told and slowly the darkness becomes less and less until he is at the beach he cleaned and often visits. Izuku, why am I here and why couldn't I see anything before? Third, we are here because this place holds something special for you. As to why you didn't see anything, it was because your mind was in chaos due to stress. Now that we can calmly talk, do you remember who I am? Izuku, yes, you're the one who told me that I could help Miss Fuyumi. Third, correct Nineth, I am the third user of OFA during the USJ. You unlocked my quirk, the Rinnin Sharingan. With this quirk, your eyes have changed. Izuku, what does it do? How can I use it? Third, with this quirk, a lot has and will. Chance ninth. First, the quirk allows your eyes to perceive everything much faster than normal. Your reaction speed will also increase, the same for your hand-eye coordination. Now you will also gain the ability to swap places with something or someone I don't know how many times per day, so you must find that out yourself as well as train your eyes to increase their speed and strength. Second, with you unlocking the full potential of OFA has to strengthen your quirk as well. Now instead of using someone's full quirk, you will be able to use an aspect of the quirk. Now the last point. Over time you will the quirks of the other OFA users and you meet them as well. Izuku, wow, so OFA forced my quirk to evolve after I unlocked its true potential. But why me? What is so special about me? Third, I don't know the answer to that. It could be that your body can handle it, or perhaps it's with your quirk, who knows, maybe it's destiny. Izuku, okay, that is cool, but how do I get out of here? Third, I need to get back to my friends and train. Third, I also can't help with that, but our talk will soon be over. All I can tell you is that you're in a coma due to the strain of what you went through and you unlocking OFA's other quirks. Now my time has come to leave. Rest up. Ninth, when you wake up you can train. Back to Inko in the class. Inko, I am happy to know that my baby boy has so many nice friends. Mina, we are also happy that he is our friend. Midori. Kaminari, yeah, plus his cooking is awesome. Did you teach him how to cook like that, Miss Midoriya? Inko, I taught him the basics. He learned a lot by reading cooking books himself. I mainly bake. Kirishima, her baking is super manly. You? How has he been doing in classes? Ida, Midoriya has been great during academics for both himself and the others with tutoring. Yaoyorozu, I was wondering, does Midoriya have any hobbies or something he likes doing, Miss Midoriya? Inko, well, Izuku always loves reading or analyzing heroes or quirks. You, he quite likes doing some basketball and soccer. Mina, any favorites foods? Inko, katsudon, he loves his katsudon. Bakugo, nerd always eats katsudon. As time goes on the conversations go on and Inko sadly had to leave due to work. She did say she would visit again if the school allows it. With Inko leaving, you stayed for a little while to talk to both Bakugo and Kirishima about hero work and just random stuff friends talk about. After a while, you got to talking with all the girls in 1A until something interesting came up. Mina, so you, does Midori have a girlfriend? Asking this, all the girls put their sole focus on you. While not all the girls had full-on crushes on him, yet they did at least have a certain amount of interest in the green-haired hunk. You? Not yet. Why you interested? Mina, well, maybe why would you want to know? You? Well, 'cause I am interested. Smirks, and I know he is interested in me. Mina, so he is also interested in me. I have got him blushing without much problem. Tsuyu, we all can make him blush. Mina, you, so what you want to share? Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, what? You, I won't mind sharing the green machine. You, He deserves all the love he can get, plus he won't choose between anyone. He would prefer to stay alone if that would mean not hurting anyone. But before you answer, you should know some things. During Izuku's childhood, Izuku has been bullied by everyone except his family and Katsuki, who he sees as a brother. Both me and Ijiro are his only real friend, with now you guys as well. Jiro, why did they bully him though? From what he told me, they didn't understand his quirk and saw it as evil and useless. And instead of learning what his quirk really was, they decided to just bully him instead. But who wants to join the relationship? Mina, so that would mean we would share him as our boyfriend, right? Correct, he would be our boyfriend. If any of you want to join, you can wink. Uraraka blushes. I would also like to join. Yaoyorozu, I am also interested in this proposal. Toru, I won't mind along. I can cuddle with Midori. Well, is that all for now? We should tell him after the sports festival, then we can all do it together. You all should do good in the sports festival to show him your strength. Toru, of course I am going to show him how awesome I am. With the beginning of the HRM created, you exchanged contact info with girls and went on her way. After that day, everyone trained harder for the sports festival. Some did it to show their strength, some did it to show that they are stronger, and some did it to make themselves believe they can be stronger. Nobody POV. After USJ event, school has started again for the students of the Hero course. It's been a week since classes started again and a week and 2 days since USJ. The whole of Class 1A notices the absence of their class president Izuku Midoriya. They never really thought of all the small stuff he did for them daily. For the students who had trouble with their studies, he would always take the time if you asked him for help. Or if it was during heroics and you were having trouble with an exercise, you could always ask for help, and many more things. But they are pushing through. They made a self-promise to show that they became stronger and they could stand side by side in future hero duties. While some are training harder than others, the whole of Class 1A is aiming to be stronger for the sports festival next week. The sports festival being so close, UA decided to cancel all heroics lessons so that they can take the time train with normal classes continuing. As a group of Class 1A students is planning on a group training session, they are surprised by some students of Class 1B. Knock 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 knock. Ida. Oh, hello Class 1B, how can we help you? Kendo, we came to thank Midoriya for what he did during the USJ. Is he here? Setsuna. Yeah, where is the green hunk? Yaoyorozu. Oh, you haven't been informed? Kendo, what do you mean informed? Yaoyorozu, Midoriya has been in a coma ever since the USJ. Due to the damage he sustained because of the villain's attacks, he was in critical condition, so it forced RG to use her quirk on Midoriya, but with his stamina already low it forced him into a coma. With the news, the Class 1B students just received, the ones that came were shocked, to say the least. They thought they had it the same with having to get over the fear they felt because of the villains, but one student could have lost his life. After all, he had to act because the rest was too scared. Kendo, will he be okay? He will wake up, right? Mina, of course. Midori doesn't stay down for long. Aways, how can you be sure? Did RG say anything about it? Bakugo, get out of the way extras and stop talking about the nerd. If that would do him in, he would have died years ago. Now move. Tetsu, what is his problem? Yaoyorozu, Midoriya and Bakugo have been friends since childhood, practically being brothers, so ever since we have been informed about Midoriya, he has been in a mood. But about Midoriya, he will wake up soon. RG stated that he should wake up around the sport festive. We just hope it's sooner rather than later. As both classes continue to talk for a little longer, Class 1B goes back to their dorms while the group of Class 1A went to train. Small time skip. It's now Friday, they have the weekend free, and then they start the sports festival. But now they are still in present Mike's lesson. While they are trying to find out how to use proper grammar, something is happening with Recovery Girl. Izuku is slowly waking up from his coma while his eyes try to get used to the bright light. He is trying to wrap his head around where he is. Did this also have to do with OFA? Is this something else? Maybe a villain attack? As his eyes look around the room, he notices it's RG office. And talking about RG, the older heroine just went out of her office to grab a cup of coffee and was on her way back. As she opens the door, she is greeted by an awake Midoriya. Izuku, hello RG. RG, you're awake now, since when? Izuku, I just woke up. I know I was in a coma, but for how long? RG, it's been 2 weeks, Sonny. Hearing this, Izuku freaks out a bit. Izuku, 2 weeks. RG, yes, now quiet down before you give me a headache. It's been 2 weeks now, you look okay even with your injuries. I will just my quirk on you again to fix your bones and such, but we still need to do some test for your head just in case. Izuku, yes ma'am, did I miss anything while out? As they prepare the test Izuku has to do for his head, RG explains what happened during his 2-week-long coma, with his mother arriving and meeting his classmates, as well as telling if anyone got injured and how bad the injuries were from the USJ. RG, okay Sonny, I got some good news and some bad news, what would you want first? Izuku, good news first, please. RG, alright, all your injuries to your body have been healed, though it did cost you some stamina, so get some sleep tonight. And the injury to your brain looks like it also healed, but due to it being a head injury, I will not allow any strain on your body yet, at least for a week. The bad news is that you will not be able to participate in the sports festival, with it being over 3 days. It would be too dangerous for you to enter. I am sorry, Sonny, but you have to sit this one out. Izuku, I see. Well, okay. RG, while you go back to the dorms, I will inform the teachers about this. Izuku, yes ma'am boss, thank you for taking care of me. Super small time skip. Izuku arrives at the dorms, he opens the door, but due to the chaos, the class has 24/7, he wasn't heard. Kaminari, who made dinner? Mina, Toru and I made dinner. Shiro, what is it? Toru, we made katsudon. Izuku, can I get a bowl? Mina, sure. Midoriya. Everyone, Midoriya. Everyone rushes over to Izuku with Mina, Toru, and Uraraka jumping him with a hug and tears in their eyes. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, you're back, are you okay? Did RG release you? Mina, don't you do that again, you scared me. Uraraka, don't scare us like that again. Izuku, don't worry, I don't plan on it. And I am fine, RG just told me to take it easy for a while. Mina, go sit down, you should take it easy, so sit and I will get you a bowl of katsudon. Izuku, I can grab a bowl in this. Uraraka, no, sit down, mister. Izuku, yes ma'am. Fuyumi, Midoriya. Izuku, oh hi Fuyumi, how are you? Fuyumi, I want to thank you and apologize. Thank you for saving my life, but I apologize for being not able to help you. Izuku, there is no need to thank me or to apologize, Fuyumi. It was never your job to fight villains, you're here to help with academics, not heroics. I did what I did because that is what a hero does. Fuyumi, but you're not a hero yet, so you shouldn't throw away your life like that. Izuku, I will always save people, and I would rather be in danger than have a civilian be in danger. But it happens, sorry, and thanks yous won't change the past, so let's just move on and look to the future. Mina, here your bowl of katsudon. Izuku, thank you. Itadakimasu. Toru, what do you think? Izuku, it's really tasty. Toru/Mina. YSH, now he knows that we have cooking skills. Todoroki, hey Midoriya, with you having to take it easy, will you be able to still join the sports festival? With everyone now looking at Izuku for an answer. Izuku, looking down, IRG said it would be too dangerous. Yaoyorozu, don't worry, there is always next year. Kaminari, yeah, and you should take it easy anyway. Aoyama, and with you having to take it easy, it will be easier for us to show our sparkle. Izuku, smiles, I guess you're right, I can always show what I got next year. Bakugo, now you can have a front row seat at how I beat these extras and win the whole thing. The whole weekend goes Kami, with Izuku not really doing anything, mainly cause the girls are forcing him to do nothing and they are helping him by getting him food or drinks. The guys would step in and tell them that Izuku could still do stuff himself, but they quickly realized that doing that would mean death. So they retreated, think that would be best. While some thought to letting Midoriya have some fun, cause who would not want to be pampered by 4 appealing ladies. Now it's Monday, the day of the UA Sports Festival. A day where the whole world watches classes battle to show what they are made of. Parents and heroes are invited to watch it live while the rest of the world watches it on the TV. As parents and various heroes make their way into the stadium, the students are getting themselves ready with Izuku in casual clothing in the Class 1A locker room. He won't compete, but he will have to give a speech. Present mic. Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome to UA Sports Festival. We are here today to watch the fresh batch of first years compete to show you all what they have in store. As the classes walk in and get introduced by present mic, it shows that the other classes are not a big fan of the hero course. Present mic. Now for the student pledge, the first year's representative Izuku Midoriya. As Izuku walks up to the stage, he hears some cheers, but he also notices the weird looks he gained for his clothing and the hostile feel of the other classes. Izuku, hello everyone. As you may be wondering why I am wearing these clothes. Well, I won't be competing today. But that is not important today. We are all here to watch all the first years of UA compete. I hope that every single one of the students gives it their all and aims for the #1 spot. Show everyone here what you are made of, hero course, or not show them why you got into UA. I wish everyone the best of luck and please enjoy yourselves. As Izuku walks off, the cheers go through the roof, not just from the parents but from the students as well. Although that speech didn't remove all anger, it did get everyone pumped up. As Izuku makes his way back to the stands to watch the students compete. Present mic. Now after that great speech, the first year's chief referee Midnight will explain the events. Midnight, the first event of the first years will be an obstacle course. Best of luck, sweeties. As the classes get ready to race, Izuku watches closely with his notebook out to take note of how his classmates and other students use their quirk. As Midnight counts down, the students get ready to rush. Midnight 3. Midnight 1, go. All the students hear this and run through the gate, but they quickly find out that the first obstacle is the gate, with it being too small for all the students. Todoroki, hoping to catch a lot of students of the guard by freezing the ground. Though he didn't catch his class of guard, as Class 1A runs in front of the rest of the students. Todoroki is ahead, with Bakugo coming in second and Strangle Enough Mineta was third. Mineta, I shall win this and make AL the woman love me. As he finishes this statement, he gets PMP slapped by a one-pointer robot from the entrance exam. Present mic. The first students have reached the first real obstacle, the Robot Inferno. Featuring the robots from the entrance exam. Todoroki, this is what everyone had to face, how disappointing. As Todoroki stated this, he freezes a massive group of robots. As he was freezing them, Bakugo was making his move as well. Bakugo, give me a real challenge. This is nothing. As he yells this, he unleashes a massive explosion, annihilating a big group of robots. While this happens, the rest of the students of Class 1A, who are ahead of the rest, are overpowering the other robots to make sure they stay ahead of the Pact. As they make it through the Robot Inferno, Todoroki is still in first, but with a really close Bakugo, as Bakugo uses his explosions to propel himself forward. The rest of the class is also doing well. The girls teamed up to help increase their chances of making it further in the completion. Ida is running as fast as his legs can take him, hoping to take first. With some more running, they make it to the second obstacle. Present mic. As the first students make it to the second obstacle of this race, the pit. How will they handle this? Will they overcome this challenge, or will they fall to the bottom? Let's see and find out. Both Bakugo and Todoroki arrive at the same time. Bakugo took the lead as he used his explosions to increase his jumps and make himself fly forward. As Todoroki quickly crawls over the ropes on this, everyone took their time so the others could catch up. Some had their chances to shine here, as Tsuyu could jump and cling on to the ropes. Siro just his tape to fling from pillar to pillar. Some of Class B also had good quirk for this obstacle, like Ibra, who used her vines and carried herself from pillar to pillar. One who did well was a pink-haired lady who was very excited about showing off her babies. She made 2 auto grapples and hovers boots, thus making this whole thing easy for her. As the students keep moving forward, they reach the third event. Present mic. What a race, as some students now arrive at the third and final obstacle, the minefield. But don't worry, these aren't lethal, but they will still pack a punch. As Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo, who are in front, try and move quickly, Ida messed up and gets flung backward. Both Bakugo and Todoroki saw the damage that thing did and became extra careful. While Bakugo still tried to get Todoroki to back down with explosions aimed toward him, he was more focused on not tripping a mine and losing his position. Many had to play it smartly for hoping to overtake first place. As Todoroki is losing his patience, he freezes the ground again, but this time it's not to get people stuck in place, but so he can run without fear of getting blown up. As now it's the final part of the race, everyone pushes themselves in hopes of getting to the next challenge. Present mic. We have reached the final part of the race. Can we see who will win this round of the festival? As the students run in the final stretch, we see someone run over the finish line. Present mic. The winner of the obstacle race is Katsuki Bakugo of Class 1A. As Bakugo takes first place, he is out of breath, but he feels pride in taking first place. But he wants to take first in all the events. As the rest of the students walk over the finish line, we quickly get our 42 contestants, with those being Class 1A 1B Mei Hatsum, Hitoshi Shinso, and Lu Ten. Present mic. The top 42 will go on to the next event, but don't you worry, we have still fun games for everyone to compete in. Now we will take a small 15-minute break so that the stage can be made and the contestants can rest a bit. After that, Midnight will explain the rules for the second event, as some students take part in the games and some calm themselves down, while Izuku is taking down notes about quirks and how to properly use them. As he is doing this, he doesn't notice the people walking up toward this back. Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku looks back and sees a group of 5 people, Fuyumi and her family except for Shoto. Izuku, oh hi Fuyumi, sorry I was taking notes. How are you doing? Fuyumi, I am fine, I would like to introduce some people to you. As Izuku looks up at the people, he goes in shock at who he is looking at. The number 2 hero Endeavor Eiji Todoroki, the number 14 hero Frost Ray Todoroki, the number 20 hero Dabi Toya Todoroki. Fuyumi, these are my parents Eiji and Ray Todoroki, as well as my brothers Toya and Natsuo. Izuku, it is a honor to meet you all. I am a very big fan of all your heroics. Fuyumi, this is Izuku Midoriya, the boy who saved me during the USJ. Ray grabs his hand, thank you for saving my daughter. Endeavor, thank you for what you have done. Izuku, there is no need to thank me, I did what any hero would do. Toya, still that took some ball and strength, so why aren't you joining your classmates in the sports festival? Izuku, during USJ I received some injuries and a couple of strong blows to the head, with the result being a blood cloth in my brain. While it's gone now, it could still return, so I am not allowed to enter. Natsuo, Demen, that's some rough stuff. Ray, that is unfortunate, to say the least. Could we do something to make it up to you, maybe send a request for you to join after the sports festival? Izuku, there is no need for that ma'am, although I do have one request. Endeavor, and that is? Izuku, could I get all your autographs? Endeavor, that is your request? Izuku, why yes sir. As the Todorokis take a look in the notebook and see their pages, they give him their autograph. They had a small talk about heroes and their work as well as their quirks. They soon excused themselves as the second event was soon about to start and they wanted to see Shoto perform. Midnight, welcome back from our small break. Hope you all enjoy our second event, a massive battle royale. All 42 contestants will enter the circle. The number of eliminations you make doesn't matter. Stay in the circle for as long as possible. When there are 16 survivors, the match ends. Good luck. As the second event is starting, some people are making teams while some took a position to defend until the time would be over, while some got ready to destroy everyone. Present mic. 3, 2, 1, go. As the match starts, some go straight into the action. Bakugo goes straight for Todoroki. Mineta tries to hide and team-ups with them. As he gets close, Momo makes staff and smacks Mineta straight in the face and he flies out of the ring. Present mic. Oh, the match only just started and someone has already been eliminated. As both Bakugo and Todoroki are fighting, the attacks they miss on each other still are causing a problem for other students. While Bakugo is throwing decent-sized explosions to push Todoroki out of the ring, Todoroki is trying to capture Bakugo for a short time and then going for the knockout and elimination. As the girls want to show off their stuff as well, they proceed to focus on the others, with Momo using her staff and advancing toward Lu Tenjiro, taking a defensive stance, hoping to just wait this out and show what she can do in the third round. Uraraka and Tsu teamed up and are going for a small bunch of Class 1B students, and Mina and Toru also teaming up, but both trying to eliminate some of Class 1A. As Momo tries to go for Lu Ten, she proceeds to get a full blast of Bakugo's explosion, but thankfully she was able to dodge out of the way. While she dodged, Lu Ten relocates as not wanting to face someone with a weapon. Uraraka and Tsu both proceed for the group of Class B boys consisting of Minoma, Aways, and Tetsutetsu. As they focus on combat, Minoma and Tetsutetsu proceed to go for the attack. As Minoma goes for a hardened punch on Tsu, he gets blocked by a hardened surface. Kirishima went for the block to help his friend. Backing up, both Monoma and Tetsutetsu are surprised, to say the least, but quickly go back on the offense. As they do so, Kirishima takes a boxing stance and guards himself and takes a beating. Seeing their opening, Uraraka goes in to touch both of them but only succeeds to touch Monoma and sends him floating. Then quickly, before he could do anything, Tsuyu grabs him with her tongue and flings him out the ring. At the same time, Toru and Mina go for a fight with Shiro and Aoyama. Mina uses her dance skills and her acrobatics to maneuver around them both, as Toru uses a newly learned trick with her quirk and sends a shining beam of light straight at their eyes, blinding them for a second. Taking this opportunity, Mina and Toru proceed to push them out of the circle. Present Mike. For more eliminations, keep it up. While Bakugo notices this isn't going anywhere, with if he throws Todoroki anywhere near the outside, a wall of ices saves him. Bakugo, you're lucky, Happy. As he goes for other victims in his eyes, he sees a group fighting and goes right for them, as this group has Kendo, Setsuna, Ibara, and Kamakiri of Class 1B, and Shoji, Sato, Koda, and Kaminari. As Bakugo jumps in and starts shooting explosions at everyone, he throws out Shoji, Koda, Kaminari, and Setsuna out of bounds and goes for close combat fight with Kamakiri. Present Mike. Oh, would you look at that, Katsuki. Bakugo just eliminated 4 people in one go. As the match continues, more people get eliminated and more times go on. The fighting gets less and less. After some more time, the match is over. The 16 students that will continue to the next event are Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, Eijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Toru Hagakure, Tsuyu Azui, Achiko Uraraka, Kyoka Jiro, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tenya Ida, Itsuka Kendo, Tetsutetsu, Ibara Shiosaki, Mei Hatsum, Hitoshi Shinso, and Yui Kodai. Now we will take a 30-minute break for lunch. As everyone is having a lunch break, Izuku is looking for his auntie and his mother, knowing that the two would be together. They quickly find each other and have lunch with each other as they talk about what they thought of the sports festival so far and stuff that happened in their life. Both knew about Izuku's coma and were worried about him. The 30 minutes quickly end and everyone goes back to their own stands, with Izuku now having the company of his classmates. As they are looking at the matches, are going as followed. Bakugo vs Shinso. Todoroki vs Tsuyu. Kirishima vs Tetsuya. Hatsum vs Ida. Uraraka vs Kodai. Ishido vs Kendo. Hagakure vs Ibara. Jiro vs Yaoyorozu. As the matches are made, contestants get ready and come out. First match. As the first match starts up, Yaoyorozu asks Izuku who he thinks will win this. Izuku, well, with not knowing his quirk at 100% accuracy, Shinso does have a chance, but Kaken, his explosion packs a mean punch, so I think Kaken will win this. As both Bakugo and Shinso make their way to the ring, Bakugo already took note of what Shinso's quirk was, with him seeing it during the battle royale. As the match starts, Shinso starts his strategy. Shinso, wow, how lucky that you were born with a good quirk. That is the only reason you made it so far. Bakugo clearly gains anger in his face but remains quiet and walks forward slowly. Shinso, you're just a weak beach with a good quirk. Shinso, he must have learned how my quirk works, so he won't talk. Let's try this then. Shinso, how did that green-haired weakling ever get into the hero course? He was too scared to compete today, so he faked an injury. How pathetic. It's almost as he is giving up his spot in the hero course. As Bakugo now gains a new level of anger, he raises his hand toward Shinso, and as he unleashes a massive explosion, he yells, Bakugo, don't you even dare talk about my brother like that, you even scum, now die. A massive explosion gets unleashed and Shinso is pushed out of bounds. Midnight. Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo is the winner. Shiro, that was unnecessary, don't you think? That Shinso was kinda mean. Izuku, it was needed for him to win. Mina, it doesn't matter what the need was, that was mean. Izuku, his quirk allows him to take control of people who answer his questions or respond to anything he says, so first trying to get Kaken to speak by insulting his skill didn't work. He tried insulting a classmate hoping that would have a better effect. Second match. Toru, what about this match? Izuku, Todoroki wins. Shoji, that was quick. Izuku, well, Yetsuyu stands no chance. Tokoyami, that was rather harsh, but knowing you, it has some more meaning behind it other than that she is too weak. Izuku, Tsuyu is by no means a weak fighter with her strong legs and her tongue. She could go up against a lot of fighters, but this matchup is just the worst for her. Ida. Correct, with Tsuyu being a frog, the cold will put her in hibernation and thus making her unable to compete. Izuku. Yup. As both Todoroki and Tsuyu make it to the ring, they get in a stance. When they hear start, Tsuyu goes straight for a jump kick to get Todoroki out of the ring, for this was a bad matchup, and before she could even get close, Todoroki unleashes a massive iceberg that gets Tsuyu. Midnight. Tsuyu Azui is unable to move. Shoto Todoroki is the winner. Todoroki quickly unfreezes Tsuyu and apologizes for freezing her. Third match. Kirishima, wish me luck. Bakugo, you're gonna need it. Weakling smirks. Izuku, I wonder how Tetsutetsu's quirk works compared to Ijiro's quirk. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu walk toward the ring and proceed to shake hands and go back and take a stance as Midnight tells them to start. Tetsutetsu runs up wildly and starts swinging his fist, hoping to land a haymaker on the chin. Kirishima blocks and dodges all his attacks. This goes on for a minute, with Kirishima wanting to know his fighting style. With a basic understanding, Kirishima goes on the attack, him dodging the latest blow and then attacking with a right hook and a left jab to the ribs. Then a front kick to the chest to create some space, but quickly rushes in with a left elbow to the head and a straight right punch. With Tetsutetsu clearly being shaken, he does for a couple more haymakers, hoping to connect. Sadly, they don't. Kirishima now connects with a heavy right hook right on Tetsutetsu's chin and he falls unconscious. Midnight. Tetsutetsu is knocked out. Kirishima wins. As Tetsutetsu gets taken to RG by bots, Kirishima goes back to his classmates. Fourth fight. Ida and Hatsum's fight starts strangely, with Ida getting ready but Hatsum just standing with their big smile on her face and looking up to the higher boxes. As the match starts, Ida runs over to push Hatsum out fast, but he misses her because her backpack moves her out of the way. As she goes to talk out of a speaker, Hatsum made this backpack. It has sensors 360 degrees that will never allow someone to sneak attack me. This would go on for 15 minutes as she would just talk about all the babies she made that would help in hero work, and after the 15 minutes she walked out of the ring. 1A. I feel bad for Ida. Fifth fight. Uraraka, it's my turn. Wish me luck. Izuku, don't worry Uraraka, you got this, I believe in you. Hearing this, she blushes and runs out of the stands toward the rings. Now it's time for Uraraka and Kodai to fight, with Uraraka being pretty nervous, not wanting to lose in front of her parents, and Midoriya plus not knowing your opponent's quirk is scary. As the fight starts, Uraraka goes to Kodai and tries to slap her with her 5 fingers to make her float. Kodai, wanting to use something for her fight, looks to the floor for small stones that she could use, sadly seeing nothing, so she goes for hand-to-hand combat. As Kodai goes in for a punch, Uraraka was able to touch her on the belly, making her float, then grabbing her legs so she doesn't float above the stadium. Now understanding her situation, Kodai surrenders. Midnight. Kodai surrendered. Uraraka wins. Sixth fight. Mina and Kendo both knew each other's quirk, so this was a weird fight for both of them. Mina not wanting to have a close combat fight due to Kendo's quirk, and Kendo not wanting a long fight because of the fear of what Mina's quirk could do. As the match starts, Kendo rushes in for a quick finish, and Mina out of fear jumps backward. As Kendo reaches Mina fast, she punches the girl and she flies out of bounds. Midnight. Ashido is out of bounds. Kendo wins. Mina. Midori, I lost sobs. Izuku, don't worry Mina, you already showed how awesome you are. Mina, oh you charmer, hugs him. Izuku proceeds to go bright red out of embarrassment and freezes up with some feeling jealous. Seventh fight. Toru, Midori, just you watch and be impressed, blows a kiss. Mineta, you busy getting all the babes how'd up bomb. Bakugo blew him up. Both Toru and Ibra make their way to the ring and Ibra takes a prayer stance. Ibra, I wish to not harm one of the Lord's children, so I suggest you surrender this fight. Toru, no can do honey, I got someone I need to impress. Midnight, start. Toru sends a duo light beam out of her palms towards Ibra, who turns her back toward Toru as her hair grows and enters the ground and captures Toru in a blink of an eye. Toru struggles to try and get out, but it has no use. Midnight, Toru is unable to move. Ibra wins. Ibra, I am sorry for my actions, but it was necessary to end this without conflict. Toru cries, I lost, I couldn't even show Midori how cool I was. Cries more. Izuku, What are you talking about? I already know how cool you are and those light beams are super cool. Fight. Both Jiro and Yaoyorozu walk toward the ring together and get in a stance to fight. As both rushes toward each other, they proceed to fight hand to hand without the help of Quirks. Momo takes the defense first as Jiro goes in for multiple punches and kicks. Momo goes for a shoulder push to gain some distance and being able to put some offense on herself. Jiro, being the smaller frame, falls over but rolls backward for fear of getting a follow-up attack. She quickly gets up against, but now she has to deal with Momo's punches. Training together made them understand their combat styles, so knowing her next move, Jiro tries to go for an armbar but gets quickly put into a rear naked choke. Not knowing how to get out of it, she taps out. Midnight, Jiro taps out. Yaoyorozu wins. As both of them reach the class again, they see Midoriya writing something in his notebook while muttering at light speeds. Yaoyorozu, at what is Midoriya muttering about? Zero. No idea, he started during your fight and we have no idea about what. Bakugo, it's their fighting styles. He is thinking about how to improve those and perhaps even add them to his own style. Sato, his own style? Jiro, yeah, it's awesome to see but super hard to fight against. I remember him putting that cool chokehold on that dude who was hitting on you. Bakugo, yeah, he went purple fast. Flashback. As you, Izuku, Jiro, and Katsuki are walking through the city, a big-looking guy walks over and smacks Yu's butt. Thug, hey baby, how about you ditch these losers and come by my place for some fun? You, can you not touch me and leave me alone? Thug, hey beach, don't even tell me what to do now, get your butt here. Bakugo, hey effer, leave before you die. Thug, keep your little beta mouth before I break it. As he walks over to you and grabs her wrist. Thug, now move it, slot. As he states this, the three boys get mad, but Izuku gets way madder and proceeds to grab the thugs, are pulling him to the side, kicks him against the knee, forcing him on one knee and then proceeding to put a guillotine choke on the thug, and within 20 seconds the thug was knocked out. Back to present time. All the girls deserved. Bakugo, yeah, but that day we learned how to never try and fight Izuku when angry. Kirishima, yeah, normally putting a chokehold on someone is already hard, but he put one on someone one head bigger than him. Within 2 seconds he was stuck and couldn't get out. Present Mike. Now for the second part of the brackets. You all know your opponents, but that is false. We are going to mix the fighters, so it will always be a surprise. Now the battle that will take place this time is Bakugo versus Kirishima, Todoroki versus Iber, Beta versus Uraraka, Kendo versus Yaoyorozu. Present Mike. Who will win? Who will advance? Let's find out. First, competitors get to the ring. First fight, second bracket. As both Bakugo and Kirishima walk over to the ring, they choose to fight quirkless with their own fighting styles only. As we see Bakugo taking a proper bow before getting in a proper stance with his legs wide and both arms wide open, with one being high on his back and the other one straight forward. Kirishima stands with his guard up but slightly crouched over. As Midnight tells them to start, Kirishima advances. Yaoyorozu, who will win in your eyes? Midoriya. Izuku, well, I can't say. I don't know how much both have grown during my nap, but if I had to guess, Kirishima. Kirishima walks forward with his guard still up. He stops slightly before Bakugo and then jumps right in with a barrage of punches. Bakugo, knowing this would happen, uses the palm strikes to deflect most punches while still dodging others and sometimes even getting hit. While Kirishima looks like he is winning, Bakugo has been putting his new training to the test by hitting Kirishima in pressure points not visible, but due to training, he knew the location of those points. Kirishima feels his arms being heavier and his breathing becoming harder. He quickly jumps backward. He sees no damage and thinks it's just him getting tired, so he goes back to the fight. Bakugo goes in as well on offense, this time with open palm strikes to the chest and arms while sometimes doing a poke with 2 fingers against his shoulder or elbow. Bakugo tried going for an open palm strike against the stomach but received a strong punch to the nose. Stumbling back with a bloody nose, he looks up and Kirishima with a smile. This time Kirishima takes offense again with now punches and kicks going toward Bakugo, with him dodging the punches and blocking the kicks. As he blocks the last kick, he elbows Kirishima in the gut and goes for an open palm strike combo to first the chest, then one on the underside of the chin, and then 4 against his chest again. Kirishima falls backward. He got knocked down and the wind out of him. Seeing his chance, Bakugo quickly goes for an armbar and makes Kirishima taps out. Midnight. Kirishima taps out Bakugo is the winner. Tokoyami, that was something else to see. Shoji indeed. Kaminari, is it weird that seeing Bakugo calm is way FNG scariest than seeing angry Bakugo? Zero, no it's scary. Second fight second bracket. As Todoroki walks toward the ring, Ibra is already standing there. Both get ready and are waiting for the starting signal. Mina, I hope Todoroki beats her up. Can't let her beating one of my besties go. Izuku, I believe Todoroki will win if he acts correctly, but he would win with much greater ease if he just used his fire. Ida, yes, Todoroki has not used his fire at all. I wonder why. Midnight, start. Hearing this, both go into action with Ibra turning her back to Todoroki and using her vines to hopefully capture him quickly, but before the vines could pop up again, everything was frozen. The floor, Ibra and her vines. Midnight, Ibra, can you continue? Ibra, I cannot. Surrender. Midnight, Ibra is surrendered. Todoroki wins. Todoroki uses his flames to get Ibra free and apologizes. Third fight second bracket. Both Ida and Uraraka walk toward the ring. As they arrive, Midnight tells them to start. Uraraka, best of luck Ida. Ida, to you as well Uraraka, may the better win. They get in their fighting stance and Ida rushes over to Uraraka and pushes her out with Uraraka trying to slap Ida but him holding her wrist to make sure that would not be possible. Midnight, Uraraka is out of bounds. Ida wins. As Ida helps Uraraka up, she looks up at the stands and sees both Izuku and her parents, both with smiles. Both are looking at her happily and proud. As she gets back to the stands, she excuses herself, stating that she wanted to talk to her parents for a bit. As she goes to her parents, they spot each other, they hug each other, and talk a bit. Achiko, sorry Mama Papa, I lost. Mr. Uraraka, don't worry sweetie, you did amazing, you were super awesome out there. Miss Uraraka, you did fine sweetie, I thought you were the best one out there. Achiko, that just cause Mito. I meant just cause you're my mother. Miss Uraraka, no you didn't say that. Sweeta smirks a little, does my baby have a crush? Achiko, blushing, crush what? No, I am not getting crushed, what are you talking about? Oh, would you look at the time, I have to go back to my class. By mom, by dad? Before she got away, her father grabs her. Mr. Uraraka? Oh no you don't, little missy. Miss Uraraka, who is it? That boy you were just fighting, or maybe that blonde kid? Do you like bad boys? Achiko, what? No mom, it's not those guys. Mississippi Uraraka? They just, so you do have a crush, hi. Achiko looks down defeated. I guess I should just tell you this now, but don't get mad or anything. I like Izuku Midoriya, the boy that didn't compete today. But I am not the only one, so we agreed that we would ask him out together, and if he didn't want or couldn't choose, we would share him. Both of her parents look at her confused and simply ask why. Achiko, whenever I am near him I feel safe. I feel like I am the queen of the whole world, and if nothing else matters. During the USJ, he took point in fighting the villains that came to attack us all and saved us with him risking his life. Miss Uraraka, although I am not sure about the sharing part, one, I'm happy that you find someone who makes you feel all of that. I would still like to meet him though. Achiko, sure mom, but let's do that later. He just came out of a coma and doesn't want him to stress out, plus we haven't even asked him yet. Mr. Uraraka, well, if he does anything he should tell me so I can teach him some manners, okay sweetie. Achiko, sure papa, but don't worry, he is super nice to me and everyone. But I do have to get back, I want to watch the rest of the matches. Urarakas, bye sweetie, have fun. Miss Uraraka, and go get your man. Hi. As Uraraka blushes and gets back toward the stands, the next match is just starting. Fourth fight second bracket. As both Kendo and Yamamoto make it to the ring and the match starts. Yamamoto makes the first move by making a staff out of chromium, with it being one of the hardest metals on Earth. Kendo didn't waste time as she goes in for a punch, but her hand gets smacked away by the staff. Kendo can really feel these swipes. Yamamoto, hoping to finish this fight quickly, she creates a flashbang. As she looks away, shortly Kendo gets blinded. Yamamoto takes position next to her and takes a stand to swing the staff right in Kendo's face and do some real damage. Kendo, recovering from the flash, look around and see Yamamoto ready to swing her staff. As she ducks down out of reflex, Yamamoto drops the staff and creates a set of HNDCFFS and slaps them on Kendo. Midnight, Kendo has been restrained. Yayorozu wins. Present mic. Now that we're some battles and we aren't done yet, we have the semifinals, and after that, The final match to see who has won the sports festival. Now with that out of the way, let's see who will fight who. Todoroki vs Yaoyorozu. Ida vs Bakugo. Midnight, will Todoroki and Yaoyorozu please make their way to the ring? Semi-final match 1. Both Todoroki and Yaoyorozu make their way in the ring and prepare to fight. Midnight, start. Todoroki tries to go for a fast finish again, but the attack gets dodges by Yamamoto, who expected something like that to happen, and she rushes Todoroki with staff make again. As she gets close enough to hit him, she swipes, wanting to finish this quickly. Todoroki, seeing this, goes under the swipe and uses his hand that is on the floor to freeze Yamamoto in her place. Midnight, Yaoyorozu is unable to continue. Todoroki wins. Yaoyorozu looks at herself and feels shame. How could she lose so fast? Why was she not more prepared? If it was Izuku who was standing in her place, he would have won. Do I even deserve to be with one like him? As Yaoyorozu and Todoroki both leave the ring after Todoroki apologized again, but Yaoyorozu not hearing it at all, with her being deep in dark thoughts. As she stops a bit before the stands, she sits down in an empty hall with tears in her eyes, having dark thoughts about if she is even worth being a hero. Until she was brought out of it by her crush. Izuku, hey Yaoyorozu, are you okay? Crouches down near her. Yaoyorozu, oh yeah, I am fine, just some dust in my eyes, you should worry about me. Izuku, now why would you not tell me the truth? Yaoyorozu, what do you mean it's just some dust in my eyes? Izuku, Yaoyorozu, I know how someone looks when they are bringing themselves down with dark thoughts, so just tell me what's wrong, I won't judge, I promise. Yaoyorozu, fine, but this stays between us, okay? Izuku, sure. Yaoyorozu, well, ever since I entered UA through recommendations, I felt like I didn't deserve to be here. That the only reason I made it this far was because of my BR. I lost so fast to Todoroki. Izuku, well, tell me Yaoyorozu, do you think Tsuyu did well during this sport festival? Yaoyorozu, of course she did, she made it to the last event. Izuku, and you made it farther than her. I know from experience that it's harder to see the good you yourself can do, but seeing the good others do is easier to see. You made it to the semi-finals of the sports festival, you won against so many incredible people. Don't sell yourself short, and about recommendations just shows that you are special. It doesn't mean you took a shortcut, it just means you traveled a different road, but it will all lead to the same location. Be happy that you made it into UA instead of being sad about how you made it in. Yaoyorozu, thank you Midoriya, that cheered me up. Isaac, don't worry about it, now let's go and watch the matches. Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, Momo, please call me Momo. Izuku, are you sure? Momo, yes please do. Izuku, blushes, okay then you call me Izuku Momo. Momo blushes, okay Izuku. As they make it toward the stands, the match started right as they were walking in. Lucky right? Semi-final match 2. As both Bakugo and Ida's match start, Ida forces his engines into overdrive with max speed. As he does this, Bakugo releases a massive explosion right in the floor, making a massive dust cloud fly up, with only Izuku being able to see clearly because of his new quirk. Ida's special attack failed due to the dust cloud. Now with his cooldown timer, he stood no real chance, but he still tried as he went to attack Bakugo with punches and some chops. Bakugo, being more skilled in hand-to-hand combat, quickly overpowered Ida and beat him and finished him with a sleeper hold. Midnight, Ida tapped out, Bakugo wins. Present mic. We have our finalist after a 5-minute break. Will both Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki come to the ring for the final fight? Finals. After the 5-minute break to fix the floor and give Bakugo a small rest. Both enter the ring and get ready for a fight. Bakugo, Happy, if I were you I would use your full power. Todoroki, I will never use that power. As he says this, Izuku knew that something happened to revolve around his quirk, something he would have to find out later. Bakugo growls and goes into a fighting stance as he now rushes over to Todoroki. Todoroki shooting out a massive glacier and encasing Bakugo. Just as Midnight was going to call the match off, they start hearing explosions, and not long after the entire glacier explodes. Bakugo, give me a challenge, you popsicle. Todoroki gets angrier as he tried to encase Bakugo again, with Bakugo only blasting out a massive explosion again, removing the glacier again. This happens a couple of times, with Bakugo going in close a couple of times. Bakugo, you can beat me with that weak ice. As the match continues, Todoroki takes more and more damage, with him also becoming slower and slower because of his frost that is showing on his body. Bakugo being mad as hell now because he isn't been taking this serious. Bakugo, you dare fight here with only half your power and feel content, while some who can't fight at all are putting on a fake smile to make no one worry and still call yourself a hero in training. Heroes don't half but cheat. As Bakugo yells this at Todoroki, he starts to spin with his explosions and unleashes his ultimate move. Bakugo, Howitzer Impact. A massive explosion bigger than anything seen before takes over the stadium as the smokes settle. One man is standing in the ring while the other is outside the ring against a wall. Midnight, Todoroki is out of bounds. Bakugo has won the sports festival. After a little while, the top four make it to the podium. Midnight, now to award the medals to the first years, we have the man himself, the symbol of peace, All Might. All Might, I am here to award medals. Everyone, ITS All Might. All Might, now young Yaoyorozu and young Ida, you both did well. I am happy to see both of you doing so well. Hopefully next year you both will make it further. Ida, thank you for you, kind words. All Might, sir, I shall strive to reach further heights. Yaoyorozu, thank you, sir, I will try. All Might, now young Todoroki, I understand there must be a reason why you refuse to use your flames, and I shall not push the issue now, but you must remember that some villains will require your full power and only using half of it might cost some their lives. Todoroki, I understand. All Might, now young Bakugo, feel proud, my boy. From the first training sessions we had, you stated that you will become #1. This could be seen as the first step toward that statement, but remember, pride is important, but having too much of that will limit your potential. Bakugo, shut it. All Might, this one a true win. I wasn't able to fight him this time. All Might, well, now with the sports festival close to being over, let's give these fine students a round of applause. I truly believe that they all went. Everyone, plus ultra. All Might, and did a great job. Everyone, what? All Might, that was a perfect time for plus ultra. All Might, I know, I just thought they all did a great job. Nobody POV. The sports festival is over. Now all the classes are back in the dorms with some of their families. People who watched the sports festival live got permission to go back to the dorms. With weekend nearby, not all chose this option and went back home after seeing their kids/boyfriends/siblings. As we see in the dorms now, only a few outside people remain, both parents of Bakugo, mother of Kirishima, Yutayama, girlfriend of Ida, Psycho, and Telly. Both the Bakugos are with their son talking to Izuku, Kirishima, and Kirishima's mother Hana. Kirishima, Hana, Izuku, why didn't you participate in the sports festival? Ijiro, wait, ma, I told you, right? Hana, told me what, AG? Izuku, the reason I didn't join was because of a head injury I sustained during the USJ. Hana, oh no sweetie, are you still in pain? Izuku, I am fine, Ms. Kirishima. Masaru, do you know when you're fine to act freely again? Izuku, hopefully next week, but it could take longer if something would go wrong. Hana, how big of a chance is that? Izuku, RG told me small. I am getting something to drink, would any of you want something? Everyone, no thanks. As Izuku walks toward the kitchen, he gets stopped by Ida. Ida, Midoriya, I would like to introduce you to someone. Show his girlfriend. This is my girlfriend Psycho and Telly. Psycho, this is a good friend of mine, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, Bose, it's a pleasure to meet you. Psycho, the pleasure is mine. Ida has told me some things about you. Izuku, really? Psycho, yes, it was some time after the incident. He was troubled with thoughts of doing too little. Ida, yes, I felt like I let everyone down. My quirks make me faster, yet I was still far too late, and due to that, you received those injuries. Izuku, of course not, I did those things myself, and if anyone else would have gone I would have died, and perhaps even more students would have received injuries. While the two groups talk some more, the other group is now also discussing something important. Mina, so how will we do it? Uraraka, and when? Toru, will we even be able to do it? You? Calm down, ladies. Fuyumi, do what exactly? Mina, confess, of course. Fuyumi, oh, so to who will you confess? Tori, Momo, Uraraka, Mina/you, Izuku. Fuyumi is shocked as she looks at the girls in question. Her mind is racing. Fuyumi, what, all of you, but what a how? Jiro, we had the same thought first. You? Well, we all like him and I know he won't choose, so we choose to share him. Fuyumi, so let me get this straight. You 5 girls like Midoriya and will ask him to date you all? Mina, yes, blushes, I can't wait. Fuyumi, but you can't. You, why want to ask him yourself, smirk. Fuyumi, no, that's not it, isn't that illegal? Momo, it's not, with some quirks having a incel nature the law changed so it's completely legal, so we could all marry him with no limit of how many join. Toru, so if you want you can join in. Both Jiro and Tsuyu already said they would. Jiro, we did not blushes, we said that we would see if we love him or if it's just a small crush. You, exactly, cause what's not to love about him? Fuyumi, well, he is a nice guy, but no, I don't have a crush on him. Or do I? Mina, now girls, how will we do this? You, I say just walk up to him and say it. Uraraka, but that would be too embarrassing. Momo, we could ask him to one of our rooms and surprise him there. You, surprise him in lingerie. I like it. Momo blushes super red, no, I meant as we all being in a room and then telling him. Fuyumi, well, I do know when you could tell him. Mina, tell? Fuyumi, well, it was supposed to be a surprise, but some of the teachers agreed that you all deserve a small break, so they agreed to get you all some sake and beer. So you could get some drinks and ask him during that. Toru, that could work. As the girl continues to plan, the others are still talking and having fun while some are chilling with them being tired. An hour goes by and almost everyone left except you, who got permission to stay the night. As Aizawa walks into the dorms, he is met with the full class. Aizawa, good you all are here. Ida, what is it, sir? Aizawa, listen up. A couple of weeks ago you all underwent the USJ, you survived and grew stronger. Today you all went and performed in front of millions and gave it your all. This has not been going unnoticed. So the staff at UA agreed to give you all something. In the queue, Fuyumi walks in carrying a sake and beer and Midnight carrying some snacks. Aizawa, today you all can wind down and rest. We got some drinks and snacks so you all can have some fun. But you all still have to behave, so don't go doing dumb shit and keep it in the dorms, and then we will have no problems. Both Midnight and Fuyumi will be here as guardians. The rest of the week you are free except on Friday you all have to come to homeroom. Now have fun, brats. As Aizawa walks out, he hears cheering and thanks. Ida, Midnight, is this really acceptable for us to do? Midnight, yes, we the heroes deserve to relax as well, and all of you are of age to drink. Denki, yeah, don't kill it, Ida, let have fun. Everyone went to join in on the party, even Ida and Bakugo. Izuku drinking with Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Ida, and Ojiro. The girls were talking to each other while eyeing Midoriya. Todoroki was sitting at the dinner table having some soba. The others were having fun, with some deciding to play video games or board games. With Izuku. Kaminari, did anyone do anything to the girls? Bakugo, why Pikachu? Kaminari, they have been giving us stares. Kirishima, who knows, perhaps they are talking about who they like. Kaminari, too bad for them, but this stud is taken. Bakugo, who would be able to deal with your amount of stupid 24/7? Ida, Bakugo, please refrain from insulting our classmates. Kirishima, at least he has someone, you angry dandelion. Izuku, chuckle, I hope she makes you happy. Kaminari. Kaminari, she does, but how about you guys, do you have someone, or at least someone that has your interests? Ida, I do have a girlfriend, but she goes to a different school. Bakugo, nah, haven't seen anyone near my level. Kirishima, I still want to be a free man. Kaminari, you Midoriya? Izuku, well, I haven't got anyone. But it's not like anyone would like me. As they continue to talk and drink, the other group of boys suggest an idea. Zero, hey, how about we do truth or dare, and if you skip a turn you have to finish a full beer. Kaminari, yeah, let's do it. Ida, I suppose that could be fun. Mina, sure, let's go. You, can I join? Mina, sure, how about Fuyumi and Midnight wanna join as well? Fuyumi, sure, seems fun. Midnight, oh, seems interesting, I'm in. Shoji, who goes first? Momo, let Zero go first, and then who gets asked to do the dare goes next. Tokoyami, fair. Zero, so I am first, well, Kaminari, truth or dare? Kaminari, I ain't no PP dare. Zero, I dare you to dance in your underwear. As Zero dared this, Kaminari went and did as his dare instructed. Kaminari, Boom, easy, now my turn. Todoroki, truth or dare? Todoroki, truth. Kaminari, are you single? Todoroki, no, I am not Midoriya. Izuku, truth. Todoroki, when we did the dorms you had a hard drive with the words hero info on it, what was it? Izuku, oh that is my hero information about quirks and stuff. It's not only heroes, it's about quirks I find interesting. Now it's my turn, right? People nod and Izuku has his turn. Izuku, Shoji, truth or dare? Shoji, truth. Izuku, what behind the mask? If you don't mind telling us. Shoji, I don't mind. Show's face. I don't own this picture. Truth or dare goes on for a little while, with it becoming a bit weirder but still fun. After a while, the girls leave toward the girls' dorm and Momo got the job of getting Izuku. Momo, Izuku, can you come with me for a sec? Izuku, hush, sure, Momo hick. They walk toward the girls' side and are met with all the girls except Midnight and Fuyumi, who are not there but close enough for them to hear the conversation. Izuku, hick, what's going on? Mina, we have something to tell you. Toru, it may sound weird at first but just think about it. Uraraka, how can we say this? We all like you and want to date you. Izuku is shocked, to say the least, as he looks around at the girls to see if it's like this, and they are blushing like crazy. Izuku, you're joking, right? This is just to make fun of me. Uraraka, we would never do something like that. Izuku, then why? Momo, why what? Izuku, lie to me like this. Toru, she wasn't lying. Izuku, why me then? It's not like I am special, so why would you fall for someone like me? You, what's not to like? Mina, you're sweet. Momo, helpful. Uraraka, heroic. Toru, handsome. You, overall amazing. Izuku, but I can't. I can't say yes, I am sorry, tries to walk away. You, grabs him, we know you don't want to say yes to one and hurt the others, cause you to like us all. Izuku, well yeah, what's not to like about all of you? You're all pretty, cute, smart, funny. Momo, so we came up with an idea. Mina, we all agreed, so it's up to you. Toru, you date us all. Izuku and Midnight, who were around the corner listening in, were both shocked. Izuku, what is this, a dream? Uraraka, no, but what is your answer? Izuku, I don't know, how can I even make you happy? You, Izuku, would be happy with being near you. Izuku, sure, I will date you all. I don't know if I would be able to keep you all happy, but I will try my best. As Izuku says this, the girls jump him and kiss him on the cheek and over his face. This was sad, too much for him, and he passed out. He was able to talk without blushing or stuttering because of alcohol. But having 5 appealing girls kiss him was too much for him, even tipsy him. Midnight walks around the corner. Midnight, well, what do we have here? Uraraka, Izuku passed out, miss. Midnight, and we all know, why don't we? You, how much did you hear, Granny? Midnight, more than enough, brat. So you all are dating Izuku. You? Yeah, got a problem with that. Midnight, maybe I do, maybe I don't. He might need a mature woman charm. You? Yeah, not a grandma charm, so beat it. Momo, you, what are you doing? You, making sure this succubus doesn't get our Izuku. Mina, didn't we say we would be okay with more? You, still she is evil. Midnight, don't worries, I won't steal him for myself just yet, wink, stay safe, sweeties. As Midnight walks away, they all agreed to sleep together, no dirty stuff but just cuddle. As they walk toward Momo's room, because she has the biggest bed, they enter the room and cuddle up with you and Momo laying down first and Izuku on them, then Achiko and Mina hugging his sides and Toru between his legs. As they all hug a part of Izuku, they fall asleep. Next morning, as everyone in the dorms is waking up, most with a hangover, they go to the common area with everyone being there except Izuku and his 5 new girlfriends. Ijiro, where are Izuku and the girls? Denki, probably still asleep. Maybe together, huh? As for Izuku and the girls, Izuku is still asleep but the girls are awake and are still cuddling. As Izuku wakes up, the girls are looking at him whilst blushing. As he is still sleepy and has a light hangover, he doesn't fully understand what's going on. Izuku, what am I doing here? As he wakes up more, he remembers what happened last night as he gets up quickly and looks at the girls. Izuku, does anyone remember what happened last night? You, blushes Izuku, look down, please. As Izuku looks down, he notices the tent pitched in his breathes. He looks back up and the girls and back down. He blushes a new color red and runs out of the room straight for his dorms. As he runs through the common area, he is met with stares, but he keeps running. Zero. Did anyone else see Midoriya run from the girls' side just now? Aoyama, Denki, I guess I was right. As he said that, the girls came out to the common room. Momo, morning everyone. Mineta, who did that BS did you sleep with? Smack. Bakugo, shut up midget. I have a headache. Zero, I don't want to put it like he did, but did Midoriya just come from one of your rooms? Momo blushes, I don't know what you mean. You, blushes and smirks, oh he did, we all slept with him. Everyone was shocked and looking at you, even the girls. Tokoyami, I assume the darkness has corrupted my ears, for I must have misheard. Bakugo, are you kidding you? You, nope. Momo, Achiko, Mina, Toru, and myself all slept with Aiza last night. Jiro smirks and blushes, was he good? Momo, we didn't do anything dirty, just cuddle. Jiro, so you did sleep together. Momo, very quiet, why yes. Denki, must have been a hell of a night for him. You? Come ladies, let's see our man. Denki, what did you just say? You? What do you mean? Jiro, you said our man. You? Yes so? We are dating him. Again everyone was shocked. In one night did Midoriya not only sleep with 5 girls but also get them 5 as his girlfriend. Jiro, manly. All 4 girls rush out of the room with you toward the boys' side of the dorm. As they arrive at Izuku's dorm they knock. Izuku opens the door. Oh hi. Achiko, can we come in? They enter the dorm and Izuku begins to talk. Izuku, Bose, I am sorry for what you saw this morning. I couldn't help it, it's just something that happens in the morning. It wasn't because of you all. Not saying that you all aren't pretty, but... As he tried to mutter more, he is quickly stopped by you. You, we know, we were just shocked. Toru, you do remember last night, right? Izuku, I do. I assume with you all here that means it wasn't a dream. Momo, it wasn't a dream. Mina, and we meant it. It wasn't because we drank too much. Izuku, so what does that makes us then? Momo, well if you're still okay with it I would say that makes us boyfriend and girlfriend. Mina, girlfriends, hi. You okay with that? Izuku, it's still a bit weird to me but I did say yes so. As they talk to someone the days continue and it's Friday and the class went to homeroom. Aizawa, good morning class. Now I have a couple of things to say. First Midoriya, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Ishido, and Hagakure, we are aware of your new relationship. UA does allow dating but let it not interfere with your studies. And congratulations. Now second, there was a reason for the sports festival. Can someone tell me that reason? Ida, sir, it is so heroes can see how we perform. Aizawa, correct, but why do we want heroes to see how you perform? Izuku, so that heroes can offer us internships and help us realize what a hero does. Aizawa, correct. Now during the sports festival we let heroes see what you can do. During these internships you will do what they ask of you. Not everyone receives offers during the sports festivals, but we have 40 agencies that are willing to take in those who have no internships. Now my next point will be revolving around these internships. Shoto Todoroki, 4185. Katsuki Bakugo, 3749. Momo Yaoyorozu, 3195. Tenya Ida, 2195. Ijiro Kirishima, 1855. Achiko Uraraka, 1103. Jiro, 905. Ishido, 508. Hagakure, 380. Tsuyu, 209. Midoriya, 54. Izuku, why did I get a request? I didn't perform. Aizawa, well that's the next point. Some heroes found out what you did during the USJ with a rumor that is going around. Momo, what the rumor, sir? Aizawa, during the USJ villains attack with both Vlad and me being defeated after beating one of them. After that Midoriya stood up and defeated the rest of the villains, with there being 2 strong ones that could defeat teachers and top heroes. Aizawa, so the rumor, even though it's not fully correct, holds ground and some heroes want to see if the rumors are true. Now we have a list for all of you who received internships. Choose wisely, but before you can choose your internship there is something that must happen first, something that could change your life forever. Aizawa, You need hero names. Nobody POV. You will need hero names. I am not the best for this, so you will get help, said Aizawa. As the students cheer about doing something fun, the door opens, showing Midnight in her hero costume. Choosing a hero name can make or break your career, so I am here to make sure it's appropriate, stated Midnight with a wink. Midnight gave everyone a small whiteboard with a marker to write their names on. Now you all will have 10 minutes to think of a name and write it down. After that we will present them, Midnight announced. We're presenting this, everyone thought. Okay, sweeties, it's been 10 minutes, we are going by seat numbers, so Aoyama, you're up first, said Midnight with a sweet smile. As Aoyama walks up, he poses in front with sparkles surrounding him out of nowhere. The shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling. Only fitting for someone as bright as myself, while everyone thought, that's a whole sentence, Midnight Kami said, it's a bit on the long side, how about you remove the I and change the cannot into can't? We madam. As Aoyama sits down, Mina walks up and very excitedly says, Alien Queen. No, absolutely not, sit down and choose something else, Midnight quickly said, with Mina only saying a sad, aw man. As Mina sits down to rethink, her Tsuyu walks up, I have been wanting to use this name since childhood. The rainy hero Froppy, I love it, accepted, Midnight said happily. As Tsuyu sits down, the class chants, Froppy. The chants quiet down as Ida walks up to the front. I choose my name in honor of my older brother in the hopes of becoming as great a hero as he is, the engine hero Ingenium, Ida states proudly. Bearing that name will bring a lot of responsibility. I hope you're up for the challenge, Midnight Kami said. As Ida nods and walks back. Achiko walks up toward the podium and shows her whiteboard. Uravity, said the brunette. I see it, very cute, accepted. Now next is Ojiro. As Ojiro walks up, it's nothing special or fancy, but it fits me, the tail hero Tailman. It does fit you, so accepted. Kaminari was next up, the lightning hero Charge Bolt, cool right? As Midnight nods, Kaminari sits down and Kirishima walks up, the sturdy hero Red Riot. Paying homage to Crimson Riot? Asked Midnight. Yeah, I loved him as a kid, so I hope I can be just as good a hero as he was. Oh, what spirit, I love it, Midnight excitedly yells as some students sweat drop at the teacher's behavior. Koda walks up quietly and without saying a word shows his whiteboard with the name Ani voice on it. As Midnight nods and accepts the name, Koda quickly sits down again. Sato walks up toward the front and shows his hero name, the sugary hero Sugarman. How sweet, Midnight jokes as Sato sits back down. Shoji walks past his classmate and stands up front making a mouth with his dupli arms. Tentacle hero. Tentacle, clever, Midnight says as she nods. He nods back and goes back to his seat. As Jiro walks up, she shows her name, hearing hero Earphone Jack. She says calmly. Midnight shows a smile and nods to show she likes the name. As Jiro walks back, she notices Izuku writing quickly in multiple notebooks. Guess it's my turn, Siro says as he walks up with his usual smile. Taping hero, Cellophane. I like it, accepted, Midnight says as both Dark Shadow and Tokoyami walk up. Jet Black hero, Tsukuyami, God of the Night. How fitting. Both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow nod and go back to their seat. Todoroki walks up with a blank face, stands up at the podium and shows his whiteboard. Are you sure you want that as your hero name? Midnight asked. Yes, he answers blankly. Well, okay then, Shoto it is, she said. Now before we go on the last row, Miss Ishido, have you got a new name? Yes, ma'am. Ishido walks up to the podium and yells, Pinky, accepted, make those looks work for you, Midnight says while Mina sits down and Toru walks up, the light hero Prism. I like it, Midnight Kami says as she sits down. Bakugo angrily walks up and shows his whiteboard and yells, King Murder God, no to violent. Okay, Lord Murder God. Bakugo yells again, nothing changed, sit down and think of something less murder, Midnight says with authority. As Izuku sweat drops and walks past Bakugo and walks up toward the podium, he shows his hero name, the Quirks hero Nakama. I see using the word Nakama for its meaning of friend. How clever, accepted, sweetie, Midnight says as she winks at Izuku with all his girlfriends looking at Midnight with jealousy. As he sits back down, Mineta walks up trying to look cool. As he arrives at the podium, nobody sees him, then they just see his whiteboard barely going above the podium, the fresh-picked hero Grape Juice. With this name, the ladies won't leave me alone. The name is accepted now after Miss Yaoyorozu. Mr. Bakugo is up again, hopefully with a better name, Midnight says as Momo walks up to the front. I hope I can live up to this name, the everything hero Creati. How creative, Midnight jokes as she accepts the name and Momo sits back down. Bakugo walks up again, the F-bomb, sure I don't think I will get any better out of you so I will accept it. Midnight now walks up to the front of the class. Now students, normally your homeroom teacher would tell you this, but the bum is still taking his nap, so I will just tell you. In 2 days this class will be taking part in a small tournament against another hero school. It will be a fighting tournament with 8 matches in total. The first 3 matches will be 5 vs 5 and the last 5 matches will be 1 vs. We as teachers have chosen who will fight in what. As students are excited to hear who they will be fighting with, they get louder again. Now quiet down or I won't continue. As Midnight says this, all the students shut up. Good. Now for the teams. Team A will consist of Yuga Aoyama, Mashareo Ojiro, Hantasiro, Mizo Shoji, and Tsu Azui. As they hear the names they get excited to work together. Team B is Mina Ashido, Toru Hagakure, Achiko Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Kyoka Jiro. The girls are happy to be on the same team. Now for the final team. Team C will consist of Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, and Minoru Mineta. Mineta cries to himself for not being in a team with girls. Like the rest of his team, just Kami sits and waits for the rest. So now for the 5 remaining students, you will be fighting solo, but we have already chosen your rank, so 1 will be first and 5 will be last. 1 will be Katsuki Bakugo. First blood will be mine. I will show all of you how to destroy those extras. 2 will be Shoto Todoroki, 3th will be Ijiro Kirishima, 4th Fumikage Tokoyami, and last will be Izuku Midoriya. Remember that this will be for training, but I hope you all do your best and aim to win your fights now. We are 10 early, so you all can go to the dorms early as a reward for being swift with your hero names. Midnight says as she walks out of the class with the wave. As students walk out, Jiro walks up to Izuku. Hey Green, what were you doing with your notes during class? Oh hey, Jiro, I was just updating my hero notes, Izuku says with a 1000-watt smile, making Jiro blush a little. Wait, hero notes, but what did you update? It was during choosing hero names. Well, I had to write the hero names of you guys for my hero notes. Kaminari walks up hearing the conversation between the two. Wait, you have notes about us? He asked. Yes, sorry I didn't ask first, but all of you have super cool quirks, so I couldn't help it, he answers sheepishly whilst rubbing the back of his head. As the class walks back to the dorms, Izuku gets held back by his girlfriends. Izu sweetie, we want to ask you something, Mina asked. What's wrong? Have I done something wrong? No Izuku, you have done nothing wrong, Uraraka assures him. It's just that we wanted to know if maybe you to go out on dates with us, Momo asks shyly with a big blush. Wait, this is about dates? Izuku asked, receiving nods from all of the girls as he sighs in relief, with the girls getting slightly mad about this, but before they can say anything he continues to talk. I wanted to ask you all as well, but I didn't know how to bring it up. As he says this, the girls blush harder because that he has been thinking about going on dates with them, but I have been getting the same problem every time I think about how, he says while having his head hang down. What do you mean? Toru asked, confused about what he means. Well, since there are 4 girls and only really 2 days at the weekend, I really don't know what to do. Momo answers him, how about we do 2 girls on 1 day and have the dates be shorter? You would be okay with that? He receives all nods again. Okay, how about we go out next weekend? I will think of something to do with everyone and we'll say on Friday who is when, okay? He receives nods again, but this time he also receives kisses on his cheek as he grows a bright red. The girls walk off while giggling and talking about what the dates could be. After around 5 minutes, Izuku regains his control over his body and walks back to the dorm with his dates in might and a smile on his face. Nobody POV. Class 1A is waiting in their classroom, all wearing their UA gym clothing. Izuku is wearing the standard UA gym clothing, but it's 2 sizes too large and has long sleeves. They are waiting for a teacher to come to get them so they can move to a gym and have battles with another school. After around 15 minutes of waiting and talking with his friends, their homeroom teacher opens the door and tells them to follow him, which they all do. Shortly after, they enter Gym Alpha. Shortly after, the other school enters as well. As the other school, known as Extra Academia, enters, 3 students recognize 1 student of UA. Deku. All 3 yell with Izuku flinching. Deku, how the F did your shitty but get into you? One of the 3 yells, I am sorry, but who do you mean by Deku? There is nobody with that name in our class, Ida asked. Midoriya is Deku. So now answer me Deku, how the F did you get into you? Did you fang cheat, cause there is no way a weakling like you would get in? With the insults thrown at Midoriya, his friends couldn't stay quiet for long. Don't insult Izuku like that, of course he gets in, he is super strong, Mina said angrily with the three students laughing at her. Him strong, you must be out of your mind. Let me guess, you barely got in, didn't you? It's not like a weakling like you could ever get in. With now Kirishima getting angry, he got in with top score beating the top score of last year. As they almost start to argue about Midoriya, the three students notice Bakugo. Bakugo, hey, how are you, man? Who the F are you extras? Ityaro, debut, and Busa, don't you remember Bakugo? As Bakugo tries to answer with an insult, Aizawa enters with another teacher. Quiet down everyone, I will only say the once, so listen up. You all will be having battles today. First, both Team A's will go against each other. Now go to the ring, the rest sit down and shut up. As both Team A's walk down the stair, they enter the battle zone and both teams get ready. First, Team UA consisted of Yuga Aoyama, Mashireo Ojiro, Hantasiro, Mizo Shoji, and Tsuyu Azui, and Team Extra consisted of Extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A/NISEK with thinking of names, so yeah, also the names of the bullies are all insults XD. As Team UA stands ready with Ojiro and Shoji up front, both Tsuyu and Siro on the sides and Aoyama at the back for long-range attacks, they wait for the signal to be given. The battle stops of one team are knocked out or captured. Begin. Aizawa says. Team Extra remove themselves from their cover and go straight for Team UA. Extra 1 and 4 both rush Ojiro as Extra 1 uses his quirk that allows his hand to extend at high speed like a piston to hit Ojiro, and Extra 4 uses his quirk that allows him to change his hands into boulders to attack Ojiro from his blind spot. But before he could even get close to landing a blow, he got hit with a laser in the face, dazing Extra 4 for a second or two, just enough time for Siro to use his tape and capture him. As Ojiro and Extra 1 continue to fight, Shoji faces the other three. As Shoji changed all his arms into a fist, he proceeds to slowly walk back toward Aoyama for backup. As he backs up, Tsuyu jumps in and smacks them with her tongue and jumps away before they could retaliate, as now Siro and Aoyama help Shoji, with Aoyama firing a laser every 2 seconds as to not overcharge his stomach, and Siro makes sure to close in the battlefield to give them less room to maneuver. As Ojiro still fights Extra 1, he receives a strong punch to the side of the face, knocking him out of the fight. Extra 1 now rushes over to Siro to get a sneak attack in, but Aoyama, being farther back, saw it coming and shot a laser at him, forcing him to back away or get attacked. Shoji got close to Extra 5, who could shoot chains out of her hands, and proceed to bear hug her to make sure she won't be able to attack. The two extras see their friend get bear hug. They try and get to her, with one using his monkey-like body to rush over to only get kicked in the chest by Tsuyu. As Shoji now backs up with Extra 5, he gets closer to Siro, who proceeded to tape Extra with Team UA, only losing Ojiro but Team Extra losing 2 members already. As Aoyama kept Extra 1 busy, Siro now teams up with Aoyama to capture a 3rd member. Aoyama shoots his laser near Extra 1, but he was able to dodge easily. Siro shoots his tape and it taping his foot. With Extra 1 being stuck even for a short while, it gave Aoyama the chance to shoot his laser at high power right into the stomach of Extra 1, knocking the wind out of him, and giving Siro the perfect chance to tape him up. As now only 2 members remain of Team Extra, both Siro and Aoyama focus back on the other 2 as it's now 4v2. With Tsuyu keeping them from getting away but jumping around and smacking them with her tongue, and Shoji as a close combat fighter. It doesn't look good for the monkey quirk user, and another one with a quirk that allows them to breathe out smoke. In the last-ditch effort, the smoke quirk user makes a massive smoke screen and runs out with the monkey user, but gets surprised by Aoyama, who was out of the smoke screen and was holding the perimeter, and blasted the smoke user right in the face, knocking him down. As he got hit, he groaned, alerting the rest of Team UA. As everyone gets out of the smoke, they see the monkey user run toward Aoyama while dodging his lasers. Siro tries to cover his teammate with a line of tape to make the monkey user move back, but he simply jumps over the tape and gets in close with Aoyama and gives him a strong forearm smash, knocking Aoyama down. Tsuyu, with her faster speed, was now close to the monkey user and grabbed his arm with her tongue to stop him from punching Aoyama again. Siro taped up the smoke user and ran back toward the monkey user, with Shoji already being there to back Tsuyu up. As it's now 3v1 with Aoyama down but not fully out, the monkey man tried to run but got closed in by Zero. With no way out, he surrenders. Team AUA wins. Now get back here and Teams B go down, Aizawa said. They got lucky to fight our weakest. If it was me, I would have destroyed them, said Yarrow. As both Team B's walk down, we have on Team UA Mina Ishido, Toru Hagakure, Achiko Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Kyokujiro, and on Team Extra we have Bosu and Extra 6, 7, 8. And the quirks of them are Bosu. Her quirk allows her to fire air bullets with her mouth that have the strength of a baseball bat. Extra 6 can flatten parts of her body to 1 centimeter thick. Extra 7 has a sheep quirk with her wool partly absorbing blunt force. Extra 8 can feel vibrations in the earth and then sees where something is. Extra 9 can shoot and regenerate the tips of her fingers. As they enter the ring, they hear Bosu, who is one people who bullied Izuku in school, insult him more. That green-haired wimp, how the hell did that weakling ever get in UA with Bakugo? As Momo overhears them, she slightly gets angry but calms down, not wanting to make a sense. Sadly, they continued. He does kinda look cute, Extra 7 said. Ha, that weakling won't ever get a girlfriend. His looks will only get him so far. He is too weak-willed. With them insulting him more, Momo is close to losing her cool but being surprised someone heard as well. Hey, Bimbo, how about you shut up about him? Said Jiro, surprising all the girls who were there. What is he, your boyfriend? Cause nobody wants a flat tomboy, said Bosu. With Jiro now being embarrassed about her body, the other girls step in. Hey, shut up, Jiro is plenty appealing, Uraraka said, coming to the aid of Jiro as both Mina and Toru also stand up. But before they could continue, they hear Aizawa. Both teams start. As he said this, both teams went to fight, with both Bosu and Extra 9 firing long-range attacks, with all of them quickly rushing for cover. As the girls got to cover, Jiro plugged her earphones jack in the floor to locate all of them. While Momo makes a small mirror to look around the corner. As they located them, they proceeded to think of a way to beat them. As the girls came up with a strat, the extras closed in. As Bosu came around the corner to blast them with a wind bullet, she got hit in the face with a light beam from Toru, slightly stinging her and blinding her for a second. Jiro proceeded to stick her jacks in the speaker Momo made and blasted her heartbeat into the floor, making it harder to walk as well as nullifying the ability of Extra 8 without knowing her quirk. Momo makes a shield for Toru and herself and a tonfa for herself to fight with. And they went on the attack. With Mina, Uraraka and Toru teaming up and running toward the sheep Extra and Extra 6 and 9. As they arrived, Toru blocked the shots of 9 and fired back with the light beams as Uraraka rushed toward the sheep user and touches her to make her float, taking her out of the fight. As the sheep user was underprepared for her quirk, she couldn't do anything except wait for the fight down and then get let down. Now Uraraka runs toward Mina to help her fight an Extra 7, with 7 being really good at using her quirk to dodge. As now Mina and Uraraka attack her, she didn't last long as Mina was able to kick her in the knee and Uraraka being able to touch her shoulder, making her float up near the sheep user. As Toru is still in a fight but easily overpowering 9 with her having a shield. 9 would win a 1v1 for her quirk shoots faster and does more damage, but with most of her shots getting blocked or dodges, she doesn't really stand a chance as Mina got on her back and puts handcuffs that Momo made on her, defeating 3 members of the other team. With Momo and Jiro. Momo and Jiro went to fight Extra, with Jiro still blasting her heartbeat on the floor. It made Extra 8 useless. As Momo came close with her shield and tonfa, they used Jiro's other earphone jack to hold her leg in place to ensure she wouldn't escape. As 8 is now stuck with both Momo and Jiro with no way of beating them, she surrenders and allows both of them to capture her. Now both Jiro and Momo rush toward their meetup location and meet with the other 3 girls and went to fight Bosu. They locate her easily with Jiro. As they all arrive there, Mina walks up with high-level acid falling from her hands and Momo talking. Not only did you insult our boyfriend the second you arrived here, but you also went and insulted one of our friends, Momo said darkly. So how about we melt you a bit so you can't talk about others anymore? Mina said while holding her hand higher and showing the acid drip off, with it hitting the floor with a sizzle. Both Uraraka and Toru stood on her sides, making sure she couldn't run off. Bosu starts to trip backward, trying to calm them down and apologizing. As Mina gets closer and closer, Mina starts to decrease her level of acid while still keeping the evil face on. Now Mina is within 2 meters of Bosu and throws a big amount of acid on her, but for Bosu, it would seem like the end that she would melt, so she yells out, "And oh please, I am sorry." As the acid falls on Bosu, she screams and rolls around, scratching her skin trying to get the burning acid of, while in fact it was the same acidity as lemon juice, not even melting her clothing. As she realizes this, Momo slapped a handcuff around her wrist while crouching down. She talks to Bosu, "Don't ever insult our boyfriend again, or else we won't lower the acid next time, understood?" Bosu, having the fear of Momo put in her, only nods as she quickly gets up and runs back up. Team UA wins, get back up here, and the next team gets down, Aizawa said with a small smirk under his scarf, scaring the shit out of villains. Fun tactic, he thought. As Momo and the girls walk back up with a smile on their faces, they walk up to Izuku with him in his notebook writing and mumbling at near inhuman speeds, with them only getting a couple of words. As Team C walks down, consisted of Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, and Minoru Mineta. And Team Extra consist of Extra 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. As they all get ready for Aizawa to get the start sign. Extra 10. User has wheels as feet, making them able to reach high speeds. Extra 11. Can shoot out any fluid he has stored out of his mouth like a water hose. Extra 12. Has wings on his back, making him able to fly. Extra 13. Has card tattoos on his forearm that he can take out and throw at high speed, basically shuriken. Extra 14. Can shoot his hands out, which are connected to his body with chains. Both teams get ready to fight, and Team UA has a strat before even starting. Mineta gets on Ida's shoulder, and while Ida runs around everyone, Mineta throws his ball at them in the hopes of capturing them. Then, Sato has the job of staying near Kaminari, and Koda with Kaminari has the job to execute them if there are 3 or more in his range. Both Sato and Koda are fighting for close range, with Sato taking the front. As Aizawa tells them to start, Ida rushes over to hopefully finish this as soon as possible. Within 5 seconds, Ida was at the other team, and Mineta throwing his ball as 12 flies up to avoid the ball, and 10 was fast enough to dodge, but the rest wasn't so lucky as they now were stuck. With some being shocked that within 10 seconds it went from a 5v5 to a 2v5 as Ida runs away again with Mineta. 10 tries to go back to his teammates and help them out, but they didn't know this was what they wanted, with Kaminari being nearby waiting for him to get closer and then shocking those, as 10 is now at his teammates and has his back toward Kaminari. He quickly but silently walks up and yells, "Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts." The attack connects with all 4 of them, knocking them out of the fight fully. Now it's a 4v1 with Kaminari being brain-fried. As 12 is the only one still on his team, he tries to do hit and run tactics, but with Ida and Mineta on his tail, it does make it harder for him. He quickly flies down toward Koda and tries to attack him, but Sato wasn't gonna let his friend take that hit jump in his path and body blocked 12, making him fall to the floor. Mineta, being on Ida, throws his ball to capture him before he could move again. Team UA wins. Now it's time for the 1v1 battles. First it's Bakugo versus Deku. With both of them in the ring, you see Bakugo with an angry smirk on his face. For he can now beat one of his childhood best friend's bully without getting in trouble. Start, Aizawa yells before sitting down. Bakugo flies toward Deku and blasts him in the face with an explosion, then quickly grabbing his wrist and throwing Deku 10 meters with an explosion, making sure he is not knocked out yet. Bakugo rushes him again and hits him with a knee to the gut and launches him in a wall with an explosion, knocking him out and giving Bakugo the win. As Bakugo walks back up, he is met with the one guy that talks more shit than Monoma. "Your class is just getting lucky overall with the matchups. If any of you weaklings would have been against me, it would be an easy win," Yarrow says with a cocky grin as he turns toward the Momo and Uraraka. "You know, if you want to have some fun with a real man instead of those wimps, hit me up," he says with a wink. "We already have a real man," Momo says, as both of them have a look of disgust for him. Izuku, with rage in his mind, is still sitting quietly and seemingly calm as he hears one of his old bullies trying to hit on his girlfriends. As Bakugo sits down with Aizawa, who is in a different room, then the students announce the second match, Shoto Todoroki vs Extra 15. As both of them walk down the stairs, Yarrow is trying to see who is dating them. "So who are the guys that you two are dating?" Both Momo and Uraraka see this as a moment to irritate Yarrow, so they take it as both look at him with a smile and say, "Well, Izuku, of course." As Yarrow looks at them, he starts laughing. Haha, what a joke, like Deku could even get one girl. I see. Well, if both of you don't swing that way, at least come up with a better lie. It wasn't a lying a-hole, Mina says with anger. Without being able to continue to agree, Aizawa tells them to start the match. Within the second Aizawa tells them to start, Todoroki stamps his foot down and shoots out a massive iceberg at his opponent, capturing him easily. 5 seconds later you could hear Aizawa again. Todoroki wins. As Todoroki takes some time to unfreeze his opponent, Aizawa tells the next fighters, Ijiro Kirishima vs Extra 16, Yaro now cockily stands up, I can't wait to beat who I will be fighting. I will be a slaughter. Everyone in Class 1A is already done with his sheet. Todoroki walks back up as Kirishima walks back down. They both arrive there and Aizawa tell them to start. Kirishima wanted to finish this fight quickly so someone can beat that Yaro and make him shut up. So he goes and punches the guy in the gut, hoping to beat him fast, but is surprised when he punched him in the gut. Kirishima felt like he got punched twice as hard at the same location. What the hell? Kirishima grunts as he stumbles back from the surprise pain. Like it's my quirk, double back. My quirks hit back someone who attacked me with double the damage. I see, so I need to outlast you, Kirishima calmly says as he PPS his arm back and stands there on the outside. You just see Kirishima with his arm ped back ready to punch something, but Kirishima is really hardening some part of his muscles and bones to put his arms stuck in place while still trying to punch with his full strength. As Kirishima's arm begins to shake with how much force he puts up, he walks towards 16, who is confident that he would win, so he didn't move. As Kirishima gets closer and is now in front of 16, he smiles and releases his punch, Red Cannon. As his arm shoots forward at insane speeds, it connects with 16 chests, sending him flying backward as well as making Kirishima drops to his knees. Kirishima wins. 16 is knocked out. As 16 gets dragged out of the ring by drones, Kirishima walks back upwards with only one thought: it needs to be stronger. He gets back up and high-fives Bakugo and Zero and sits back down on a seat. Tokoyami vs 17 are next. Both of them walk downward as they enter the ring. Dark Shadow comes out of Tokoyami and 17's hair starts to move and points toward Dark Shadow and Tokoyami. Start. Aizawa gave the start sign. Dark Shadow, please show this dweller of the abyss why we rule it. Sure, I love beating up people, Dark Shadow said, sounding happy as Dark Shadow rushes towards 17 with Tokoyami looking at 17 moves closely. Dark Shadow get hit with a barrage of needles as Dark Shadow nearly block the attack with near no damage. He flies to 17 once again and starts to attack him with punches and slashes. After around 5 minutes, 17 is looking beat up with Dark Shadow having no real damage as Dark Shadow has been attacking 17. Tokoyami slowly went behind 17 and tackles him to the floor and placed his arm on his back, taking 17 out of the fight. Tokoyami wins. Izuku Midoriya vs Yaro is next. Yes, I get to whoop Fang Deku, it's my lucky day. As Yaro runs down seeming to can't wait to beat Izuku before he could, Aizawa walks out of his room and calls Izuku. Midoriya? Yes sir, he answers, not sure if something is wrong. You still wearing your training weights, right? Which Izuku nodded to. Take them all off for your fight. As Izuku lifts his legs, on both of his legs you can see 2 blue sacks on each leg. As he removes them and throws them on the floor, you can hear a small thud showing that they weighed a bit. He does the same to his arms, with them as well having 2 sacks on each arm. And for the last one, he removed his shirt, showing what looked like a bulletproof vest. As he removed his vest, everyone saw the amount of muscles Izuku had, with most of the extra guys being envious about the muscles, while every single one of the girls that was there had a nosebleed. Izuku was in a small back tank top, hugging all his muscles, leaving nothing to the imagination. An 8-pack that looked like it was made out of stone. Pecs that looked like 2 pillows and arms that seemed fake with how many muscles it was on. With his girlfriends feeling super lucky that their boyfriend looks like a Greek god. As Izuku puts his shirt back on, he walks down to the ring without a sound as Yaro still stands above, shocked out the muscles of Izuku and slightly scared for being so cocky before. But then he thought back to all the time before, how he never lost to Deku, so why would he lose now? As both of them stand in the ring, Yaro tries to get under the skin on Deku to hope for an easier win. I will beat you and show your skanks what a real man looks like. As Yaro said the word skank, Izuku looked up with pure rage behind his eyes. Apologies now, he demanded. What? Yaro asked. Why would I ever apologize to a weakling like you? He asked. Not to me, to the girl's apologies or else, Izuku said with anger. Ha, did I hit a spot? Don't you like it when someone talks bad about those slots? Well too. Before he could finish his sentence, Izuku had kicked him in the face hard enough to hurt but not hard enough to knock him out. UFING beach, you got lucky with your sneak attack. If I was ready I would have easily dodged and countered it. Well, if that's the case, then why don't I tell you all my moves before I make them? Izuku walks up, right kick to the side of the ribs, Izuku said, and shortly after kicks him in the ribs. Front kick to the chest, and again he does what he said and it connecting. Those whores are giving you too much confidence, remember your place, effing Deku? Yarrow yells as he uses his Quirk flame fist to ignite his hands and palms stick Izuku right on the chest. Itchy H, how do you like that? He looks up and sees Izuku not even flinching at the flaming hand on his chest. Izuku throws a hard right hook right to the side of the face of Yarrow, knocking out a teeth and knocking him out. Don't ever insult someone I care about again or I won't hold back. He walks back up toward his classmates and the other school, who are all scared shitless. They say their happy-go-lucky friend absolutely destroys someone with even using a quirk. Aizawa and the other teacher walk out of the room and Aizawa begins to talk. Okay students, both I and Mr. Mayo have seen the fights and know how to improve your training. Tomorrow in homeroom we will explain what will change in training. Now you get changed and go back to your dorms. Extras, go get everyone who is injured from RG and go back to your own schools. And they all proceed what Aizawa instructed, with Izuku's old bullies scared sheetless from Izuku. Class 1A walks back into the dorms after the tournament without saying anything. The class has been quiet ever since Izuku's fight. It's been weird. Their class president, a guy who helps everyone, was soft during training, destroyed someone. Aizu? Mina asked, worried about her boyfriend. Yeah, Mina, something wrong? Izuku responded, are you okay? She asked again, of course, why wouldn't I be fine? He said cheerily, well, cause you destroyed that guy, Kaminari said, joining in on the conversation. I am fine, really. He said some stuff he shouldn't have said and I might have lost my temper a bit. But I am fine now, don't worry. I am gonna make some dinner. Does spicy ramen sound good? Izuku said, trying to change the subject a bit. What sauce you're using, the one from my mom or yours? Bakugo asked. The one from my mom for you guys and your mom's for mine, he said back, receiving a nod from both Bakugo and Kirishima. As people wanted some ramen for dinner, Izuku went to go to the kitchen. Just before he was about to start, Uraraka, Momo, and Mina came in the kitchen. Aizu wants some help? Mina asked, which Izuku nodded to, with now Mina and Momo chopping veggies and Uraraka already starting on part of the broth. So, Izuku, can you tell us anything about our dates? Momo asked, not wanting to stand there in silence. Sure, I can say what we would do. Well, I thought that first would be Momo, with first a trip to the library, then to a tea house and ending at a museum. I hope that's fine. As he said this, Toru entered, getting called over by Mina. Momo has a massive smile on her face with a light blush. It sounds fantastic. Then after Momo would be Mina, with Mina perking up at her name. We would go to a new club to have some fun. After this, Mina had a big smile around the same size as Momo with her own lilac blush. Hope you have some moves, Aizu, she responded with a flirty tone, gaining a blush from Izuku. Then the next day first would be Toru. Hearing this, Toru became excited to see what her boyfriend thought of, while Uraraka had a tad of a sad expression on her face that he couldn't see. Because she had her back to him. After all, she and the rest were still busy cooking. For Toru, I thought of first getting some breakfast in a small Bristow and then going in the city to build a bear and then make some teddy bears, he ending sheepishly, with Toru becoming extremely happy and jumping his back and giving him kisses on his cheeks, which almost gained a full crash from the green-haired boy. Yay, Super Zuzu, I can't wait to make a Zuzu bear cuddle with you at night, she said while still hugging Izuku. After she and he calmed down, he continued, then last would be Uraraka, with first making some mochi together. Saying this kinda got her sadness away, but it was still there. In her head, she was last because he loved her the least or cared for her the least. Then after putting the mochi in the freezer, we would go to the movie theater, then a carnival that's in town. And then ending it at Yua eating the mochi on the roof while watching the sky. As he finished, Uraraka was in dreamland. So many romantic things to do. Not that I am complaining or something, but isn't Uraraka getting more on her dates? Mina asked, not trying to sound angry or jealous. She isn't, she is just wondering. Well, it does seem like that, but I thought that because she was last she might think that she is my least favorite or something along those lines, he answered, hoping to clear up any problems. Momo responded, "How sweet, Izuku. We understand," as they continued to make dinner. Shortly after, Ida came in with a distressed face. "Midoriya, I need to speak to you," he said with seriousness. Izuku walked out with Ida, leaving the noodles he was making on the counter. As both of them walk out of the kitchen and walk toward the elevator, Izuku starts the conversation. "So, Ida, what did you need to talk about?" "I need to request a leave of absence for today until Monday," Ida responded. "I need to know why." "Ida, I need to give that information to the teachers for them to give the okay," Izuku responded. "My older brother was injured during a mission today and is now in the ICU. Say no more, Ida. You can go now. I will make sure the teachers understand and accept." As Ida left with saying a small thank you, Izuku proceeded to call Aizawa. "What?" The tired and scruffy voice of Aizawa came through. "Uncle Zawa, Ida has left school ground with my permission. His older brother was attacked during a mission and is now in the ICU. He will be back Monday." With a small silence, Izuku got his response, understood and accepted. With that, Aizawa hung up and informed Nizu, and Izuku went back to cooking, worried for his friend. Small time skip. "Don't do it," Kirishima tried to warn. "Do it, Peace," Bakugo said, trying to push both Denki and Shiro to taste Izuku's hot sauce. After some more arguing, they all tried some, even Bakugo and Kirishima. With both of them knowing the result but having to join mainly because Denki said he would handle it better than him, thus he had to prove he was better. And Kirishima was easily convinced, saying being the only one who didn't try it would be super unmanly. After everyone had something on their fingers, even both Todorokis, they all tasted it. After 5 seconds of it being slightly spiced, Denki went to brag, "How you call this spicy? This is not dash." Before he could even finish, all received the wave of spiciness. Some cried, some almost puked, only one laughed. Denki, Sato, Shiro, and Mineta ran around yelling nonsense. All the girls, Aoyama and Todoroki, rushed to the fridge and cupboards hoping to get milk or sugar to dull the spiciness. Others tried to act cool like Bakugo and Tokoyami, but the runny noses and watery eyes made them look dumbish. As Izuku was sitting there trying to hold his laughter to see every one of his classmates trying anything to remove the spiciness, with him just laughing and tasting some himself and giving no reaction at all. Small time skip. Next day. The students are waiting for their next teacher for heroics class. They continue to small talk. "I still don't believe that Midoriya can eat that devil sauce and not feel it," Denki whined as Shiro and Ojiro nodded in agreement. "Kaminari, I don't know what to tell you, I can just eat it. It's our boyfriend isn't a beach," Mina said with a fist pump, with receiving a "kwai" from all the guys in class except Shoto and Tokoyami. "I have returned from vacation," All Might announced as he entered the room. "All Might," the class yelled. "Ha, calm down, young ones, I am back from my vacation here to teach the new generation," he said with his signature smile as the class went on with talking about yesterday's fights with video. The bell rang and the class was over, but before they could walk out, All Might said something. "Young Midoriya, I need you to come with me for a second." "Sure, All Might," Izuku responded. As they walk, All Might and Izuku talked a bit about his vacation with them, not seeing the girls follow them. As they reach the support course, Izuku is confused why he would walk here with All Might, but is happy cause he wanted to make a request in the support course for some training gear. All Might enters. Izuku enters shortly after, but right as he walks in the open door, he gets tackled by, in his eyes, a blonde blur. As he gets tackled, the girls who followed him yell out, "Izuku!" As Izuku gets out of his daze, he looks up at his attacker. As he looks up, he sees long blonde hair, bright blue eyes that looked like they are framed behind glasses. As he sees her face, she notices that she is smiling at him. "Hey Izuku," she said. As Izuku gets out of his daze, he looks around, sees All Might with a massive smile, same for the girl on top of him and his 4 girlfriends who looked shocked. He looked back at the girl and something clicked in his mind. Melissa. She nodded, and with happiness clouding his main thought, he hugged the girl. As his girlfriends are confused, as he comes back to his sense, he realizes what's happening. He gets up with Melissa still hugging him. Sorry about that. Aizu, who is this?" Mina asked. "Oh, sorry, this is Melissa Shield, one of my best friends. I have known her since I was 6. He said with a smile. Melissa gives a smile and a wave. "Hey, Melissa, these are from left to right Mina Ashido, Toru Hagakure, Achiko Uraraka, and Momo Yayarosa, my girlfriends." he said as both All Might and Melissa look at him wide-eyed and shocked. Yaun Midoriya, could you repeat that last part please? All Might said unsure about what he heard. Mina answered him, he said that we are his girlfriends, she said with a smile. All Might look over for confirmation and he sees Izuku rubs the back of his head sheepishly and giving a small nod. Well, it looks like Midoriya is a lady killer, ha. Receiving giggles from his girlfriend as well as a massive blush from Midoriya. Wait, Melissa, what are you doing here? Well, I am going to school here now. As he looks over to All Might he gets a nod from the big man. You're going to the support course at UA? Jup as of today. As they talk on, All Might left having to do some paperwork. During their talk, Izuku requested for Melissa to make him some extra weight. After Izuku left, the girls wanted to also leave but got stopped by alerting Izuku, hey, can I talk to you for a second? I was wondering, with you all dating him, can I join? Melissa asked, blushing slightly. You want to date Izuku? Momo asked. Yes, I always liked him, but since we never met each other in real life I never wanted to risk it, but I told myself to ask him out when I met him in real life, she said. I don't see a problem with that. Sure, it would be weird but not that much. Weirder than it's now, Uraraka said, but it's not up to only us. You need to ask Izuku and you, Momo said. She nods and lets the girls go back to the dorms. Next day. First date with Momo. As Izuku walks toward Momo's dorm room he knocks, and when she opens the door he blushes big time as he sees Momo in. She looked at Izuku seeing him in. Why you look appealing, Momo, Izuku said with his blush. You look great as well, I didn't know you had that much style. No offense, she answered. None taken, both Kaken and Ijiro kinda helped me out with that, he said while rubbing his head. As they make it outside they make it toward the library, first taking out multiple books that they would read together. Shortly after that they reach the tea house and try out multiple teas, and both had a great time talking about their hobbies. After a while of drinking tea and talking they decide to go to the museum over hero history. As they enter the museum they walk around with Izuku saying some facts about heroes that they walk by until they walk toward a fire-type heroes with Izuku getting tears. Izuku, what's wrong? It's just Sniffle, that's my father, he said as pointing toward what looked like a somewhat older-looking Izuku with a small beard and messy black hair. They continue on. Izuku tells some stories about his father that his mother always told him. As they reach the dorm again, as they reach their dorms, Momo gives Izuku a big kiss on the lips and walks toward her room with Izuku slightly crashing but enjoying his day so far. As his next date is Mina. He first went to go and shower and get changed. Date with Mina. As Izuku goes toward Mina's dorm she opens the door and he sees her. As Izuku is wearing. You look great, Mina, Izuku said with a blush. You look Izu, she says as she kisses him on the cheek. As they make it out of the dorms Izuku first takes Mina to get something to eat. They make it toward a small restaurant to get something fast to eat. They make it toward the club. They enter and dance for a little while, both having the time of their lives, with Mina loving to dance and making fun of Izuku for having no dancing skills. And Izuku having a great time because he is spending it with Mina. After around an hour or two of dancing and talking with each other, they head back toward the dorm with Mina piggybacking on Izuku because her legs were tired. As they arrive at the dorms Mina gets off and kisses Izuku on the lips again, but also wraps her hands around his neck with his hand reaching her hips. After they part for air Izuku realizes what he had done. I am so sorry, Mina, I wasn't trying anything, I swear, he said while raising his hands in surrender. I don't mind, Izuku, you can touch me all you want, she said while blowing him a kiss and walking toward her room. As Izuku enters his dorm as well he falls back on his bed thinking about how great today was so far and how hopefully great tomorrow would be. Next day. Date with Toru. As Izuku walks toward Toru's room for their date he knocks on her door and she opens wearing. And Izuku wearing. Oh Zuzu, you look great, so handsome. Toru says, you look great as well, Toru. As they walk out of the dorm again they go toward the breakfast place. As they arrive they order. Izuku orders eggs with toast and a cup of orange juice while Toru orders waffles with whipped cream and a glass of orange juice. As they both eat and talk a bit about random stuff they finish their food. After Izuku paid they go toward building a bear and make a set of bears together with Toru making one bear that looks like Izuku and a bear that looks like herself. With Izuku trying his best to make one for Momo, Uraraka and Mina. As they have some more fun while building the bears they reach the dorms again. Thank you for today, Zuzu, I had a great time, she said while kissing him. Date with Uraraka. As Izuku walks toward Uraraka's dorm, she opens the door wearing. "What you think?" Uraraka asked while giving a small spin with a big blush. "You look great, Ochako." They walk down toward the kitchen and start making mochi with them, having a great deal of fun laughing. After they made the mochi and placed it in the freezer, they go toward the movies, with them choosing a comedy movie. With the movie being great, they had an amazing time. As they reach the carnival, they go on a lot of rides, with Ochako being able to handle them better because of her quirk. After winning her some prizes, they make it toward the dorms again. While talking and laughing, they quickly get the mochi from the freezer and make it toward the roof. As they sit on the roof looking up at the stars, with Akako's head on his stomach and Izuku using one hand to slide her hair, and both of them enjoying the simplicity of today. As the mochi is gone, Ochako fell asleep, with Izuku taking her bridal style to her room, lying her on her bed and giving her a kiss on the forehead. "Sleep well, Ochako," he says as he walks out the room and walks toward his own room. Being as happy as he has been in years, he changes his clothing and falls asleep, dreaming about his great girlfriends. This week has been great for Izuku. Last Friday he found out one of his best friends also started going to his school. Then during the weekend he had 4 dates with his girlfriends and made a promise to his other girlfriend that she will also get a date. Then when his week fully started, he got woken up with the sight of 4 of his appealing and amazing girlfriends who made him breakfast in bed. Now he is in class and the internships are getting explained. "Okay, everyone shut up and listen. Aizawa started later today. Every single one of you will take the train toward your internships. During these internships, you will do what they say. You will speak with respect and no action that will tarnish anyone's reputation. Any questions?" Aizawa finished. As the short day continues for the students, with everyone excited for their internships, they start to talk about their choices. "Where are you guys going?" asked Kirishima. "Well, your boy got invited by Ryu," Denki said with a smug look. "Wow, that's cool, Kaminari, and a smart choice. Ryu, being a lightning user with incredible quirk skill, will without a doubt increase your quirk's power as well if you learn enough." "Who did you choose, nerd?" Bakugo asked. "Hey, I got lucky and Dragoon Hero Ryukyu sent me an internship offer," he said while sheepishly rubbing his head. "What?" was the reaction of the classmates to who he was talking with. "How did you get an internship offer from Ryukyu whilst not even being in the sports festival?" Ojiro asked. With Fuyumi, who was also in the conversation but not talking, mainly because she wanted to know where everyone would be going. "That's because of what happened at USJ. While the full information about USJ isn't public, there has been stuff leaked. One of the main leaks is that Izuku took down multiple villains that were able to beat the teachers, as well as rival All Might. While these would still be considered rumors by most, some would be interested in seeing if they are true. Oswell, with him having the highest points in the entrance exam, will show his strength in a broad sense," she said, with some people looking shocked and some nodding along. Still doesn't matter, nerd. I got an invite by the number 4 hero," Bakugo stated proudly. "So I got an internship with the number 2 hero," Shoto said. With Bakugo responding with a loud "T doesn't count," whilst some laughed and giggled. "Still, I have the greatest internship. Teat lady can't wait to see her massive Brea." Before Mineta was able to finish his dirty thought, he was lifted by Izuku with Bakugo next to his head, making a small blast, and Kirishima on the other side cracking his knuckles. With Izuku starting to talk, "Mineta, I would like to remind you of 2 things before we leave. First, you is my girlfriend. Do anything to her and I will fight you, not as a hero but as her boyfriend. Second, both Kaken and Ejiro are great friends with her as well, so if you do anything to her they will also fight you, but as her friends. Do understand?" He finished as Mineta got the main force of his anger. He was too scared to speak. He weakly nodded as he was then let go and fell on his butt. As everyone in the class was silent during this, most being too shocked to respond, while all the girls in class had one thought: Izuku being Demon-T is way too CC, while his girlfriends also had the thought of, would he do the same for me? They were taken out of their shock by Aizawa. "Okay, brats, take your suitcase and get to the bus." As the students make it toward the bus, they keep talking about their internships, with Izuku asking his closest friends and his girlfriends if they maybe could get an autograph for him, while gaining some laughs about how asked they all said they would try. On the bus, Aizawa said one more thing, that the internship will last from today till Friday. On the bus ride, they found out where everyone was gonna go. Aoyama was going toward Hikarkagayaku, a hero with a quirk that works much like his. Mino is going toward Yoruchi, a female hero who uses her cat quirk to increase flexibility and fights with dance moves. Tsuyu choose an aquatic hero called Selkie. Ida without his usual choice, weirdly enough a low-ranking hero called Manuel somewhere in Hosu. People thought it was weird, but he just said that with being a hero the lower-ranked heroes do more grunt work, and in his eyes being a good hero will also revolve around that. Some agreed, but a small group knew something else was going on. Achiko chooses something that shocked a lot of people, but a hero called Gunhead increases her fighting skills. Ojiro went north for a monkey hero calling himself Enma who uses his monkey quirk. Many likes Ojiro. They already knew who Kaminari went with. Kirishima went with a hero called Fourth Kind who, even though he looks like a mob boss, helps a lot in communities. Koda chose a hero called Naku, a hero who could change his body into ravens. Sato took an internship with a cooking hero. Shoji took a hero named Spot, a hero that was really skilled at locating people. Kyoka went with someone called Death Arms, a local hero that focused on strength. Siro went with a hero named Spider. This hero looked like a real spider, so he wasn't that popular with kids for them being scared of him, but he was great at capturing people and setting up traps with his web. Tokoyami chooses a hero calling himself Yami who was able to make weapons out of darkness and shadows. This hero had a wild Grim Reaper vibe, scaring the life out of villains. Todoroki chooses his father as an internship just because he wanted some time with his family as well as gain strength. Toru chooses the hero Fold, a hero who with her quirk allowed her to become paper, making her perfect for infiltration while also having great fighting abilities. Bakugo is going toward Best Jeans, hoping to see how strong he is compared to the number. Izuku was going for Ryukyu, hoping to gain some more wisdom and skills. Mineta, whiles being scared, had MT, Lady to go to, and last was Momo who chose a heroine with the name of the Scarlet Knight. Using her quirk equipped to change weapons and armor. Hoping to learn some extra weapon skills as well as being able to read situations better and faster. As the students get on their trains, the girls give Izuku a goodbye kiss and say they will call later tonight. Before Izuku had to go on his train, he tried talking to Ida, but it seemed like Ida was trying to avoid him. After a little while, Izuku makes it toward the Ryukyu agency. As he enters, he is greeted by a nice open lobby as well as somebody sitting behind the lobby desk. "Hello, welcome to Ryukyu agency, how can I help you?" The lady asks nicely, "Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya and I have an internship with Miss Ryukyu." "Of course, Miss Ryukyu's office is on the 6th floor. Thank you," Izuku says as he walks toward the elevator. Once he gets up toward the 6th floor, he asked one of the people up to there where he needed to go. After he is there, he is told to wait. After a little while, Izuku is told to enter the room. When he sees something he did not expect. Ryukyu and Mirko, Izuku asked, amazed and shocked. As the two looks at him, Ryukyu with interests and Mirko with a blank face. As Izuku continues now out his shock, "It's an honor meeting both of you," he says while bowing. "Who is that?" Mirko says while pointing a thumb at Izuku. "That Mirko is my intern." "Introduce yourself if you will," Ryukyu said with her calming yet impressive aura. "Of course, my name is Izuku Midoriya, here from UA for an internship." "Thank you for this opportunity," Izuku says while bowing again. "He is from UA, why didn't I see him fighting then? Is he a weakling?" Mirko said whilst looking bored and disappointed. "Well, I am not sure if he is a weakling. That would depend if the rumors are true or not." "So Midoriya, tell me, are they?" Ryukyu asked Kami. "What rumors?" Mirko asked, not giving Izuku a chance to talk. "I assume you are talking about the rumors about the USJ?" Izuku asked, receiving a nod from Ryukyu. "While I do not know the full rumors, I can say that during the USJ attack I fought and received injuries. And about my being a weakling, I myself have no way of saying it's true or not. While I'm sure I won't be anywhere near your strength, I do believe that I can fight villains," Izuku says with both of the heroines perking up. "So Midoriya, what is your quirk?" Ryukyu asked, knowing then broad answer but no fully understanding it. "The short answer is my quirk allows me to use the quirks of people that I respect and that respect me. I would need confirmation about the respect, with it needing to be real respect, or I won't able to use it. I won't have the same power of the quirk as most people. With friends and a normal amount of respect would allow me to use the quirk, but it would give me more backlash or it won't be as effective. With then best friends / great friends or high respect. And then with family or loved ones, I will be able to use the quirk to the same extent as the user, he said, hoping to keep it short but with all information. So you have multiple quirks? Mirko said simply, sort of the answer the woman. Very well Midoriya, now before I can teach you anything I will have to see what you're capable of myself. So I will let you spar with one of my sidekicks. Before Ryukyu could finish what she wanted to say, Mirko cut in, I want to fight him. See what this brat has to offer. What are the rules? He asked, looking calm on the outside but the inside. I'm fighting Mirko the bunny hero. This is awesome. I can finally see her fighting style up close. This is great. The rules will be simple. We fight until you are down for a while, or you trip me. So you have a chance to win, Mirko says with a cocky smirk. To make it even better for you, if you trip me I will do one thing for you, Mirko says with a wink. Causing Izuku to blush. Anything? He asked. Well, nothing. Dirty you perv. And no, I don't mean it like that, I swear. I meant if I win I would like an autograph, as Izuku says this like a child while rubbing the back of his neck. As Mirko hears this she goes from laughing slightly to laughing with tears in her eyes. Ha, sure kid, if you win I will give you an autograph and even a photo together. As Izuku hears this he gets excited and starts thinking of a way to win, with all of them going toward the dojo. As they arrive at the dojo, Izuku is kinda shocked by the size of it. As both of them get ready for their spar. Izuku in his mind is trying to find a way to win this spar. As Mirko just wants to stomp him. Ryukyu tells them to start. As the start sign is given, Mirko jumps right at Izuku, giving him zero chance to try something. As Mirko jumps forward to Izuku, getting ready to kick Izuku with a roundhouse kick to the ribs. Izuku quickly activated the Sharingan, allowing Izuku to see and react to Mirko. Mirko kicks, and with Izuku being able to react, he decided to block the hit, resulting in Izuku being kicked away as he rolls over the floor. He gets up again barely in time to dodge another attack from Mirko. As he rolls away, he placed both hands on the floor and a massive wave of ice gets sent out, coating the floor and walls in hopes of holding Mirko. Izuku lets out a breath, showing his breath. He quickly uses his father's quirk to warm his body, making him not only warm again but also increasing his strength and speed. He also uses OFA at 20% on top of that, making his glow red with steam releasing from his body. As Izuku now has a high boost in power and speed, he rushes over to Mirko within a second and throws a punch at her, for it to be dodged and countered with a kick to his open side, connecting just below his ribs. As Izuku gets kicked back 2 meters with him having the air kicked out of him. Not allowing himself to breathe, he jumps back at Mirko, trying to knock her down at least once. With him not getting a clean hit, Mirko simply blocked or dodged the attack. With Mirko taunting Izuku the whole time. As Mirko gets bored of this, he goes on fun offense. Jumping at him with insane speed and throwing kicks. Izuku has trouble dodging all kicks, with him not really being able to block because of her leg strength. As Izuku thinks of a plan that might work. As Izuku goes for a block with one arm, Mirko connects with the forearm. As she kicked him, his arm flies off. As Izuku screams in pain, Mirko stops in shock, thinking she just kicked a kid's arm off and stopped his hero's future. Ryukyu also stood up from her seat and ran over to Izuku. Izuku seeing his chance, he pushes Mirko over with his leg, making her trip. As Mirko falls over still in shock, Izuku starts to laugh and cheer. Are you okay? Ryukyu yells, scared of the damage done to Izuku. Yes, I am sorry for the deception, he says as his arm flies back. It's a quirk from UA Class B allowing me to split apart. As he says this, Mirko gets up from her shock and kick him in the chest. You brat, you scared the shit out of me. I am very sorry about that, but if I wanted to win I needed to use a trick. Beating you with strength was not a possibility. As he says this, Mirko calms down. Well, you did win, so a deal is a deal. Now well done Midoriya, I have seen what you're capable of. Those rumors might as well be true. For training with me. At first, we will train your presence, Ryukyu said, with Izuku wondering what she meant. Many higher rank heroes have this aura around them, giving people a sense of safety or power. But first, we will have dinner and sleep. I can only assume that you have been tired out after the fight. Then tomorrow we can train and I will explain a bit better, Ryukyu said. The rest of the day for Izuku was consisted out of dinner, with both Mirko and Ryukyu enjoying a talk with them about heroics as well as hobbies. Gaining more information about their quirks, as well as getting a photo and an autograph from Mirko. During the night, Izuku was in a big video call with all his girlfriend, including you. Then Izuku was able to fall asleep with no idea how much pain and work he will have to put in the following week. With the work studies starting for all the students at UA Hero course. Some are already hard at work at their internships. Izuku Midoriya has his internship with the Dragoon hero Ryukyu, who at the time of his internship had a visitor in the names of the rabbit hero Mirko. As Izuku woke up earlier than both of them and made some breakfast for both of them, Ryukyu made Izuku sleep at her house in the guest room. As he was done with the breakfast, he decided to move to her garden and do some meditating as well as training some fighting moves. As he was busy, he didn't notice Ryukyu arriving at the living room. As she had a soft smile on her face, she chooses to watch Izuku moves in hopes of helping him improve those if she could. While she watched Izuku train, she noticed Mirko waking up as well. "Good morning, Rumi. As you can see, breakfast is set," Rikuyu said with a smile. Rumi looks around and sees Izuku in the garden and decides to do the normal thing. As Izuku is focusing on his moves, he gets a small soft voice in the back of his head, kick from behind to the head. Getting confused by the voice, he stood still and received a kick from behind to the head from none other than Mirko. "Seems you still have to work on your reflexes, kid," Mirko said with a cocky grin. Izuku is still dazed from the kick but answers, "I wasn't paying attention, sorry ma'am. I wasn't expecting to be kicked or for someone to tell me that it was coming," he said as he got up. "What are you talking about, Midoriya?" Nobody said anything, Ryukyu said as she walked up to both of them. "Rumi, don't do that again. Midoriya is here to learn to be a hero, not to get his head kicked in the morning." As Ryukyu scolded Mirko, Izuku was shocked and confused about the voice. As they sit down for breakfast, Izuku tells them that he heard a quiet voice that told him what was about to happen. Both Mirko and Ryukyu are confused about it and decide that today they will focus on that voice and finding out what it does or is. The rest of the week Izuku was trained in training the voice as well as getting Izuku a big boost in confidence. For training, it was mainly Mirko versus Izuku. The voice was rarely activated, but when it did it was always correct. On the first night, Izuku had a theory that he went to try out. Right when he went to bed, he chose to focus on his mind and focus on OFA. He quickly got a result. "Hello Ninef, what are you here for?" Third said. "Hey Third, today something happened and I hoped you could help. I kept hearing a voice that would say fighting moves for me to dodge. Is it perhaps a new quirk?" Izuku said, unsure. "Perhaps I can help with your new problem," a new voice said. As Izuku turns and gets ready to fight, mainly not expecting someone else. "Have no fear Ninth, I am the 6th user and what you have been experiencing is my old quirk. Although you haven't fully unlocked it yet, but you on your way to its full power," the newly named 6th said. "What do you mean fully unlocked? And what is your power?" Izuku asked. "With the quirks that are hidden within OFA, you won't be unlocking them fully at first. Perhaps you will be able to use the full power at first in a time of crisis, much like the Third's quirk." "What do you mean didn't I unlock the full power of that one yet?" Izuku interrupted. "No, you have not, with OFA now being a part of your body. My quirk would be a mutation type, thus permanently changing your outside appearance. Although this would only be its base form, so the only thing you would receive would be 3 tomos in each eye," Third said. "Each quirk will be a part of you, but until that happens you won't be able to use it fully. As for what my quirk is, it was called Haki. It had 3 uses. First, and the one you have been experiencing, is called Observation Haki. It allows you to hear the voice of all things, thus it allowing you to dodge more effectively or even find people and find out true emotions. Perhaps it grew within OFA and gained more abilities than that, I am not sure. Now the second use is Armament Haki, it allowing you to negate quirks as well as being a defense. Yet in my time, it wasn't a strong defense, but perhaps it grew within OFA. Now the final use, as well as it is the strongest use yet hardest to learn, and Conqueror's Haki, with it allowing you to push your will upon others and overpowering their conscience, thus making them faint," Sixth said. With Izuku being shocked, to say the least. "How will I be able to train it?" Izuku asked, in the hope to gain a good grasp of this power as soon as possible. "Let's focus on observation for now, Ninth. Perhaps remove your sense of sights and dodge attacks. Now it's time for you to sleep. Perhaps we can converse somewhere in the future, Ninth." As Sixth finishes this, everything went black and Izuku fell asleep. As he woke up, he told Ryukyu and Mirko that he found out whose quirk it was and how to train it, wanting not to let a secret slip. As they found out how Izuku's days consisted of waking up having a normal spar with Mirko, then sitting down with a BLNDFLD with Ryukyu standing behind him and whacking him with a stick. Of course, Mirko wanted to do that, but after the first time with Izuku almost getting hit unconscious, it was clear that Mirko was for a later level. Then after about an hour or two of that with multiple breaks for Izuku to heal, they would work on some confidence boosters and hero laws. Then some free time and then a patrol. After that it would be a full day and they would return and be done for the day and head home. With the others, Aoyama went with the hero Hikarikagaya, who had a quirk that would allow him to fire beams of light out of his hands. As he was trained during his week, he learned to fire at a high rate of fire and it even gaining more strength. Overall he became a bit stronger but still had the habit of standing in weird poses. Mina was with Yoruchi. Mina learned a lot from her during her week. Not only did she learn about her quirk but paperwork as well. At first, Mina was told to run an obstacle course. She had some problems but overall she did complete it. Yoru then trained her on her mobility, seeing her flexibility was great. During the week Mina became somewhat friends with Yoruchi and gained a signed picture for Izuku. Yoruchi did tease her about her boyfriend during the week. She also learns to use her quirk in case of having to climb. Tsuyu was at an internship with the hero Selkie. During the time she learned some things about water rescue, but the overall main thing she did was stop a small drag operation. She didn't do so much herself, but she was a part of it and help out greatly. During this week she also thought a lot about her feelings for Izuku. It was bugging her a lot. Every time she thought about the green-haired adult, she gained a small smile and felt warm. She wanted to know if this was real love or perhaps just a crush. It didn't help that Mina and Toru were pushing these thoughts about Izuku and love to them. Ida had an internship with a lower-ranking hero named Manuel. Sadly, Ida didn't choose him to learn anything for Ida. This was merely about being able to stop Stain, the one that attacks his older brother. He did listen to some things Manuel said, but overall his mind was full of the thought of stopping Stain, the hero hunter. Achiko had a weird internship. There was a cute bubbly girl that looked like she didn't want to hurt a fly, being in a dojo and quickly learning how to use gunhead martial arts. A fighting style created by a man with a quirk that allows him to fire bone bullets out of his wrist. He finds that bit excessive, so he created this style to defeat villains pretty fast. Gunhead is impressed that Achiko is learning so fast as well as her drive to learn it. During her time there she found out even though Gunhead looks scary, he is extremely friendly and funny. After asking for an autograph, Gunhead at first thought it was for a little brother or sister but was surprised when she told him it was for her boyfriend. Ojiro was under a hero calling himself the Monkey King Enma. His fighting skill was mostly using his tail to fling himself around while keeping on the attack. Ojiro, at first wanting to imitate the style, was quickly shot down with his tail being so bulky. Ojiro found out midweek that he should use his tail as a weapon and spring to do fast dodges and strong attacks. Even learning some of Enma's attacks. Denki chooses a man called Raya. Overall Raya looks cool, not scary, not CC, just really cool. Raya, being a light knight user much like Denki, made a connection with the young boy. During the whole internship, Ryu gave Denki help to increase his control. By letting Denki focus on small metals inside people's pockets as lightning rods. Although with it being Denki, he didn't get in under control within the week they had. But he wasn't giving up. Kirishima had his internship with the hero called Fourth Kind, a hero with a mutation quirk that gave him 4 legs and 4 arms. Kirishima was surprised to see Tetsu there but wasn't gonna complain because during the times they got to know each other they became good friends. During their internship, they mainly did community service. Kirishima already having done some cleaning work when he helped Izuku clean up a beach, as well as some other work they did as a group during summer vacations. Overall for him, it was the manly thing to do. Koda went with the hero Naku. Koda, being the shy person he is, did as he was told and stayed quiet most of the time, and when he did say something it was a short and quiet answer or question. Koda found a new use for his quirk, with it revolving around making animals scout areas for him. That would help him greatly during search missions but as well as intel gathering. Sato was with a hero that focused a lot on cooking. His main way of fighting was to make armor out of food. His favorite armor was ramen armor. This man helped Sato with some fighting styles as well as giving him a recipe for sweets and ramen. Shoji had his internship with the hero Spot, who could spot anything. He uses his quirk mainly to spot heat sources, allowing him to see where people are. But on the times he has to fight, he uses his quirk to spot weak points. Shoji quickly learned better ways to locate people. Jiro was conflicted during her time with Death Arms. Death Arms work a lot with Kamui Woods and MT Lady. She did learn a lot. She also even helped save people during a hostage situation. But with MT Lady being there, she was forced to keep thinking of Izuku. During their time at the dorms, she fell for the boy hard. On more than one occasion she was staring at him. He only made it harder for her by him asking her to learn to play the guitar. She was in love with him, but she didn't think he would love her at all. What was to love about her compared to the others? She was flat, looked tomboyish, wasn't good at the lovey-dovey. So, of course, she wants to do lovey-dovey stuff mainly cause she never had the opportunity. She would often dream or think about her and Izuku cuddling or walking hand in hand. Having cute nicknames, sharing food. With her falling for Izuku hard, it was obvious to you that she had feelings for Izuku and her a lot in hopes of making the girl happy as well as making Izuku happier. Zero had his internship with Spider, a newer hero who was liked by many children. As Zero was having his internship, he learned some new moves as well as learned how to properly swing with his tape. Of course, he already could swing, but now it was far easier for him. Plus, with his new moves, he could trap anything. At least in his mind. Tokoyami went with Yami for his internship. Yami was a fairly buff and intimidating-looking man. He used his quirk to create weapons and armor, but with his skill, he rarely had to. Tokoyami found out how to negate some of his weaknesses as well as use Dark Shadow as a weapon. Dark Shadow liked giving Tokoyami claws and a helmet as armor. Both Yami and Tokoyami found this handy. Todoroki went with his father's endeavor. Not only was his father the number 2 hero, but he had the bonus of being with family. Todoroki still refused to use his fireside. It was clear to his family that it was out of fear. Years ago Shoto was training and playing with his quirk. He fires his fire out his arm and looked at his arm that was in flames. Without thinking, he touched his face to scratch an itch he had. Being the small child he is, his mother was nearby, but before she could stop it happened. He touches his face with his hands still on fire. Normally this wouldn't be the end of the world with it being able to be healed quickly, but because of the pain, he shot his fire out more. With it reaching higher levels, his mother quickly arrived, and in fear of the burn she, without thinking it true, fully used her ice to cool down the burn. Sadly, that resulted in Shoto gaining the scar on his face. Nobody knew how to really help him. They tried therapy, but Shoto shut them all out. They tried talking to him themselves, but that only resulted in him using it to unfreeze his training partners. Toru went with the appealing hero Fold with her quirk, allowing her to be as thin as the paper. It allowed her to infiltrate enemy bases and gain information, as well as some good fighting moves. She did learn some techniques to sneak around and how to draw attention towards something else. After getting her autograph from Fold, they took some time and gossip. Toru loved talking about Izuku, and Fold had no problem with that, mainly because he was somewhat of a talking point because of USJ. When asked about that, Toru became quiet for a little while but told her it was true as well as the result of what happened. Bakugo hoped to gain more power from Best Jeanist to overcome Izuku. Inside he knew he would never become stronger, but he wanted to try. He knew he could at least become stronger than All Might. But sadly for him, Best Jeanist wanted to work on his anger and rude personality. Bakugo was forced to get his hair combed and wears jeans. Bakugo would be able to survive this torture and would come out stronger. Bakugo also yelled for an autograph. He did get it, but it took him 15 minutes of pure yelling against Best Jeanist. Only because Best Jeanist thought it was for himself, yet he was too shy to ask it straight up. Mineta went with MT Lady in the hopes of getting a feel or a peek, but after what Izuku told him, he was too scared of Izuku. That quickly changed when his fear went from Izuku to MT Lady. The blonde-haired beauty used Mineta as a butler when not on missions or patrol. On a mission, she did explain stuff, and the rest she just wanted to know how Izuku did in class with Mineta, trying to make himself look better than Izuku. Momo had for her one of the hardest internships. She had an internship with the Scarlet Knight, a hero who mainly used armor and swords to fight with different types of armor, each made for a certain style of battle. Her real name was Ezra, a name she prefers to be called by. as Momo and Urza trained together as well as learn about the laws and paperwork necessary. Their training involved sword fighting. During their fights, Urza would come up with situations, and while Momo was fighting, she needed to come up with a good strategy for the situation. These could be a villain attack with a random quirk or a rescue mission where they need to save an unknown number of people from a burning building with time running out. It was hard, but it did help her grow as a hero. She did get an autograph and even a small video of Urza saying some nice words toward him. Back with Izuku. The week is near done. Izuku, Mirko, and Ryukyu are in the dojo. Izuku is blindfolded and Ryukyu is trying to smack him while they are talking to each other. "So, kid, didn't you say you had someone special in your life?" Mirko said with a small tad of sadness, nothing she or Izuku could hear. During his time with Ryukyu and Mirko, they became pretty good friends with them, sharing a lot of hobbies and interests, and for both Mirko and Ryukyu it seems as both of them gained a small crush on him. "Yeah, I do dodge's swipe of the stick, but it's not as someone there are multiple," he said with a smile. "Wait, are you a cheating bastard?" Mirko said in anger. If there was one thing she didn't like in guys, it would be cheaters. "No, of course not, I would never dare cheat on them," he said as he raised his hands while also getting a whack from Ryukyu. "They confessed to me at the same time, all together with me not wanting to hurt their feelings. I tried acting as if I didn't like them, but they saw that coming and came to an understatement together of sharing me," Izuku said while rubbing the back of his head out of both pain and embarrassment. Hearing that they still had a chance to get with him, both of them gained a small smile. Well, quite the ladies' man, aren't you?" Mirko said with a smirk to hide her smile that Izuku couldn't see because he is still wearing the BLD. As they continue to talk for a bit more while training his hockey, an alarm goes off with Ryukyu's secretary coming in the dojo with a disturbed face. "Miss Ryukyu, Miss Mirko, there is an emergency. Multiple villains have attacked the heroes who are actively trying to fight the villains have requested help." "Where?" Mirko said, wanting to know where so she could hop over and crush some skull. "The next city over, Hosu," she said in answer to Mirko. "Rumi, you go now, I will follow soon." "Midoriya, you stay here," Ryukyu ordered. "Ryukyu, I can help with the civilians that are in the area," Izuku said back, wanting to help out. Ryukyu told him that it was okay as Mirko jumped out the window to jump toward Hosu. Ryukyu jumped out as well but transformed into a dragon before she landed on the floor with her telling Izuku to jump on her back. And all of them go toward Hosu. Meanwhile in Hosu, the scene of Hosu looks like an action movie. There is fire everywhere with at least 10 locations villains, but not any villains, these are Nomu. As we look around, we see multiple heroes trying to get a grasp on the situation. While most heroes are fighting the Nomus or are trying to help the people, there is one who at the moment is looking for his intern. Where are you, Manuel yelled, hoping to find the hero in training. After he kept yelling, he gets stopped. "Hey you, what happened to Ida? You know him?" Shoto said. Shoto had his internship with his father in Tokyo, but earlier today they went with the bullet train for Hosu in hopes of stopping the hero hunter Stain. "Wait, you're a boy from his class, aren't you?" Manuel said, receiving a nod from Shoto as confirmation. "He went off on his own, I don't know where he went." Shoto stopped Manuel right there and started running off. Thanks to the information his father had on Stain, Shoto knew where to look, so he wasted no time and ran from alley to alley in hopes of finding him. A little earlier, we see a man with multiple blades all over his body stand over a hero by the name of Native. While giving a speech, "You fake don't deserve the title of hero, you're nothing but glory seekers or power-hungry maniacs. Only going against evil for fame and glory, being more obsessed with if you look good for the camera than the lives of the people who rely on you for safety. Even you, when this fight started, could we move this fight to a more open area? I prefer to kick your butt on live TV. You wanted this in the eyes of the public to gain a higher standing instead of wanting to end the pain I inflicted on your fellow heroes," Stain said with hatred toward Native. "Now your acting career is over, you fake," Stain said as he prepared to stab Native in his shoulders to make the use of his arms pointless. But before he could stab Native, he had to dodge a kick. As he looked to his right, he saw a second hero. "I will defeat you, Stain, in the name of my older brother. I will get revenge." Ida yelled as he prepared to kick Stain, and this time connects, but before he could, he was put to the ground with a blade in his shoulder blade, pinning him to the floor. "Those are not the words a hero should say, boy. Now leave before you become my next victim," Stain finished as he removed his sword from the shoulder, making Ida free and allowing him to stand up. "You don't even see me as a threat." I don't care, you will pay for ending my brother's hero career, you villain. Ida yelled again, but before he could do anything his arm was pierced with one of the spikes on Stain's boots, forcing him to the floor again, as well as making him paralyzed. I see, it seems that I would need to cut down the newer generation of the fakes before they can fully bloom, Stain said, preparing to end the career of both Ida and Native. While Stain is focused on hearing what Ida is saying about his older brother, about him being a good hero and him saving many people. Before Stain could finish anyone, he had to dodge again, but this time it wasn't a punch or a kick but a small wave of ice. Both Native and Ida try and look who arrived, but it not really being possible because of them being paralyzed. Now a new hero arrived, how troublesome, Stain said toward Shoto, who came to the rescue of his classmate. Todoroki, what are you doing here? Ida asked his classmate. I am here to help a friend and stop Stain, Todoroki said before shooting a new wave of ice at Stain. As both Shoto and Stain fight, Ida is talking about how he needs to leave, that it's his fight, it's his duty to get revenge for his brother. As Shoto and Stain continue to fight, it is clear that Stain has the upper hand in this fight, with Shoto only using ice and Stain being able to dodge and cut the ice. After the fight continues for 2 more minutes, it is clear that Shoto will be defeated soon. With the many cuts he already has and the clear frostbite that's on his body, it's impressive that he still stands. As Stain gets closer and closer to cutting down Shoto, as Shoto shoots out a wave of ice again, it was only at the size of a teen, with Stain having no trouble at all to cut in as the sword got close to Shoto's arm to cut off his arm. The blade gets ripped out from his hands and flies toward a wall. Being shocked about what just happened, he looked around with no one in sight that could have done it. As he looked around, he got surprised when someone dropped down from the roof in front of Shoto. Midoriya? Both Shoto and Ida yell out, being shocked he was here. What are you doing, Midoriya? Shoto asked his classmate. I saw trouble and came to see if I could help. How did you know we were here? Shoto responded again toward Midoriya. I saw the ice and wanted to see if I could help any way I could. Why do you keep interfering with my fight? Run, save yourself, this isn't your problem, Ida said with tears in his eyes of fear of his friends dying. It's a hero's job to meddle even when they don't belong. And I will leave after you all are saved. Now Todoroki, it seems as you are the only one that can move now. Can you take both Native and Ida out of here? After that, try and contact some heroes to come here and capture Stain, Izuku ordered Shoto. You think you can stop me from finishing what I started? I will cleanse this filthy fake hero world and it shall be born with true heroes, Stain declared. As long as I breathe you will not touch them, Stain, Izuku says as he gets in a battle stance and hardens both his fist. As Stain grabs 2 knives out of their holsters, he prepares to fight the new challenger. I see that you do have the heart of a true hero, so I would prefer to keep your career alive, Stain says as he rushes toward Izuku, wanting to stop him with a small cut. As he swipes his blade toward Izuku, he blocks the strike and punches Stain at the same time, connecting to his stomach. Todoroki, following Izuku's order, grabbed both Native and Ida and dragged them both there. Izuku and Stain keep trading blows, with Izuku having no cuts. So far he has been hit a couple of times. As Stain brings both blades downward towards Izuku's shoulders, he blocks them with both hands, but Stain wanted this as he now knees Izuku in the stomach with the spikes that are knee protectors, leaving him with 3 small stab wounds. As he jumped back, Stain tried liking the blood but was shocked to find out that the blood was hardened. What? How does your blood harden? Stain asked in disbelief. Vlad King's quirk comes in handy for this fight, as Izuku has hardened his blood, both that was outside his body and the blood around the stab wounds, closing to wounds for now. Izuku, giving him no time, activates Sharingan in hopes of seeing the attacks come. As Izuku fights Stain, he is losing ground. Izuku is stronger, but with Stain's experience that doesn't matter. During the fight, Stain forced Izuku out of the alleyway and into a street. Thankfully there weren't any Nomu there, but Shoto and the others were there catching their breath. As they see Izuku being cut in multiple locations and clearly beat up, getting kicked in the street. Shortly after, Stain jumps out as well, also beat up and with a small limp. Everyone was silent at the sight. Not only did Izuku fight Stain solo, he was holding his own. With Stain now seeing the other heroes, he rushes over to them again, hoping to end them at last, but again gets stopped by Izuku, this time with a kick to the ribs that shot him into a wall. Stain, I said before that you will not hurt a single soul, Izuku says as Stain gets up again. You don't understand, boy. A fake hero will save no one, they only cause problems. I will cleanse this filthy world and get more heroes like All Might in you. Fighting for others is what a hero does, not for fame or revenge. You are correct, Stain, in what a hero should fight for, but you can't hurt them and stop them from being heroes. Even if they do it for bad reasons, they still save people. You say I am worthy of a title like a true hero, but how if I let you hurt them? Izuku yells back at Stain. Does both get to fighting again? With Stain going for a fast set of attacks with more than a couple cutting Izuku, but then as Izuku connects to the side of Stain's face, Stain stabbed Izuku in the gut. As Izuku stumbles back and falls to the floor with the knife still in his gut, both Ida and Shoto yell out for him. Stain got back up, but now having a broken nose and a busted lip. Now I can finish what I started today, as he limps and sways toward Ida and Native. Everyone got a chilling feeling over them with Ida, Shoto, and Native going unconscious. "No, I told you, you will not touch them." As Izuku yells this, a wave of energy comes off his body, widens around him, making the heroes fall unconscious and Stain on his knee. On his way toward UA University, Izuku received a lot of stares. Normally he would stop and hide in an alleyway to check himself over in case he looked weird, but with all the training he received from both Mirko and Ryukyu, who he now calls Rumi and Ryuko, both training with fights but also with his confidence, of course he would still want to do that, but he didn't. He also had a good idea of why people were looking at him. He was the one who beat Stain, plus he wasn't even a hero, yet he was still a hero in training, so he was big talk at the moment. The video on HeroTube, their YouTube, but for hero-related videos such as theories and new clips. While he was still with Rumi and Ryuko, he caught glimpses of a couple of news channels talking about him. While he was on the train, the stares and whispers kept him from calming down, but what he didn't expect was that a child around the age of 13 would walk up toward him. "Excuse me, mister," the child said toward Izuku to gain his attention. As Izuku looks at him, he continues, "I am sorry to bother you, sir, but I was wondering, are you the hero that defeated Stain?" As he asked this, the whispers stopped and the stare increased, everyone wanting to know if he was the one. "Yeah, I am," Izuku said, unsure if he should have said this. But as he said this, the kid's face light up. "Could I get a picture?" he asked with a big smile. As Izuku sees no reason to say no except his embarrassment, he agreed to it. As he gave the autograph, some other people came up as well, complimenting him about his actions and saying they look forward to his acts when he becomes a full-fledged hero. As Izuku, now with a new level of confidence, walks toward you, just as he reached the gates, he sees a big group of interviewers yelling at both Midnight and Aizawa. As he walks closer, Aizawa notices him, and before he could act, the mass interviewers see him and swarm him, asking him a question like, "How does it feel having such a major accomplishment under your belt before even getting your hero license? How did fighting Stain impact your life so far, and how do you think it will impact your future? What is your opinion about Stain's ideals?" But before he could even answer, one, Aizawa's scarf was around him, and he was pulled towards both heroes, with them catching him and carrying him inside for his safety. "You couldn't stay out of problems, could you?" Aizawa asked tiredly. "I am sorry, uncle, but I didn't really want to do this or get this amount of attention," Izuku said, defeated. "At least you did well, kid." As Aizawa says this, Izuku gains a smile. He gets kicked in the butt by Aizawa that has to go toward the dorms. Both Midnight and Aizawa look at him and smile. "I think Hisashi would be proud, don't you think?" Midnight says with a smile. As he walks toward the dorms, he is thinking back at the call he had with his mother when he was in the hospital. Flashback. As Izuku is in his hospital bed, he gets a phone call. As he looks at who called him, he sees it's his mother, and a feeling of dread washes over him. Izuku loves his mother. In his eyes, Inko was in his eyes an angel. But when his mother is angry or worried, she gets scary strong. When normally his mother's hugs were great, the best feeling one could feel, but when she gets worried, even All Might could not even handle its strength. But he picks up. "Aizu," she says quietly. "Hi Maizu, are you okay?" she says with sniffs in between. "Yes, Mom, I am fine. I am sorry to worry you," he says. A second passes before his mother continues. "Izuku, I know your dream is to be a hero and I won't stop that, but please don't put yourself at risk this soon. I have already lost your father and I don't want to lose you too," she says, as Izuku feels worse about making his mother worry. "Mom, I can't promise you that I won't get into other fights, but what I can try is to get way stronger. Stronger than Uncle Toshi. I will become stronger. I recognize that how I am now is not enough, so I will promise I will become stronger so you never have to worry about me getting hurt again," he says with conviction. As he says this, his mom lets out a small laugh. Izuku, I will always worry about you. You could even beat Toshi with your pinky and I would still worry about you when you fight a small-time robber. I know you're busy, but could you visit once in a while? I miss my baby. Sure mom, I will visit soon. End flashback. As Izuku reaches the dorms, he gathers his courage to ask his girlfriends to meet his mother. As he opens the door, he sees his classmates talking and having run. Izuku was later than all the rest, with him getting holed up a lot. He walks in. Shiro noticed and greets him with a small yo. Everyone noticed Izuku, and with a second to sink it, he gets rushed by all the girls, with all the classmates yelling out to him, well except for Bakugo, Todoroki, and Ida. Izuku is now laying on the floor below his 4 of his 5 girlfriends and 3 other ladies. On top of him now are Ochako Uraraka, Mina Ishido, Toru Hagakure, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Tsuyu Azui, and Fuyumi Todoroki. As Izuku gets out of his small daze, he looks towards them and noticed all of them having a worried look on their face. Hey, girls, could you maybe get off me? He says as his girlfriends get off. Reluctantly, the others get off him as quickly as possible with a massive blush. As Izuku and his girlfriends get off the floor, but only with the promise of cuddles later. As they got up, Denki tried teasing but got stabbed with her earphone jack. So Midoriya, how is it being famous? Ojiro said. Yeah, you have been blowing up, dude. You even got in the news channels, Shiro said with a smirk. Nah, I just got lucky that he didn't want to end my career at all, Izuku tried to say but got put in a friendly headlock by Ijiro. No bro, you didn't get lucky, you beat up the hero killer. We have all seen the video. You didn't even use your offensive quirks. Yeah, Izu, take some credit, both of you were holding back and you still won. Mina says to the newly released Izuku as Mina pulled Ijiro's ear. But how was Ryukyu learn anything? Ryukyu was very nice to me and I learned a lot. Zuzu, I think I speak for all of us. Did you get her quirk as well? Everyone looked at him wanting the answer, with him giving a shy nod, still not telling them that he also gained Mirko's quirk. Can you show us? Denki asked. Wanted to see a dragon. Sure, I just first have to ask the girls something private and wear some other clothes. As Izuku and his girlfriends walk toward his room, they enter and they sit down. I need to ask you girls something. As Izuku says this, the room gets heavy, the girls having a fear of their relationship getting ended. I know you may not be okay with this, but I want to introduce you to my mother as my girlfriends. With this, the room cheered up. Why you want us to introduce you as your girlfriends to your mother? Momo asked, happy but nervous. Even though they meet Inko before, but that was only as a friend. They agreed to meet his mother. To their surprise, it would be tomorrow. As he now needed to change clothing, he kissed all his girlfriends and he changed. As he changed, Melissa arrived as well, wanting to see her crush/best friend. As Izuku gets downed in his training clothing consisted of black shorts and a white t-shirt with his trademark red shoes. As the girls see him, they blush, with Denki teasing Jiro but getting stabbed and Shoto teasing Fuyumi but quickly gets stopped with her threatening to show Shoto's baby pictures. Izuku walks toward the door with them all following him. As he enters outside, everyone gives him a bit of space to work with. While the girls are calm and talking, the boys are getting hyped because it's not all the time you can see a dragon up close. As Izuku goes to transform, not only are a group of 4 looking from a little farther away, these are 2 males and 2 females. This is the big 3 with Yuyu. No, she is not part of the big 3, but she is good friends with them because of Nijire. As everyone is watching in awe, they see their green-haired classmate now as a dragon, a 4 meters tall winged dragon with a black/dark green color to his scales. His wings both have a horn on the top, a massive tail and big claws that could easily pin down and pierce flesh. Now everyone looks at him in awe, even the 4 that are far away. One of the 4 is a girl with blue periwinkle hair. To say she was intrigued by the young man was an understatement. But with the others, the boys are exited. One of their buddies is a dragon. Can you breathe fire and fly? Do a roar? I can still beat you, are some of the things said, with Izuku only hearing the first one because it was asked a lot. No, not with this quirk alone. His voice now deeper and louder than All Might. Sounding like a true dragon. Imogen Veldora Tempest, from the time I was reincarnated as a slime dub. As he says this, he activated a multitude of quirks to hopefully let his breath fire. First, Izuku activates Midnight's quirk to let him form gas from anywhere in his body now. He also activated both Bakugo's quirk and Mina's to give the gas flammability instead of a knockout effect. As he does this, he released the gas from his mouth, but before he allows it to leave his mouth, he creates a small spark with Endeavor's flames, thus creating a flamethrower effect much like if you spray deodorant and light that on fire. As he does this for around 3 seconds, he has to stop because of the massive drain it has on his body. Not only is he mixing quirks, but he hasn't maxed out his relationship with both Ryuko and Midnight. Everyone is now looking in awe, even Bakugo and Todoroki. As Izuku transforms back, he falls to one knee because he has not fully healed yet and having his stamina drained from this, but he wasn't done yet. As the girls rush over with Ida and Kirishima being worried for their friend, with the rest thinking that Izuku would be too tough to be injured by something like that. As he gets up, "I have one more thing to show you guys." As he says this, he takes off his shoes and socks. He then grows bunny ears and a tail that is hidden within his shirt and shorts. His legs also grow more defined and his feet grew longer, much like rabbits. As the boys look at him confused, the girls are seeing one of the cutest things in the world in their minds, a hunk with green fluffy hair with 2 green fluffy ears sticking out of it. "No FNG way, nerd," Bakugo says, getting a lot of "huh" and "what you mean" from his classmates. Now also Ida and Todoroki connect the dots. "You also got Mirko's quirk, didn't you?" Shoto says, with the class looking at him while he gave a nod. As the boys talk about his quirk with him and are asking him Todoroki and Ida questions about Stain and Hosu, the girls are talking about something else. "You are okay with me asking him today, right?" Melissa asked, with Momo giving her a nod that puts a big smile on Melissa's face. "Okay with asking who what?" Jiro asked, wanting to know what it was about. "Oh, with me asking if Izuku wants to date me too," she replied without a hint of embarrassment. "Wait, what?" Fuyumi Whisper yelled. "Yeah, I have to know Izuku since he was 6, and over time I realized that I had a crush on him, so I told myself that if I ever met him in real life I would ask him to be in a relationship with me. Can I join as well?" Sue asked, getting stared from Jiro as in what? "Well, we all know we had a crush on him, but I wanted to make sure it was just a crush, but during my internship, he just kept coming to mind, and when I heard he got hurt fighting Stain I just felt something in my heart break," she says, with both Mina and Ochako hugging her. But as she gets hugged, Momo looks over as Jiro, seeing the face of someone who feels the same but for some reason is trying to hide it. "Kyoka, you feel the same as well, right?" Momo decides to ask to hope to help one of her best friends out. "What, of course not, and even if I did, why would he like someone like me? It's not like I am CC like you girls," she says, revealing the problem towards the girls without any intention whatsoever. "Jiro, you shouldn't say that, you plenty pretty," Fuyumi says, still shocked by the 2 love confessions for her secret crush. "Yeah, you a super cool and pretty punk babe, any guy would be lucky to have you," Mina says, with a fist pump to hopefully lift her friend's spirits. "But why would he like someone without curves when he would have someone like Momo or Yujiro?" says while looking down. While the girls don't really know how to handle the situation, Ochako tries to cheer her up. "Jiro, we both know that Izuku would never turn you down for a dumb reason like that. Izuku isn't that shallow, so why not try and ask him first, and if he says no just because you're not as curvy as you or Momo, then we beat him all up," she says with a soft smile. With Momo getting the idea, "Yeah, we should be able to take him easy now, he is still injured," she says with a small giggle. With now Jiro getting the idea of them trying to make her feel better as it's working by the small smile on her face. "Thanks, girls. I will," she says. Now with Fuyumi the only one not asking, Izuku looks at her with her head sideways. "So what about you, Fuyumi? You also got a feeling for Izuku?" she asked nicely. "What, why would I have? Sure, he saved me from death at the A and sure is super kind to me and cute, but it would never work. I am a teacher here, I just can't be in a relationship with him even if I do like him." As she says this, she stops fully with big wide eyes not moving 1 inch. Seeing Fuyumi with a look of shock on her face makes the girls break out in laughter. What are you laughing about?" she says angrily, not wanting to be made fun of. "I am sorry, Mississippi Fuyumi, but you just looked like a kid getting caught stealing from the cookie jar," Momo says, trying to get a hold of the giggles. "But you like him as well, huh?" Ochako says as Fuyumi sees no reason to hide her feelings as she just told them about it. The girls look at each other and nod as if having a plan. "So it's settled then, you will all confess today, what?" is the reaction from Jiro and Fuyumi, seeing as Melissa already wanted to confess today. As the girls get dragged inside toward Momo's room to make a plan, the guys were still talking about random stuff. The girls are in Momo's room. They are talking about how they should confess with Melissa, just wanting to straight up tell him, but the other three not so much. But after around 15 minutes of coming up with a plan, they decide to just tell him in Momo's room, so Mina went to send Izuku a message to come to Momo's room alone. Being the good boyfriend he is, he went straight away and arrived not 1 minute later. Knock knock, Mina, you there? Izuku says. As he says this, the door opens and before he is all the girls of one. Am I early? He asked, unsure why everyone was there, just suspected his girlfriends. Not at all, Mina and Toru say as they drag him in and sit him down on the bed with each of them hugging one of his arms as they sit down. What is this about? They have something to tell you, Izuku. First went Melissa. Izuku, I have known you now for 12 or so years, and in those years I got to know you really well. And during those years I began feeling something inside me every time we talked or hanged up. I found out pretty soon what it was after asking my dad. When I found out what that feeling was, I made up my mind to tell you when I meet you in real life. So here I am, and I want to tell you that I love you. As she said this, Izuku was quiet, fully in shock over this. Before he could get his thought together, Tsuyu went. Since the start of UA Ribbit I wanted to make friends, and that worked really well. I never thought that I would get much more ribbit, but then you came and the girls went to confess to you. At first I wanted to do that as well, but I never had these feelings beforehand. I didn't know what it really meant, but over time they became so much clearer, ribbit, and I think I have feelings for you. Izuku's mind went 100x faster than normal, trying to make sense of the chaos that was this, but again he didn't get time to think about it. At first, I was here just to watch over my little brother and learn more about teaching in the process, and that was it. Sure, befriending everyone was expected, but I never thought of getting feelings for a student here. But in USJ you saved me even at the risk of your own life, and that brought a new light to you. I started to see what an amazing man you are. I got to see your strength and weaknesses. I saw what made you happy and what made you laugh. And these feelings grew as well. I wanted these feelings to go away, and when I heard the girls went to confess to you, I thought it would be the end of them, but they kept growing stronger. Every time I saw you cuddling with one of them, I wished it was me, but that could never happen. Until Stain, when I heard the news, my heart dropped, not only because my younger brother could have been killed, but that the man I love would have been killed as well with him knowing my feelings. So what I'm trying to say is I love you, she said with a bigger blush than Melissa and Tsuyu combined. Nothing compared to Jiro, but Izuku was frozen, his brain still working but barely. This was too much. How in the world could not only 4 but so far 7 people love him, and if his brain would tell him anything is that the number would only go up at this point. I guess I feel the same as the rest, Jiro says shyly, but this isn't enough for the girls and Momo elbows her as a push to get her to say more. I don't really know how to do this. I guess I never had someone that liked me. People always looked over me toward the girls with a better body. But you never did. You always had time for me to help me with schoolwork or anything. You never looked weird at me for my ears. You showed so much strength so far, and I just want you to know this feeling so that I can get over this. I love you, she said whilst releasing a breath she was holding in. Izuku is shocked by 4 new girls telling him they loved him. It's quiet, nobody speaks, and Mina squeezes his arm to bring him back. He gets back to his sense and sees the girls look at him for an answer. Unable to speak, he looks toward his girlfriend for confirmation with them nodding. Do you girls like me? He says, unsure, with them nodding softly. What now, do you want to also become my girlfriends? I don't really know how to react to this, it feels like a dream. You like us as well? Fuyumi asked, getting a soft nod from Izuku. After doing this, Momo whispered something to Fuyumi and Melissa, with Achiko doing the same to Jiro and Tsuyu. Melissa smiles while the rest blushes as Melissa jumps on Izuku and gives him a massive kiss on the lips. As she released the kiss, Izuku was dazed, but then came Tsuyu kissing him. Izuku released what happening to him, and with his new confidence, he kissed back a bit. As they released the kiss, Fuyumi walked up as well, wanting to kiss but being still shy, couldn't find the courage, but Izuku took initiative and got closer. As he got closer, Fuyumi took all her courage and kissed him. They kissed, it felt great for her. They stopped and she felt sad about it, but she understood. Jiro was last but couldn't do anything, her body didn't want to move. The girls, seeing this, pushed her forward in Izuku's arms. That was the one feeling Jiro felt now, safe. She grabbed him closer and Izuku knew what she wanted and grabbed her firmer. Jiro looked up and tried kissing him, but sadly she wasn't tall enough to reach his face as he noticed it and picked her up in a hug and kissed her. Jiro felt as she was on cloud kissing the man she loved whilst being within his strong firm arms. As they stopped, Jiro felt sad, wanting more but understanding it, but she still wanted to be in his arms, so she wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, clinging on to him. "So what are we now?" Izuku asked. "I guess the relationship grew," Mina says with a smile. As dinner was still 3 hours away, they all decided to just cuddle on the bed whilst watching a movie, happy without their relationship. Next day, the class found out about his relationship the same day as it happened, with them being happy for their friends. Sure, it was weird, but nobody really had a problem with it except Mineta, of course. But now on the next day, they were on their way toward Izuku's mother, and to say the girls were nervous was an understatement. Izuku asked you to come as well so his mother could know who he dated in total. As they arrived at the house, Izuku knocks on the door, and weirdly enough he gets a warning from his hockey danger. Understanding what it meant, he let it happen. The door flies open and Izuku gets put into a massive bear hug. "Hey mom," he says whilst trying to sound normal. "Izuku, I was so worried about you." Mom calms down. "I have brought some people." As he says this, he got released by his mother. "Oh sorry, please come in." As they get inside, Izuku and his mother make some tea. The doorbell rings and Izuku opens the door with his "seeing you." He quickly gets a kiss from Yu and they walk in. Yu was already informed about the other girlfriends, so she walked in and greets them and Inko. They sit down and talk for a little bit until Izuku starts with the elephant in the room. "Mom," as he says this, she looks at him to continue. "Mom, I know you know who these girls are, but I want to introduce them as something else." "Mom, these girls are my girlfriends," he says with a smile, hoping for a response, but nothing as he looks at his mom, who has tears in her eyes. He quickly walks up toward her as well as his girlfriends, being worried about her. "My baby is growing up so fast," she cries as she holds Izuku in a hug. As Inko slowly calms down, she proceeds to show each girl Izuku's baby pictures. And they talked a lot until it was time for Izuku and the girls to go back to UA, but while they were leaving, Izuku noticed that his mother was lonely and he was planning on doing something about that, and he knows exactly who to talk to. A new week has started for the students at UA. While most of the students are still sleeping at the 1A dorms, Izuku has woken up early for a workout. As Izuku trains for near 1 hour, he makes his way back to the dorms for breakfast and hopefully some hockey training. As he enters the dorms, he noticed some students awake. "Good morning everyone," he says as he enters, getting responses from everyone. As he makes it toward the kitchen, he sees Momo and Fuyumi, 2 of his girlfriends. "Good morning you too." As he tries to enter the kitchen, he gets stopped by Momo. "Momo, can I please pass? I want to make some breakfast." "No, sit down, I will make you some." "You don't have to, I can make it myself," he says, not wanting to ask too much of Momo. "I know, but I want to." "So sit down, maybe talk with Fuyumi, and I will make you some pancakes," she says as she pushed him down on a seat, kisses him on the cheek, and walks toward the kitchen. As Izuku lets out a sigh, knowing that trying to stop her would just result in him getting one of his girlfriends angry, so he gave in. He gets up and makes a BLNDFLD and a wooden bat. Fuyumi being confused as she sees Izuku turn toward her with some of the students looking at them as well. "Fuyumi, could you help me?" "Sure, with what?" she asked, unsure of what he wanted. "Okay, this will sound weird, but could you try and hit me with the bat while I wear this BLNDFLD and have my back turned toward you?" Saying this, he gets a loud "what" and some wide eyes from people nearby. "Are you crazy? Why would I do that? It's for a quirk of mine. If I train it enough, I will be able to read attacks without thinking," he says as he ties the BLNDFLD over his eyes and sits down with his back turned. She grabbed the bat with people looking at her with faces that say, "Are you really gonna hit him?" As she swings the bat to hit him on the side, he moves his head out of the way and the swing misses. Everyone now is shocked about what they say, but she swings again and misses again. Fuyumi, finding it quite fun, goes for a somewhat harder swing, seeing as it will miss, but it connects right on the top of his head. Shock and worry take over her, and she drops the bat and apologizes over and over, with Izuku laughing and rubbing the top of his head. "Don't worry, Fuyumi, I asked for it. Come on, hit me again," he says, with her wanting nothing to do with it. But Bakugo stepped up. "Can I do it, nerd?" he says with a dark smile, not that Izuku could see. But he nodded, so Bakugo grabs the bat and swings, hitting him. "I thought you would be good at this, shitty nerd. It's harder than it looks, Kaken," he says, rubbing the spot again before dodging a swing from Bakugo. This goes on as Ida walks in from his run, shocked at what he sees. Izuku sitting blindfolded on the floor with Bakugo behind him with a wooden bat in his hands swinging at Izuku's head. "What are you doing, Bakugo?" he yelled as he rushed over and blocked the bat. The nerd wanted it 4 eyes. "He is right, Ida, it's to train a quirk of mine, and don't worry, Kaken can't hit anything." Izuku jokes, getting Bakugo angry, thus making the attacks easier to read, but before he could hit, Momo came out of the kitchen with pancakes. So he went to eat them with Momo, looking to see what he thought of them. "Wow, Momo, these are pretty good," he says as he continues to eat them. After he ate them, he went and showered and dressed for school. During classes, it was pretty normal except English, where present Mike saw Izuku and gave him a high five for fighting Stain. At lunch, Izuku a lot of stares Jiro, Tsuyu, and Melissa got closer to him, with Melissa being too closest since she doesn't have classes with him. She also told him that the weights were done and he could pick them up when he had time. She worked on them with another student who was very skilled and energetic about making stuff. He told her that he would come by around homeroom for him. Homeroom came by and Izuku got permission to get the weights from Aizawa, but Fuyumi had to go with him. As they arrive at the support course, they knock and get let in by Power Loader. "Can I help you too?" he asked, not expecting 2 people. "Yes sir, we came here to pick up some weights made by Miss Shield and another student," Fuyumi said as Power Loader looked in his notes and say that indeed there was something he gave them it, and they left. As they came back, Aizawa explained some stuff and went to sleep, giving them the rest of the PRD until heroics. As the students mingle, Izuku went and checked his weights, seeing how they would work. When opening them, he saw a note and decided to read that first. "Hey Izuku. This note is so that you can understand how these work without me being there to tell you. Now as you see, they are pretty easy to wear, just strap them on, and Tada don't think I would need to help you with that. But on the metal parts, you can infuse electricity. The more power you put in, the heavier they become. Each of the parts weigh 15 kilograms per piece. They can go up to 55 kilograms per piece for now. Later on, we could upgrade them, but seeing how much trouble that would give now, I suggest you get used to them now. If you put too much electricity in them, the small SWs on the side would discharge it and release all the weight at once. For the metal, you should thank Momo. She was a big help with creating them. Now good luck, sweetie, and I suggest a thank you kiss when I see you next. Melissa." As he reads the note, he gets a smile at how much effort she put into this. Izuku removes his blazer and shoes and rolls up his sleeves and breathes, and puts on the weights while putting a small amount of electricity in the weights until it felt like a good amount of weight, and did the same amount on his other ones. Now with his new weights, it's hard to walk around but not impossible. After talking with his girlfriends and friends, he found the weights really comfortable. The next lesson, heroics with All Might, was outside. As the students wear their hero costumes and make their way toward the area for their lesson, All Might waits while thinking about asking Inko out. Even though he is the #1 hero, he is scared. He doesn't want to ruin his relationship with Inko or Izuku, and he fears that this might do that. As the students arrive at the location, All Might greets them in his unique way. "Hello, students, good of you all to arrive," he says while flexing his chest. "For today's lesson, we will have something special, huh? We will do a race," he says while giving the thumbs up. He quickly gets asked questions but can quiet everyone down so he can continue. "5 of you will go to different parts around the edges and will race toward the middle, where I will be waiting for the first one here wins. Good luck, students." First up will be Mina Ishido, Hanta Siro, Tenya Ida, Izuku Midoriya, and Masahiro Ojiro. As each of them goes toward their area and gets ready, the other students bet on who will win. "I think Ida will take this home. The dude's quirk is made for a race," Sato said. "Nah man, Siro will take it with his quirk. He can stay above everything," Denki responded. "Nah, the nerd will take it, at least if he uses the old man's quirk." "Whose quirk, Bakugo?" Tsuyu asked, wanting to know more about her new boyfriends. "All Might," Bakugo asked, gaining a look from the man. "Tell him to use the old man's quirk." As Bakugo says this, All Might gets a fearful face for a second before telling Izuku to do just that. As Izuku now takes off his shoes with sweat dripping from his forehead. As everyone now looks ready to go, All Might gives them the start signal. Siro flies up with his tape shooting above the obstacles, and Ida flies past the floor running as fast as his legs could take him. Mina runs using her quirk to make it easier to maneuver through the hard terrain. Ojiro jumps around with his tail, making it easier for him. Izuku jumps up with Rabbit jumping a good 5 meters high, and then what looks like flies toward All Might at high speeds, almost as fast as Ida but without having to touch the floor at all. He quickly passes everyone else and arrives at All Might at insane speeds. Bakugo smirks knowing he just made Izuku's arrival harder with everyone giving him a barrage of questions. And as if it was written it happened, Izuku entered after everyone, for he still had to grab his shoes and got attacked with questions. How did you fly? Whose quirk was that? How did you do that? Why did you take off your shoes? Calm down please, I can't respond that fast, he says, almost falling over at the people rushing him. That quirk was from an old teacher of mine who helped me in the earlier days of high school. His name is Gran Torino, he says, scared as if the name itself would summon him. As the next one goes, Izuku is amazed by how everyone used their quirk to increase their speed and takes notes on that. The winner was Bakugo, who used his explosion to fly toward All Might, Momo who created skates and a grappling gun to win, and Tokoyami who got boosted by a dark shadow. All Might congratulate each of the winners and gave some advice toward the losers, and then the lesson was over with Izuku asking to speak to All Might a little bit later. Izuku and All Might are in his office drinking some tea, with Izuku wanting to talk about something. Uncle Toshi, I want to ask something of you. Sure, what is Izuku? He asked in his normal deflated form. I know that with your hero hours getting lower and lower as well as your teaching hours being low, you have a bit of time free, and I was wondering if you could keep my mother company. I noticed that she was really lonely lately, so I was hoping you could, I don't know, maybe see her a couple of times a week. To say All Might was confused. You want me to take your mom out? He asked, unsure about what he fully meant. Yes, kinda, I just hate seeing my mom lonely. I will take some time and see her, don't worry, he said with now the courage to ask Inko on a date. We see Class 1A all in their hero costumes except Izuku, for his suit is still being made to allow him to use all his quirks to the maximum. They are all waiting for All Might for heroics lesson, but they all have something else on their mind. For most, it's what Aizawa told them during homeroom. Flashback to homeroom. Shut up and sit down, Aizawa began whilst walking toward the podium. We have some things to discuss. Next week will be the battle tests. These will take place Wednesday, then the week after that will be exams. Every day you will receive one test, with it being 5 tests in total. No, I won't be saying what the battle test will hold, and for the exams check your email, everything that will be on the test will be on there. Now next point, those who fail the exams will get summer school. Those who pass the test will go on a camping trip. Train and study hard. Now for the rest of the PRD, do what you want, I am going to sleep. As he finished, Aizawa was in his sleeping bag and fell on the floor asleep. With the rest of the class being scared for the test, ISCK at learning stuff, Denki said deflated. Same, I guess I won't go camping with all of you. Sniff, Mina added rather sadly. Cheer up guys, I can help you study if you want, Momo said, hoping to cheer them up with it succeeding. Really Yamamo? You're the greatest, Mina and Denki said. Izuku, you think you could help us train for the battle part? Toru, Achiko and Jiro said, wanting to add some more power to their skills, with Izuku agreeing. During the rest of the homeroom more people joined in, and they just decided that in the week Momo, Ida, and Izuku would help them with studies, and Izuku, Kirishima, and Bakugo would help them with battle training. Both Kirishima and Izuku bribed Bakugo into joining, but if it would help the class it was worth a try. Back to present. As for one of the students, he still has something on his mind from earlier. Flashback to after Stain fight. As Todoroki is sitting at the dinner table enjoying some cold soba, whilst in thought about how if Midoriya would have not shown up he would have lost his chances of becoming a hero. Whilst in thought he didn't see the boy in question walk up to him, he was quickly brought out of his thought when he was tapped on the shoulder. Todoroki, can you come with me for a second? Izuku asked, with Todoroki nodding and following Izuku outside the dorms for some privacy. What did you want to talk about, Midoriya? Todoroki started, unsure what this would be about. I know this might not be my place to ask, but if I don't get an answer I will inform the teacher about this. Why don't you use your fireside? Izuku stated with seriousness. Why do you care, and why would this involve the teachers? Todoroki said with a wave of slight anger present in his voice. This involves both the teachers and the rest of the students, Todoroki. If you hold back that power of yours it will cause death sooner or later, perhaps for you or a comrade. With me being the class president, I see it as my duty to make sure each of you makes great heroes. Now tell me, why don't you use your fire? Why do you hold back your power even if it would mean death? Izuku said with anger. I will never use that power, it causes nothing but pain and destruction. I will be a hero with my ice and nothing more. Nothing you do or say can change that. I see. Well, if that is the case, I will inform the teachers about this and make sure you will be expelled from the hero course. Izuku said, sadly not wanting to let someone get kicked out, but Todoroki responded with clear anger, "You can't do that. What gives you the rights to decide who becomes heroes and who doesn't? I don't decide, but I will make sure that the people give it their all, and if you are to be a hero who protects everyone and is trusted to watch someone's back with only half your strength, I will make sure you won't become a hero," Izuku said loudly with clear anger. During the Stain fight, native Ida, and you could have been injured beyond repair. You could have lost your future, and that counts for Ida as well. Only because you decided to give it 50%. I will not let my friends die because of a dumb fear someone gained during childhood. Now you will use your fire and give it your all, or I will make sure you will leave UA for good. The fire you have might hold destructive properties, but it also holds a different meaning. There are two sides to a single coin, Todoroki, Izuku said as he walked away, giving Todoroki something to think about. They could have lost their future, their lives, all because of me? He asked himself as he looked at his hand. Ever since childhood, when the accident happened, he refused to train his fire side, only using it to free people from his ice and always apologizing after, not because he froze them but because he used his fire. So long he has hated this power that brought nothing but pain to him so far. So what should have changed? Does fire really hold more than just pure destruction, and if so, what does it hold? He finished thinking as he walked inside and straight to his room, for he had lots to think about. Back to 1A, waiting for All Might. As Izuku is still waiting for All Might, he is sitting on the floor with Kyoka on his lap and Mina and Toru on his sides. As they hear something around the corner, they all assume it All Might, but that guess was false. When they see who came around the corner, they are meet with 1B. Both classes are confused but are brought out of it by two students. "What are you extras doing here?" Bakugo says the puppy with all bark and no bite, say Monoma, trying to anger Bakugo, but before Bakugo could continue, Izuku stepped in to calm the situation down. "Hey, calm down, there is no need for fightings." "Oh, but there is, young Midoriya," All Might say as he jumps down from the sky. "Today we will have 1v1 battles, class versus class, haha." All Might says with a thumbs up, getting evil grins from both Bakugo and Monoma. As both classes get ready for the explanation from All Might, some try and make the fighting worse. Of course, the weak-willed president of 1A want to stop fighting. However, did someone like you make it in the hero course, much less beat someone like the hero hunter? You must have gotten lucky. Monoma taunts, trying to anger class 1A. "Hey, shut up about Izuku. Yeah, he could beat you up any day of the week." Both Mina and Toru say, not liking him insulting their boyfriend. Of course, the weakling would need his slots to help him. How pathetic of him, and you all. Really dating someone for nothing but his fame, how sad, but what else to expect from 1A trash. "All Might, I fight first and I fight Monoma," Izuku said, with All Might agreeing to see, as Izuku is not normally someone to want to fight someone unless angry. Sure, the first fight will be Monoma versus Midoriya. As both of them get ready, Monoma keeps throwing insults at him, with Izuku getting set of and now wanting to send a message. "Monoma, to make this fair, I will keep my eyes closed the whole fight." He says this as he makes a BLNDFLD with Momo's creating Quirk and puts it on. "How cocky do you really think yourself, that much above me? I will show you the true strength of the superior class B. Fight." All Might says. Monoma rush toward him. Izuku, just calmly, stands still, waiting for him to get closer, with the other students being worried for Izuku. "How are you all so calm when your classmate has his eyes covered?" Kendo asked 1A in general, as none of them look worried. The dumbass sealed his own fate when he insulted his girls. Bakugo says without looking away from the fight, wanting to see the beating. "I get he went over the line, but he can't see. How do you think he will fight? And even if he can, they are both students. Monoma now has a clear advantage. Just look, Izu is super strong and tough," Mina says with a smile, being happy that Izuku is fighting for her honor. Monoma hardens his skin with a metal coating and starts swinging at Izuku, with him dodging it without any trouble while speaking to him. "If you apologize now, I will make this fight quick." "How dare you look down on me? You're nothing compared to me," Monoma says angrily, with the fact that he can't land a blow. "Is dodging all you can do?" Monoma says, trying to make Izuku make a move and hopefully land a hit. "No, but if I would hit you, the fight might be over too quickly. Here, you get a free shot to try, it won't even faze me," Monoma says as he hardened his full body. Izuku walks up and gives him a stomach punch with his knuckles hardened, and Monoma takes it but quickly falls to a knee. Now apologize for what you said about the girls or else, Izuku stated. Minoma now even angrier stats trying to hit him again with Izuku seeing a new way to PSS him off. Left hook. Right jab left low kick, he keeps says the moves Minoma makes before he makes them. With everyone looking on and hearing this with shock from 1B. Sure they knew Izuku was strong but this is insane. He is fighting someone who should be equal to him but he is blindfolded and still knows what he will do. Will you show me more or will this be all because you boring me? Izuku says getting Minoma near where he wants him to crush him and all his pride. Shut up, shut up, shut up, you're not above me. Minoma yells in anger and desperation. Seeing it as the perfect time, Izuku starts his attack without quicks except for observation haki. He starts hitting back against the metal, hitting human weak points such as joints and organs. Punch to the shoulder. Elbow to the liver, elbow to the side of the skull. Kick to the side of the knee making Minoma buckle. Knee to the chin making him fall to the floor with Izuku then putting his foot up on Minoma's throat. Now apologize before you make me use quirks. Minoma shocked with his getting his butt kicked by someone quirkless quickly gets out from under his foot and prepares to fight again. Why would I apologize to those slots? Before he could say something else Izuku charged up OFA 15% and rabbit and kicked Minoma right on his chest making him fly backward into a wall embedding him inside of it. I gave you a chance, he says as he walks back still with anger as he sits back down and getting swarmed by his girlfriends having them sit on his lap and next to him all cuddling. Next fight Tetsu versus Bakugo. As Bakugo and Tetsu make their way toward their places they get in a fighting stance with Bakugo holding one of his palms facing Tetsu and his other one on his hip facing upward with his legs slightly apart and bent. Tetsu on the other hand holds a sloppy boxer's stance with both hands in front of his face and his legs too close to each other. Fight. With the signal giving Tetsu hardened his body and ran for Bakugo ignoring the stance he had and starts swinging at Bakugo with wild haymakers. With Bakugo being able to block or dodge them whilst using the openings Tetsu leaves to deliver quick open palm strikes with small explosions. Tetsu feeling the damage of the explosions more and more as the fight goes on hopes to end it as he goes for a swing with both his arms and then a front kick in hopes of Bakugo blocking both arms and taking the kick in his chest. But Bakugo jumps back from both arms crouches down with one arm stretched out facing the floor in front of him and his other hand on his back still stretched out but facing the sky. It's over Tinkin, Bakugo says as he proceeds to hit Tetsu all over his body with a small open palm explosion leaving Tetsu on the floor knocked out with explosion marks all over his body. As Bakugo also walks back with a cocky smirk, won my fight faster nerd. See still better than you, he says toward Izuku who gives a small smile. Sure you are, Toru says as she hugs Izuku's left arms tightly. Next fight will be Kendo versus Sato. Both got ready quickly with all might saying fight. Sato knowing that his strength is greater than that of Kendo hopes to take advantage of that. Know if this is a long fight he will lose because of the downside of his quirk. He runs at her and before he is to close the stamps on the floor with all his might causing a small shock wave to come. Kendo with her martial arts training knows she has the clear advantage in the fight but his strength would become a problem that much she can see with the stamp. Kendo dodges blow after blow with as little blocking as possible as his punches hurt. Kendo calmly waits for an opening as she spots one she times his swings and right after he overextends with his right hook Kendo slides under and punches his ribcage but before the punch lands she grows her hand in size making the punch hold more force and making Sato fly back and roll over the floor. Taking that punch gave Sato some cracked ribs if not broken. Kendo knowing it did some damage went off the offense with her throwing fake punches that Sato could dodge or block easily. Making him more confident and giving him a false opening as he proceeds to swing his left arm in hopes of connecting a left cross to her chin but it was expected as he gives him a left hook right on his face with an enlarged fist knocking him out completely. As she walks back Class 1B is happy that she won. What she didn't expect was Izuku congratulating her on her win as well as asking questions about her quirk. Next fight is Mineta versus Tokage. Watch closely ladies and prepare to fall in love, Mineta says with a wink before he walks toward the fighting area with all the girls getting kinda creeped out by it. Hey cutie, if I were you I would surrender. I would much rather not hurt a hair on that body of yours, Mineta says, trying to sound tough, and Secretary Ibuyu was the only response he received from Tokage. Fight. Mineta quickly throwing his hairballs toward Tokage. They hit her feet as she is now stuck to the floor. You see, an easy win for the great and awesome Mineta. Mineta starts showing off, thinking he won, with Tokage simply detaching from his legs and flying toward him and chopping his neck, knocking him out. Sorry, but only that green-haired stud can call me Cutich, she says, giving a wink toward Izuku with his blushing and his girls glaring at her. Next fight will be Todoroki versus Hananuki. Both got ready fast as All Might gave the signal. Todoroki froze Hananuki, thinking he won, but before that had a real effect, Hananuki made the ice soft, thus freeing him from the ice. He then runs toward Todoroki and again gets stuck in ice, but the same happens with Todoroki now with a loud "Though, your ice won't be enough for everyone." He shakes his head. If my ice isn't enough now, I will just have to make it stronger. Again he shoots out a wave of ice, but Hananuki keeps making it soft, thus it has no effect. But as Hananuki gets closer, he is finally in range and makes the floor soft around Todoroki, making him stuck in the soft floor. And as Todoroki has his arms stuck, he released his quirk, thus making the floor hard again and making Todoroki stuck. Todoroki is unable to continue. Hananuki wins. All Might announces. After Hananuki releases Todoroki, both walk back with Todoroki having anger clear in his face, and as they arrive he walks away, sitting far away alone. Next fight, Ida versus Shota. Please get ready. Both get toward the ring and give each other a small bow before beginning. All Might give them the start signal, and Ida rushes over toward him with insane speed, aiming a kick right for his ribcage, making the fight short. But Shota dodges and punches Ida. As he punches, did little real damage. Shota wanting to get his quirk working. Ida again goes for a kick, but right when he makes sure his footing is set, he feels an impact on his stomach where Shota punched before. This second impact made Ida lose his footing, and Shota quickly took advantage of this and proceeded to punch Ida fast, and having his quirk double the impact right after each punch he threw. Ida, having survived a barrage of punches, gets up and shoots over to Shota at a speed not seen before as he yells "Recipro burst." Before Shota could react, Ida was next to him and kicked him hard in the ribs, making him fly and knocking him out. As Ida limps back, Shota was brought to RG like the others before him. Next up is Aoyama and Tsuburaba. Both of them get in the ring as All Might says fight. Aoyama takes his pose and fires beams at Tsuburaba with him, making shields of solid air blocking the beams. Aoyama keeps doing this until his stomach hurts, giving Tsuburaba an opening and receiving a kick to the belly and an uppercut, knocking Aoyama out. Shoji and Shishida, you're next. Both go and get red, with Shishida becoming more beast-like than normal, and Shoji knowing this will become a brawl, making more fist fight. Both rush at each other with Shishida having the power in his side, but Shoji with the 6 fists overwhelming him. The fight goes on for around 5 minutes with Shoji having the advantages because of the multiple arms. Shoji rushes over toward Shishida again, who jumped back for a breather. As Shoji get close, he proceeds to use a strong attacking move that he called Takoyaki Turret. He makes more hands than before, having instead of the normal 6, he now holds 18 and proceeds to punch Shishida until he got knocked out. Shishida lost. Next up will be Shiro versus Shiozaki. Both of them walk toward the ring with Shiozaki speaking toward Shiro. I do not wish to fight you, but for the train, it must happen. I hope you can forgive me for my action within this match. All Might gave the start signal again, and Shiozaki turned her back towards Shiro, who quickly shot his tape at her and captured her with her hair being free. Said hair shot out, capturing Shiro and freeing her from her bonds. Shiro is unable to move. Shiozaki wins. Next up are Yaoyorozu and Aways. Please make your way to the ring. Before Momo, when she kissed Izuku on the lips and ran down. Starting the fight after All Might gave the green light, Momo made a wooden sword for herself and ran for Aways, who could do nothing but hope to get a lucky knockout out. But with all the training Momo went through with the Scarlet Knight, she was a troubling fight for near anyone. Momo, swinging the blade with grace and quickness, quickly outmatched Aways. With the only thing he could do was weld her sword toward the floor once, but that was useless, with Momo quickly making a new blade. Shortly after, Aways gave up, with Momo having him on the floor with the wooden blade on his neck. Aways surrendered. Yaoyorozu wins. Next up are Izuku is OP, I know, but he still doesn't have the confidence to show his power or in his abilities. I also made people OC, and that is what I will explain now. I made some of the girls out of charter from normal, but that will mainly do that in private with Izuku. I find that people act differently in public than private, so I did it here as well. Now let's get to the girls in his HRM and how they act. You will act much like Midnight. She likes to tease Izuku but also cuddle him. She acts very SXL toward Izuku when alone because she likes his blushing and hopes to get him out of his shell a bit with this. Momo, how in normal life she has control of everything, in private she prefers the opposite. She wishes for Izuku to take more control. I'm not talking about acting like a SLV, but more that she wants him to be sure of stuff in their relationship and have him wear the breathes. So if he wants her to wear something, he asks/says that he wants her to wear that. Achiko, still the same as canon. She is very bubbly and cheerful but also shy and blushes a lot when doing cute stuff such as cuddle and stuff. She loves cuddling Izuku. One of her favorite things to do is lay with Izuku on the couch with her hugging one of his arms and resting her head on his shoulder. Being close to him makes her. Mina loves teasing Izuku, finds his blushes cute but wants him to take initiative more often, such as hug her in surprise or kiss her out of nowhere. Loves to be in public with Izuku to show him off, likes to take pictures together, and isn't shy at all when further in the relationship she will tease him with her assets. Toru loves cuddling Izuku in her mind. That is the greatest thing to do, nothing beats it. Also loves teddy bears, so she asked Momo to make her an Izuku set. Toru does like teasing but she likes playing around with him as well. She often uses her quirk to mess with him. Jiro, with her being the normal punk rock girl she is and with her being shy about her body, she normally doesn't like being the focus on stuff, so she acts tough in public but that changes in private. She will always be on Izuku when alone, hugging his arm or back, asking for kisses. Anything she could do with him she loves to do. One of her favorite things is to make music, and she loves sharing that with Izuku. She is teaching him multiple instruments such as guitar, piano, and drums, although on drums they know around the same, with Izuku having drum lessons with Bakugo when they were young. Tsuyu, not one for all the cuddly stuff. She does enjoy those, but she prefers to do stuff with Izuku such as learn, swim, or train. She never had that many friends growing up because of her quirk, so she isn't fully opened up to him yet, but that will happen when Izuku grows more confident in himself. Fuyumi loves Izuku a lot. She also sees him as her hero. She does like cuddling but finds it weird with her being his teacher, so she doesn't often do that. Fuyumi also doesn't like doing stuff together with people being able to see, so she acts as she would with friends in public with the fear of Shoto finding out about their relationship. Melissa, cuddle monster is what she is. She has loved Izuku the longest out of all of them because she fell when she was 8 years old, so she makes up for a lost time in her head by hugging him and kissing him when they have time. That said, she isn't with him 24/7. She made a friend with a pink-haired classmate and does like spending time with her, so she does that, but she does spend quite the time at Izuku. Now for the main man himself. After that will be about the other girls who are not in his HRM yet. Izuku. Growing up, Izuku did have a lot of friends growing up at all. He had Bakugo with him since before he knew. Melissa was with him as well, but that was from 6 years old, and it was only sometimes because of the time difference and because they were children. So he likes the contact with the girls but is afraid to do it himself. Although with Izuku getting more confidence, he does act more on these feelings, but these acts are holding hands or placing his hands on one of his girls' back or shoulder when sitting together, but always slow to act and looking for a clear sign of it being okay. He loves all his girlfriends, but he also has feelings for some other girls he knows. He isn't proud of that, but he can't really help that. But even if he has feelings for some others, he would never do stuff without them knowing. Izuku has feelings now for Midnight, Mirko, Ryukyu. He knows he has romantic feelings for these women. He enjoys the company of 1B girls, but for him, at the moment he doesn't know them well enough for him to have a real clear idea about them. Rumi. Mirko, also knows as Rumi, normally being the warrior girl, loves fighting and showing her strength. Normally she doesn't have any interest in guys, for most are scared of her strength or only after her body. With Izuku that's different. She loves him. They FaceTime from time to time and play phone games together. Rumi loves seeing Izuku with bunny ears. She also calls him her little bunny. He does like the name but is embarrassed by it. Ryukyu knows she likes Izuku. She also knows Rumi likes him, and they both know he has a relationship with multiple women. She also contacted you in hopes of knowing more about Izuku. She loves playing phone games with Izuku. She likes playing words with friends with him. She is often seen as smarter than most, and Izuku is smart as well, so they love testing each other. His girlfriends know about Izuku's relationship with the heroes and have a good feeling about his feelings. They both have contacted each other in hopes of getting to know each other better, with the heroes hoping to get a chance to date Izuku and his girlfriends hoping to find out their feelings. Midnight also has feelings for Izuku, but with her not knowing about his feelings won't act, but that might change, who knows. Now something about quirks. Izuku has a lot of quirks, some I haven't even shown, and some might have felt like me forgetting about them, such as Gran Torino, but that wasn't the case. I plan on showing some flashbacks for some moments, such as learning under Gran Torino. Izuku also has the quirk of Midnight. Izuku Doist uses it for 2 reasons. Point 1, in my book Midnight's quirk only works on people who find her attractive. To more they like her, the faster and better the quirk works, so with Izuku having no confidence, he doesn't really think it would work on anyone. 2, he doesn't want to use it and have someone he knows fall to the quirk, because that would make it weird for him with him being shy. Now, something I will have to say: if Izuku uses this, and let's say a guy gets affected, that doesn't mean they are gay or bi. They can still be straight, so yeah, just clearing stuff up before something happens. Now, saying that the quirk won't affect someone is not true. Even if they won't have any attraction or something towards said person, the quirk will make them dizzy and sleepy but will not make them fall asleep. Izuku will be able to mix some quirks, so he has done this before, but he needs good relations with those persons to even do it, and will cost a lot of stamina. An example will be, he can use Mina's quirk of acid and Bakugo's quirk to release the insane amount of explosive sweat. This will make him dehydrated if used too often or too long, but he could do something like this, so if you have any cool ideas for this, please comment on them. His quirks of OFA, these will be strong as sheet. I will say the 2 quirks he has so far are incomplete, but when complete he will become super strong. 1. His Sharingan. His eyes will be better in their base form. His base form will be the 3 Sharingan, but instead of red, they will be his normal green. In combat, his eyes will change to the Manjiko Sharingan of Madara. He won't have his abilities, they will just look like that to me because I like his eyes. If you want them to look like the ones of Kakashi or Sasuke, you can. This will be up to your liking because it does not affect the story at all. With these eyes, he will be able to see things faster than everyone. His eyes could see a bullet fly toward him, and if he masters this quirk, he could also react in time if he sees it from the beginning. He can also enable his Rinnegan, but this is only when he masters his eyes, then he can try and learn these abilities. With these eyes, he can switch places with anything or anyone, but in the beginning, it will be only 3 times. With a lot of training it will increase. He will also be able to do almighty push and pull, but again will take time to unlock and get. His Haki will be strong. His observation Haki will work 24/7 when Stred, the basic version, he so far is on his way doing this. He can run this for most battles and most days with a 99% success rate. This could grow way stronger and make it near impossible for him to get his when put together with his Sharingan. Armament Haki. This he will unlock after mastering the basic observation, but it will be easier to learn because of his skill with Kirishima's quirk and his martial arts training. This will work much as normal. He will be able to hit people who can change their body to become unhittable like Mirio and the sludge villain. This will also cancel quirks that require touch like Uraraka, but he will only cover an arm with this in the beginning. It will also give him some extra power to his punches, but nothing insane. Conqueror's Haki. He already has this unlocked, but it's just extremely hard for him to use because of his confidence and because he doesn't know how to use this. Away's surrendered Yaoyorozu wins. Next up are Kaibara and Kaminari. As All Might announces this, both men walk down while Momo walks up really happy and ships toward Izuku. Look, I won, she says as she runs and jumps in Izuku's arms in a hug. She quickly comes back to her senses and jumps off, being embarrassed about what she just did. You did, Momo. You have become really skilled with a sword. It was very impressive. Izuku praised Momo. As he does this, she blushes more and more with each word. But before they could say more, they get interrupted. Start, All Might announce. Kaibara activated his quirk on both his arms, making them spin at high speeds much like a drill, and he goes for Kaminari, wanting to one-shot finish him. Kaminari, with the upper hand in this fight, stays calm until Kaibara is close enough, and then he released his attack, Indiscriminate Shock 1.3 million volts. As the attack gets released, Kaibara knows he messed up, and when it made contact he gets knocked out by the amount of lightning released. But Kaminari on the other hand has short-circuited and is now holding up 2 thumbs and saying yeah much to the amusement of his class. Kaibara has been knocked out. Kaminari wins. Kamakiri and Kirishima are next. All Might says, getting both of them excited. Kamakiri loves fighting, and having a sturdy dummy is all the more fun when you destroy it. Kirishima wants to prove his manly spirit, and what better way than in training? Both are waiting for the signal, and as it's given, both rushes in toward the fight. Kamakiri uses his quirk to create blades from his forearm, and as he meets Kirishima in the middle, he slashes at Kirishima with him countering by hardening his body and blocking the blades with his fist. Kamakiri jumps back but quickly gets back toward Kirishima, wanting to overwhelm him with attacks, so he slashes at Kirishima. Kirishima blocks them without taking any damage, but it is costing him the stamina to keep up with the faster Kamakiri. Kamakiri is now annoyed that his attacks look like they aren't making a scratch, jumps back to catch his breath and to come up with a new game plan. Kirishima, seeing this, decides it's now his time to go on the offense. He runs over and starts throwing blows at Kamakiri, him dodging and blocking the best he can, but the attacks that land do some real damage to him. Kamakiri, knowing that if this fight goes on for long he will most likely lose, so he jumps back one more time to set up his attack that in his mind will finish this fight. As he jumps back, the creates 2 new blades from his forearms that look like they make him more streamlined. A slash and think of Batman's-ish blades, that kind of style. He jumps back toward Kirishima, but this time he jumped with a spin in his body. As he gets closer to Kirishima, he makes his spin, and now he goes faster than someone would normally, and with his spinning so fast his blades make contact with Kirishima and they shave off some of his hardened skin, but not enough to cut through. Kirishima now does his best to stop Kamakiri from spinning by pushing in the spinning blades. Kamakiri not giving up as he keeps spinning. For the other students, it looks much like a Beyblade against a wall with sparks flying off. Kirishima, having trained a lot with Izuku, has learned some battle smarts and is now paying attention to Kamakiri's spinning speed, and as he noticed that Kamakiri slows down now and then to see where his target is and to see if he did some damage, and one Kirishima noticed it and times it, so sees how much time he would have to make a move. He spots the opening, it only lasting a second. As he prepared for this, he saw 2 openings before he took his shot, not wanting to mess up the timing. And he throws his punch as fast as he can, it doing right past Kamakiri's blade and lands right on his cheek. Kamakiri took the punch, but with him not expecting anyone to push past the attack, he was not ready for the surprise punch, and it landed hard, knocking him out. Kamakiri lost. Kirishima wins. Next up are Kurwar and Tokoyami. Both walk downwards while having a normal conversation between them two. While both classes met during the USJ, both Tokoyami and Kurwar found out they both have a lot of similar interests and hobbies and quickly became friends. As they reach the fighting area, they wish each other luck and get in a stance. Start. Tokoyami rushes for Kurwar without Dark Shadow, which confuses a lot of his classmates. Izuku, do you understand why Tokoyami doesn't use Dark Shadow? I think I do. Tokoyami when normally has the advantage in a fight because of the extra help of Dark Shadow, but with Kurwar's quirk to go into darkness it would make Dark Shadow nothing more but a fast way toward Tokoyami, so in this situation it would be better for him to fight quirkless, getting a couple of ahs and nods from the people around him. Kurwar having no darkness around him to use but just fight quirkless as well, while hopefully use the shadows of both himself and Tokoyami to his advantage. Tokoyami reached Kurwar quickly and throws a punch at him that Kurwar dodges as both of them start trading blows. The other is looking in the surprise of their classmates. Even though Tokoyami is seen as one of the strongest within Class 1A, his overall power comes from Dark Shadow and his own fighting skill is pretty bad, but thankfully he has started picking up some fighting tips from Izuku, but he was nowhere near a great close combat fighter, but for someone just starting learning, he was doing great. Izuku paid close attention much as he did in the other fights while taking notes for both classes in hopes of helping them and himself in the future, and what this fight shows him is that Tokoyami needs more close combat skills. Tokoyami and Kurwar are still fighting, with Kurwar clearly winning the fight because he has more fighting experience and has used his quirk a couple of times to relocate behind Tokoyami with the help of the shadows. Tokoyami moves out of the way of a right hook and throws a jab at Kurwar, but with his low skill in combat, he leaves himself right open, giving Kurwar the opening to throw an uppercut right on Tokoyami's chin, giving himself a bigger opening and quickly getting behind him and placing him in a chokehold, forcing Tokoyami to tap out. Tokoyami tapped out. Kurwar wins. Good fight Tokoyami. Quirk says as he gives Tokoyami a hand to get up. It seems as my fighting skills are still much too weak for now. I hope the next time we are engaged with our fist I stand a better chance. Tokoyami says, getting a chuckle from Kurwar as they walk back. Kodai and Hagakure, you're up next. All Might announce, getting Toru and Kodai to stand up, with Toru kissing Izuku as she walks down, with Kodai having a blank face as she looks at Izuku and then away toward the ring and slowly walk down. Both ladies get ready to fight as the start signal is given. Kodai reaches within her pockets and rip of her zipper to have ammo. She throws the zipper in the air, and on its way down she uses her quirk to make it the size of a fridge. As it lands it cracks the floor, giving Kodai even more ammunition for their fight, but Toru didn't give her a chance to pick up and rocks as she shoots beams of light toward Kodai, with her taking cover behind her massive zipper and grabbing rocks while Toru runs to her side while still shooting beams at Kodai. Kodai throws 2 rocks around the corner and makes them as big as a beach ball, making Toru combat roll to avoid the damage. As she rolls, Kodai throws a rock again, this time making it the size of a basketball, with it hitting seemingly nothing in front of Toru. What the hell? Some from 1B say, with confused faces in both classes, with Izuku and his girlfriend understanding what she just did. Look, Aizu, she did it. Mina cheered happily, getting questions from both classes. Well, Aizu and her trained her quirk and found out that they could alter light in such a way to create a small force field as well as some other things. Mina says, clearing up some things but making other questions pop up as well. Toru, after making the shield, wasted no time in celebrating and fires 1 beam right at Kodai, connecting with her arm. For Kodai it felt a little harder than a normal punch, with a warm feeling on top of that, but nothing too painful. She answers back with a rock again, making it the size of a basketball, but this one landing right on Toru's stomach, knocking her to the floor. The attack did a lot of damage, but making the force field takes so much stamina for her because she doesn't know how to yet, so it takes more than it would. As Toru lays on the floor trying to catch her breath and get up, Kodai is already at her and jumps at her, taking her in a chokehold in hopes of taking her out of the fight without having to really hurt her more. Toru taps out, Kodai wins. All Might announce, with Toru having mixed emotions about the fight and Kodai being blank-faced. Still within her mind she is happy and hopefully a special someone noticed her. Rin and Uraraka are up next. Both Achiko and Rin make their way toward the area, with Achiko hugging Izuku before going down as both of them get ready for a fight, with Rin coating his arm in scales. Start. Both Achiko and Rin start their fight, with Rin firing the scales from his forearms toward Achiko and Achiko rushing in and dodging those scales, with her trying to get the touch and make him float. Rin at first kept his distance, but he had to keep relocating with Achiko going fast toward him. He then decided that he would face her in close combat. As they get to fight in close combat, Rin is quickly touched on the chest and he starts to float, with him using the scales to hopefully beat her, but he made his arm have scales and grab onto the floor, making him stuck to the floor as he shoots scales from his other hand. Achiko easily dodges this but has to find a way to finish the fight with him not letting go of the floor, so she decides to make him let go. She quickly gets near his leg and grabs it, ripping him off the floor, and with his shock, he lets go of the floor and is now held only by Achiko. As she now has hold of a weightless Rin, she smashes him on the floor hard. Rin is knocked out. Uraraka wins. As All Might says this, Achiko lets go of his foot as he lays on the floor, as she says release nobody except Izuku, and the teachers noticed that he didn't float upward when he was let go. Next up are Komori and Azui. Both of them get ready, and when the start signal was given, Tsu goes for the attack with her jumping in the sky and swipes her tongue at Komori, with her being forced to dodge as she tried making some mushroom on the tongue but failing. Tsu now has her strategy with her jumping around, keep at least 5 meters away whilst using her tongue as an attack, with it hitting Komori pretty often. Komori quickly surrenders after seeing no way of winning the fight. Komori surrenders, Azui wins. Next up are Tsunatori and Jiro. Both ladies walk down and get ready for their fight. As the fight begins, Tsunatori fires 2 horns toward Jiro, with her hoping to get closer to a good attack. As she dodges the horns, she thinks it's safe but is forced to jump back with 2 more horns in front of her. Jiro forces forward again, and as she gets close, she shoots out one of her earphones toward her Tsunatori and forces her to jump back with a second earphone jack, making contact with her and shockingly taking her out of the fight. Jiro wins. Next up are Fukasashi and Koda. Both get ready after the start. Fukasashi yells, "Zoom!" making the Japanese words for zoom show up and fly toward high speeds at Koda, hitting him on the shoulder as he failed to fully dodge the attack. Koda, seeing no animals near him, goes in for close combat hoping for luck. Fukisashi, having the upper hand, just keeps saying words and attacking Koda with them. After the last word of boom and it blowing up near Koda, he surrendered. Koda surrendered. Fukisashi wins. Next are Bando and Mina. "Yeah, it's my turn, wish me luck, Izu," Mina says whilst kissing Izuku on his cheek and skipping down toward the area. Both make it toward their places and after all, might give the okay they began. Bando knows with his bigger size he could win in a straight, but with her smaller body, she will most likely be faster and more agile, so he will take the fight to her. Bando got close quickly with Mina also wanting to fight close range. Bando tries to throw a punch with Mina using her acid and dancing skill to easily dodge around Bando with her hitting fast but weak punches around pressure points at Bando. Bando uses his quirk and traps Mina's legs with his glue, but before he could take advantage she melted the way out and threw acid toward Bando, knowing he would dodge but giving her enough to get her footing in the fight. Mina now wanting to finish this quickly and throws acid but also goes in for a roundhouse kick connecting her heel with his chin. Bando, still being able to fight, goes in for a punch with Mina not being hit, and after a while, Mina connected with another hit and it knocked Bando out. Ishido wins. Last up is Yanagi and Ojiro. Both get to their spot and after all, might give the signal. Ojiro rushed and having the upper hand in close combat against almost anyone. Yanagi knows she is at a disadvantage but want to see where she stacks up. Ojiro jumps forward and spins to make his tail attack first, with Yanagi using her quirk to make Ojiro miss her, but Ojiro was able to recover quickly and proceeded to return with strong attacks. Shortly after, Ojiro hit Yanagi toward the floor and she surrendered, knowing she stood no real chance and not wanting to be injured worse. Yanagi surrendered. Ojiro wins. That will conclude the fights for today. After you all go chance, we will go over the results of the fights. You all will go in-depth during homeroom with Aizawa and Vlad King after they both have the chance to view each battle. After both classes get changed and continued their talk with All Might, they found out their major flaws within the battle and he told them to focus on them before the exams to have a better chance at passing them. As the lesson is over, they all make it toward their dorms with a surprise waiting for Class 1A. And again a cliffhanger. I am so evil to guess what surprise this could be. Now for the new HM, since I forgot to add some people, I will just make this list here. Class 1A and 1B girls. Yu, Mirko, Ryukyu, Midnight, Fuyumi, Melissa Shield, Mei Hatsum, Nijire Hado, the Wild Pussycats. Now I might add Kami, but I'm not sure about her yet because first off, she never really met Izuku in the anime ever. The only Kami Izuku knows was Toga, but even without that, having her at the other school just isn't that interesting, so if I add her I will remove one of the students at Class 1A or have to do some other stuff, but that is still up in the air. Let me know your opinion about adding Kami toward the HRM and adding her in Class 1A. Should I remove someone, and if so, who would be removed from Class 1A? Class 1A reaches their dorms and they open the doors. They are met with a surprise as they look in the doors. There is Mteet Lady AKU. "You, what are you doing here?" Momo asked. "I am here to see my sweetie, of course," Yu replied whilst making a sandwich. As Yu is making two sandwiches, as she is making them, Fuyumi walks up toward her with Yu stopping to make the sandwiches and goes to hug. "Hey Yu." "Hey Fuyu." As both Fuyumi and Yu greet each other, the others are kind of surprised by this. "When did you two get all buddy-buddy with each other?" Mina asks, not sure of their friendship. "Well, Fuyumi contacted me because of our similar ages and certain common interests," Yu responded, with Fuyumi getting flustered. Yu walks back toward her sandwich with Izuku walking toward the kitchen to make himself some food. As he tried this, Yu stopped him and gave him a massive kiss as they broke apart, with Izuku blushing somewhat from the big kiss in front of everyone and is met with the second sandwich. As they sit down and eat, Izuku asked Yu why she was there. Of course, he knew there was a different reason for her being here. "Yu, why are you here?" "And I want the main reason. You're no fun." "Well, I guess I should inform all of you. I am here as an extra help teacher with combat," she replied, at first with a pout but later on a smile, "and as a bonus, I was allowed to sleep here." "It's great that you can stay here, Yu, but you understand that we have to train for our exams, right?" Izuku says. "Oh, I know, that's also a reason why I am here, to help you all grow stronger. I can help anyone who would want some help in growing with combat." "Cool, now you can tell us stuff about the exams," Mina says with Bakugo responding, as if that big airhead would even remember, getting a hey from you as Kirishima and Izuku let out a small laugh. How about we train today and Sunday and have an outing on Saturday? Momo asked, wanting to do something nice during the weekend to hopefully lower the stress from everyone. Like what? Achiko asks, liking the idea. We could go to the mall or arcade. Sato said, I don't know man, going to the mall on a Saturday that would be super busy, Kirishima added. How about we go to the beach? You added, having a big group nod in agreement, with some sadly not agreeing to come for multiple reasons such as wanting to see their girlfriends or wanting more training. After lunch, everyone went their own way, with some of the guys playing games on the TV. The girls were talking with each other and Izuku was training. His hockey training has been going great and it's a massive help during battles, but he is not focusing on his eyes. So now he has Bakugo in front of him with a basket full of ball next to him, and he will throw them at Izuku, with Izuku only allowing to himself to dodge. He doesn't use anything except his eyes. This training has already worked before, with his eyesight increasing slightly. As Izuku and Bakugo start their training, Izuku enables his Sharingan eyes and starts dodging. Bakugo uses his quirk to give the ball more speed and damage. This goes on for around 15 minutes before they stop with all the ball thrown. You're getting better with those eyes, aren't you, nerd? Yeah, I think so, Kaken. They don't feel strain anymore, so you plan on keeping them enabled? Bakugo asked as the Sharingan is still on. What, I am not using anything now. Izuku says, with Bakugo and Izuku now going toward the dorms a bit faster and straight toward a mirror. What the hell? As he looks in the mirror, his normal Sharingan is still active with him, even turning it off, but as he activates his eyes to see what would happen, they change. Don't own this. Seeing his new eyes in the mirror freaked him out a bit, but as he looked around to see how different these eyes are, it became clear that these were the upgraded version. He could see the movement of people better. He looked down at his hands and he could see the corrections within the muscles. It all became much clearer as well, colors more vibrant, everything became sharper. His eyesight was above perfect. But as he kept focusing on his Sharingan, all of a sudden his eyes began to bleed with a massive headache. As he feels this, he brings his hands on his eyes to dampen the pain and lets out a scream of pain. As he lets out the pain-filled scream, everyone turns toward them, seeing Izuku now on the floor clutching his eyes and head grunting in pain, which all the girls rush toward him as they huddle around him. Fuyumi removes one of his hands to see what happened, and as she lifts the hand she sees blood from his eyes. She freaks out more and orders to bring him toward RG. Bakugo and Kirishima lift him and walk toward RG, while Ida went up ahead to see if she was there and explains what happened. All the girls went with him, with the guys staying back to not crowd. Shortly after leaving the dorms, Izuku went unconscious. As Izuku arrives, he is checking out instantly, with even Aizawa and Midnight arriving to check upon him. While this happened, Izuku is now within his mind. Third? He asked, not sure if he could hear him. Yes, ninth, great, you're here. Your quirk is Sharingan, right? Izuku asked. Yes, it is ninth. Why would you ask this again? You should already know. Third asked with a confused tone. Can you then please explain what happened? One moment I am training with them, next they are permanent and they change and my eyes start hurting and bleeding. I can only guess, for this hasn't happened to me in such way. But it seems as OFA has increased its strength. The Sharingan was always going to be permanent, but this we knew. It might have been a surprise, but we informed you about this. Now for the change, this would be known as Sharingan Tier 2 or the Manjiko Sharingan, but this would normally change slowly with your eyes growing better over years, but with OFA it forcibly evolved it, thus giving you the pain and blood. Don't worry, it's not permanent. Third informed Izuku, with him calming down and slowly waking up, but before waking up fully he thanked Third fully. As he wakes up, he is met with RG looking at his eyes and worried faces all around him. Izuku, you're awake? Usid / yelled. Everyone starts asking him questions, with Aizawa quieting him down. Problem, child, do you know what happened to you? I do, sir. One of my quirks that I can fully use forcible evolved, becoming a mutation, and as it was forced it caused me all the pain in one go instead of the normal low strain it would get as it grew over a long time, Izuku said, with some people wanting to know more about his strange quirk as it gained a mutation from someone else's quirk. While some understood what he truly meant. So it shouldn't happen again, right? Midnight asked, worried about Izuku. With him nodding, good, then I can go take my nap again. Mr. Aizawa, wait. Achiko said with Aizawa turning toward her for her to continue, could we go to the beach tomorrow? It's a big group of our class, I assume both you and Fuyumi will be there as well. Getting nods, I would prefer a teacher with you guys but, before he could continue Midnight entered the conversation, I won't mind chaperoning you guys if you don't mind. Achiko looks back gaining nods from all the girls as confirmation, sure that would be awesome thank you Miss Midnight. Achiko said toward Midnight with a smile. As the teachers walk away Izuku is released by RG as no permanent damage has been done and he seems fine now. When they arrive at the dorms questions were asked but the girls quickly told everyone to give him space and that he needed to rest as Izuku was brought to his room by Yu and Tsu. The other girls answer the question that the other had as well as tell the plan for tomorrow. Yu, Izuku, and Tsu are now laying in bed with Yu on his left and Tsu on his right. Tsu could only cuddle for a little bit as she was also tired and needed to finish some homework. As Tsu leaves she kisses Izuku on the cheek and goes. Izuku and Yu are slowly falling asleep with Izuku shooting up and messaging Melissa if she wants to join tomorrow with her responding within a minute that she would love to and if she could invite a friend. Seeing as a big group is going not just Izuku and his girlfriend he said okay and went back to bed with Yu. But he got interrupted again with his door opening and it showing Fuyumi who also wanted to snuggle. She quickly took the place Tsu left open hugged him close and they went to sleep. Next morning. As the class wakes up Izuku wakes up to two of his girlfriends sleeping on his chest. Yu has her face on his chest and is drooling a little with really messy hair. Fuyumi on his other side is slightly snoring he finds both adorable this way. So he uses his mother telekinesis to grab his phone and he quickly takes pictures of them both. As he takes his picture both of them wake up. They quickly realize what happened and are both embarrassed about Izuku kissing them on the cheek. After a small makeout session, they go down towards the showers to clean themselves and get ready. Izuku was done before the others and made dinner for everyone in the dorms and even for more. As Izuku made all the dinner Midnight, Melissa and a pink-haired woman Izuku remembers her from the sports festival. But I wanted to make some babies. Had some wines with Izuku going wide-eyed at what she just said. Don't worry Zuzu she calls her inventions her babies. Melissa says as she walks up and kisses Izuku. Hi, Namuri and Izuku this is Mei Hatsum my first friend I made here. Mei this is Izuku. Izu gives Mei a hand, nice to meet you Hatsum. I made breakfast plenty for all. He says as he points toward the table. They sit down quickly and eat some breakfast. As more students wake up they join the big breakfast. Izuku was done with eating and after resting his full stomach he decided to do a quick workout by having Melissa sit on his back while he does push-ups. Everyone was done with breakfast they got ready for the beach they do a quick head count they see everyone is here and they head out. Midnight got permission from Nizu to use one of the buses as everyone gets in they just have some fun with jokes and are talking. Izuku and Mei became friends having the same interests but for some different reasons. Mei loves heroes but she likes ones that use machines more. She loves cars and anything mechanical. Izuku loves heroes with or without support items. Izuku also has an interest in support items as he finds them interesting. As they arrive at the beach the guys are in charge of setting up the volleyball area. With the girls setting the sitting area down. As everything is set up they do what they want some of the boys went and made a sandcastle. The girls went and played volleyball. Izuku went for a swim when he came back he joined the girls in volleyball but getting his butt hooped by Achiko, Melissa, and Mina. After his defeat, he went and sat down with his towel being next to Midnight who was enjoying a book. Namurichan, what's up Izuku, you know about Todoroki and his refusal about his firepower? Yes, we do why do you ask? If he grows as a hero with both his fire and ice, he could become stronger than his father is now. He could help almost anyone with that power yet he refuses it. I want to help him reach his full potential. That received a laugh from Midnight. Don't worry honey we teachers will do something about that so don't worry your pretty little head about it. The day went past quickly but they had the time of their life the day was near perfect. The only thing not so great was near the ending when a group of guys tried to hit on Midnight and Yu but they were shot down and chased away. As they arrived back at UA Melissa and Mei went back to their dorms but thanked Izuku for the invite and Mei said that if he wanted to drop by she could make him a baby. Midnight kissed Izuku on the cheek and walked away giving Izuku a big blush. Then each of them went back to their room until dinner. After they ate they went to bed. Class 1A is getting dressed in their hero costume for their exam. A week has passed since their beach break and they have done their written exams, and now is their physical exam, which most students believe to be robots after you let something slip. Many believe that the exam went well, even the dumber side of the class did well. As they are getting changed, Izuku's costume has changed slightly. His overall outfit is the same, yet his pouch on his leg has grown, with his boots changing somewhat on the bottom. Toru now has a true hero suit. Don't owns this. This suit has also been made from her hair as it changes to invisible with her. As they make their way toward the exam site, they hold a conversation with each other without real meaning. As they arrive at the exam site, they are met with a strange sight. They see 9 of the teachers when they were only expecting 1, but they aren't bothered by it. Hello, students, are you ready for your exam? Aizawa says calmly. Oichia, bring on the robot? Come on, Ari cheers. No holding back my acid for fear of burning someone, Mina chimes in. So you knew that this exam normally entails fighting robots, huh? Normally? Momo questions, getting a smirk from Aizawa, but before he could answer, Nizu, who was calmly sitting withing Aizawa's scarf. Yes, young Yaoyorozu, normally for this year we will change some things. This year you will be fighting. Nizu finished as all the teachers finished the sentence together. US, what? The collective of 1A yelled with the shocking news. Yes, most of you will group up in teams of 2 to fight against 1 teacher, Aizawa said, getting worried faces. Wait, most of us? Momo questioned again. Yes, most of you. First, I will tell you each team, and then the last one who will be solo, Aizawa said, getting worried faces again. The first fight will be Sato and Kirishima, getting the 2 to fist bump each other. You will be facing Cementos. Cementos steps forward. The second fight will be Azui and Tokoyami. Both of them look at each other and give a nod. You will be fighting Ectoplasm, he says as he walks up again, showing that he is ready for the fight. The third fight will be Ida and Ojiro. You will be fighting Power Loader. Both of them look toward the Power Loader with determination. The fourth fight is Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, and you will be fighting me, Aizawa says with a smirk as both of them give a serious look. The fifth fight will fight 13 and are Uraraka and Aoyama. The sixth fight is Ishido and Kamanari against Nizu. The seventh fight will be Koda and Jiro against Present Mike, getting Present Mike to lower his glasses and smirking. The eighth fight will be Hagakure and Shoji versus Snipe, getting Snipe to tip his cowboy hat at the students. The ninth fight will be Siro and Mineta, and they will be fighting Midnight, getting Midnight to drool while Midnight gives an evil smirk while snapping her WHP. Now there are only 2 students left, Bakugo and Midoriya. The 10th fight will be Bakugo and Hitoshi Shinso, getting What's and Ha from the class. Aizawa calls someone over around the corner. Comes 2 people. First is the purple-haired student Shinso. With him is a newer teacher, Yu Takayama. This is Shinso. He is in general studies at the moment, but if he does well during this exam, he might be transferred toward the hero studies. You will be fighting him, lady. This lets you blow a kiss. Now Midoriya is alone for his fight. But that won't be the only disadvantage he will have, Aizawa said. That isn't fair, Achiko said, getting nods from Mina and Toru. Why is Green getting focused? Jiro added on. Young Midoriya will be focused when he will become a hero, so we decided to help him grow. What? Why would he be focused when he would be hero? It's simple, he defeated Stain, and the rumor about USJ how brought his name in the spotlight. If a villain would want to make a name for himself, killing the hero that defeated Stain would be a way to do it, Aizawa stated. Now Midoriya will be fighting 5 teachers, one after another. It will be first Ectoplasm, second Midnight, third Present Mike, fourth me, and fifth, Aizawa said, waiting for a second to finish his statement. Me, ha! All Might yells as he jumps down and lands in front of students. Students began to flip out about that being too unfair, with Izuku silencing them all. Don't worry, guys. It's a hero's job to get the job done even in unfair circumstances. I guess I will just have to go plus ultras. You can all sit in the observation deck to watch the fights or to come up with strategies to win your fights. The first fight will be in 5 minutes. Get ready. First fight, Kirishima and Sato versus Cementos. As Kirishima and Sato get ready for the fight, they came up with a good plan that hopefully does something against Cementos. The signal goes off, letting everyone know the fight started. Kirishima and Sato rush over toward Cementos' his location with his patiently waiting for them to arrive. As they arrive, Cementos started using cement that was all around them. Sato used brute force to hopefully break through all the walls, with it being futile as all the walls quickly grow in numbers. Kirishima goes in for an attack on Cementos himself, with him dodging wall after wall hoping to get closer. As Kirishima got closer, the walls were too many to jump off, so he had to attack them as well. Sadly, this was the wrong choice of action. As the walls grew too many to counter, they both quickly get overpowered and they get stuck within cement and lose. Kirishima and Sato lost. The winner is Cementos. In the observation room during the fight. It seems as they will lose this one. Izuku said, "What do you mean, Izuku?" Tsu asked. Cementos within a city is near impossible to defeat. All the cement he could want to subdue villains. If they wanted to win, they would have run away for some other hero to fight him or fight him long-ranged with the ruble. Izuku said, getting confirmation from RG, who was sitting in the same room watching the fights. "Oh, dear, it seems as they will need my help earlier than I thought." Second fight, Azui and Tokoyami against Ectoplasm. Before Tsu went down, she told Izuku she will try and wear Ectoplasm down. Both of them make it toward the exam site with students talking about the match. RG, I know the fights are set up toward our weak point, but why did Tsu get matched with Tokoyami against Ectoplasm? Momo asked. Well, dear, for Tokoyami it's quite easy to see that his close combat is bad and he focuses more on Dark Shadow overpowering enemies than fighting them himself. So Ectoplasm will force him to engage in close combat as well. And for Azui it was a hard choice. She is overall at a good place. Her close combat skills are okay. She can quickly go from long range toward short range with her strong legs. Azui also calms down her team, getting them to think clearer, but with Ectoplasm she will be outnumbered, forcing her to lose her calm and to fights. Tsu and Tokoyami went into action right after the signal was given, with Tsu jumping upward to skip taking stairs and lift Tokoyami with her tongue. They quickly came into contact with Ectoplasm's clones, with Dark Shadow attacking them, quickly making them dispel without getting Tokoyami and Tsu attacked. They ran forward, getting attacked by multiple clones, with some being able to get past Dark Shadow and within range of Tokoyami, but they were taken out by Tsu. After beating the group of clones, they enter a large open area with a gate and an Ectoplasm in front of the gate. "You're finally here. I wanted to finish this quickly to get ready for my real fight later," Ectoplasm said, getting both students slightly annoyed. Dark Shadow rushed him, but Ectoplasm quickly kicked him back and made a faint version of himself that bit down at both the students, getting both of them stuck outside of the giant clone, with Dark Shadow still being able to fight. As Tokoyami ordered Dark Shadow to get through the gate, but Ectoplasm didn't allow it, kicking Dark Shadow back over and over again. "Tokoyami, please don't look at me for a second," Tsu said, forcing the cuffs she had eaten before to store them out of her stomach again. "Call Dark Shadow back and let him cuff Ectoplasm," she said again, with Tokoyami giving a mental call toward Dark Shadow. As he grabs the cuff from Tsu, he rushes Ectoplasm again with him, just calmly kicking Dark Shadow again and again until Dark Shadow cuffed his leg. Ectoplasm lost against Azui and Tokoyami. Third fight, Ida and Ojiro against Power Loader. Both of them took the time they had before their fight to come up with a plan. Both quickly found out that they were wrongly matched up, so they decided to run. As soon as the match started, Power Loader went underground, making the match near unwinnable if they wanted to fight. They started to execute their plan right away. Ojiro jumped on Ida's back piggyback style. Ida used his Recipro Burst for an insane boost in speed, flying forward towards the gate, but they quickly found out that the floor was way too unstable to run on and Ida was losing his footing. As a last-ditch effort, Ida told Ojiro to jump on his leg and he would kick him forward. Ojiro did what he was told and jumped, getting a big speed boost and making him fly through the gate. Looking back at the exam to make sure he was through the gate. He looks in the gate, seeing Power Loader rise from the ground and seeing Ida. Ida at the moment was stuck within the floor, only having his head out of the floor. "It seems as I am stuck and require assistance," Ida said in his normal calm robot-like voice. At the observation deck, everyone was laughing at his funny state. Ojiro and Ida pass, Power Loader lost. The next fight was Momo and Todoroki, and Momo was having trouble containing her nervousness, with Izuku noticing it. "Momo, don't worry, you will do great. Calm your nerves and steady your breath. It's time for you to show what you are made of," he says as he kissed Momo on the cheek, making her blush. She nodded, understanding what he meant. It's her time to show that she can be here. Fourth fight: Yaoyorozu and Todoroki against Eraserhead. Momo and Todoroki made their way toward the exam area, and as the signal went they ran. Yaoyorozu, keep making small items and tell me if you are stopped. Okay, she replied as she made small Russian dolls as they continued to run toward the gate, but without her notice, she stopped making those dolls as she was deep in her mind. Can I do this? Am I strong enough to pass the exam? Yaoyorozu, you stopped making them, Todoroki said, snapping her out of thought as she looked around, seeing Eraserhead on top of a roof nearby. As they saw him, he wrapped Todoroki up in his scarf. Yaoyorozu, run, go toward the gate, he yelled, making Momo panic and run toward the gate while questioning anything she is doing. You know, Todoroki, the whole idea of a team is that you work together, Aizawa says as he throws down some spikes on the floor, making sure Todoroki couldn't escape without trouble. Now I have to take down your partner, he says as he jumps away, leaving Todoroki stuck midair. Todoroki is stuck and in thought. Why do his words continue to ring in my mind? As Todoroki is hanging, he is in deep thought about his fire. What other meaning can fire hold other than destruction? Look at my father, he uses his flames to overpower enemies. His flames mean power. What else could it mean? And his other words, two sides to a single coin, what did he mean by that? Let me think about this from the start. What does fire do? It brings destruction and burns everything it touches. So what is the other side? Fire doesn't create anything, right? Well, it creates light and warmth. Is that what he meant? Did he mean that fire can burn but also warm? Momo is currently running around. She got caught by a scarf around her wrist, but she could use her quirk. She made a wheel around her wrist, freeing herself. She quickly threw a couple of her Russian dolls toward Eraserhead, who noticed the Russian dolls that looked similar toward Izuku, as the dolls had great hair and dots below the eyes. As Aizawa kicks the dolls away, they open up, showing flashbangs and blinding him. Momo, having a distraction, ran back toward Todoroki. Todoroki, still hanging, not being able to free himself, sees Momo running up toward him. Yaoyorozu, what are you doing? You should have gone toward the gate. I couldn't escape him, he was too fast and strong. Okay, now we will follow your idea, Todoroki said, gaining a shocked look from Momo. But you're stronger, shouldn't you make the plan? No, I have been too foolish for too long. I believe you're the best to come up with a plan in our class. I was rude before. I decided what to do without consulting before. Okay, then at first we need to find a safe place, Momo said. Yes, you do. Making plans in the middle of the street is something only a fool would do, Aizawa says as he stands above them on top of a light post. Todoroki, ice quickly, Momo ordered, with Todoroki shooting out a massive wall of ice, giving them a way to escape and forcing Aizawa to jump back and lose eyesight with the both of them. They started pretty bad but now are doing great, Achiko said as she was still in the observatory deck before her fight. Yes, they are, RG said. Momo and Todoroki made a game plan and are now running under a cloak to make sure Aizawa could not remove their quirks. As they run, they get caught by his scarf. Smart to hide yourself to save yourself from my quirk, but you left yourself wide open, Aizawa said as he jumped close by thinking he won. Without a warning, Aizawa had to release the scarf and jump away to save himself from a wave of fire. Look, Todoroki used his flames, Kirishima said, getting everyone to look at the screen, with Fuyumi having her eyes glued on the screen with tears almost getting out. I see you are using your flames, Aizawa said. Yes, I still feel uneasy about it and my fear is still there, but I have no right to withhold my power when other people are relying on me, he said as he shot a wave of flames at Aizawa the second he blinked at him. As Todoroki and Aizawa go in combat, with Aizawa kicking Todoroki's butt big time. Aizawa failed to notice Momo coming up behind him with a net cannon. As Todoroki fires a small burst of fire, forcing Aizawa to jump toward the right, he lands and erases his quirk and shoots out his scarf toward Todoroki's leg. As the scarf goes around his leg, Momo yells out, making Aizawa look at Momo and giving Todoroki his quirk back. Todoroki freezes the scarf and a small part of Aizawa's arm as Momo fires the net gun, trapping Aizawa. Eraserhead was caught. Winners are Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. As they walk back, both were silent but had the same thing in their mind. Thank you, Izuku, for your words. As both Momo and Todoroki arrive back at the observatory deck, and Todoroki got tackled into a hug by his sister. You finally use your fire. I did, He responded toward his sister, "What changed? I guess someone changed my view on what my fire would do," Todoroki said as he looked toward Izuku, who was smiling at him. It was Achiko's turn to fight, so she went without letting any know. Fifth fight: Uraraka and Aoyama vs 13. Both of them got ready for the signal as it was given. The people at the observation deck could see the stress on Achiko's face, which everyone found pretty weird. Achiko isn't in the top 5 strongest fighters in the class, but she for sure is up to there with combat skills. Gunhead, Izuku, and Bakugo trained her with a new skill set for combat, so even if she would be up against a combat-focused villain or hero, she could still hold her ground. And with 13 being a result-focused hero, her combat isn't that great. The signal was given as both Aoyama and Achiko rush forward to meet 13 for the battle. Achiko keeps having an uncomfortable look on her face. Shortly they find 13. Aoyama quickly fired his laser forward, having 13 dodges it, and she quickly used her quirk to try and close the distance on both of them, but they quickly grabbed onto something nearby that happened to be a railing. "Demon, it isn't looking good for Uraraka and Aoyama," Sato said. 13 is just too strong," Kaminari said, getting a response from Izuku. 13 isn't too strong, she just played her cards right, but it could easily go wrong for 13 if she doesn't pay close attention to her opponents, and with 13 being a rescue hero, it's likely she will fail in that part. As Izuku said this, he got a nod from RG. Midoriya is correct. If she doesn't want to lose this, she needs to have a strong finish and a good grip for the last stretch. She put herself in a real pickle. RG said, "Midoriya, how are you so calm now? You're soon gonna be fighting 5 pro heroes including All Might, and you are just here calmly observing fights," Ojiro said. "Freaking out won't help. I need to stay calm and keep my mind thinking about strategies, and looking at fights of heroes will be beneficial," he said as he focused more on the screen. "Oh no, we're going to fail this exam," Achiko said as she gripped the railing, not wanting to fly towards in her mind. It keeps going over one thing she read online that was messing with her. "Strong heroes only want strong women," it was said by a female who was interviewed about hero relationships, and they began talking about strong heroes and what they would look for. Achiko saw Izuku as a strong hero. He never backs down from a fight to save a life. He even beat a real villain that defeated heroes before. How would someone that strong want to date someone like her? She wasn't the strongest fighter around, nor the prettiest girl in her mind. If strong heroes want someone strong, I have to become strong for Izuku? You have fallen for him hard, have you not, Mdim? Aoyama said, snapping her out of thought. "Don't worry, I will get us out of here," he said as she fired his laser, but because of his hero suit it got redirected towards his knees, firing it right toward as the attack got closer. 13, who still had her quirk active, the beams got absorbed by the black hole. "My quirk absorbs everything, even your lasers," 13 said, with Achiko going deep in thought again in hopes of thinking of a way to beat 13. What would Izuku do? Achiko thought as a memory from Izuku came to mind. Flashback. We see both Achiko and Izuku laying on his bed watching TV. "Hey, Achiko," Izuku said, getting Achiko to look up at Izuku from his chest. "Why did you want to become a hero?" As he asked this, Achiko removed herself from Izuku and sat down a little farther away. "The short version is money," she said, expecting some reaction from Izuku, but he just kept looking at her. "My family never really had money. Sure, we were never dirt poor, but we could never afford anything. On some occasions, I remember that my mother and father had to work extra just to give me something normal. They often had to sell their stuff just to make ends meet. So I decided that when I grow up I will become a hero and give them a good life," she finished again, expecting to hear something negative. "That's pretty nice of you," Izuku said, smiling at her. "Why?" she asked. "What? Why would you think that? I told you that I wanted to become a hero for money, and you say that it's nice? Of course, you don't want the money for yourself, you want to help your family. And even if it was just for money, you are still becoming a hero. You could have chosen any other job that would pay more, but you decided yourself that you wanted to help people. And that is what a hero is. A hero's job is to make sure everyone is safe and healthy. It will be our job to make sure no one is injured, even if it would mean risking our lives. And you knew that and still choose this job to help your family," Izuku finished as the flashback ends. Back to present. "It's a hero's job to make sure no one is injured," she mumbled as she let go of the railing, making 13 panics as Achiko flew toward her. She quickly turned off her quirk, giving Achiko the response she wanted. Snapping in her combat mode, she put 13 in an armbar within a second, forcing her on the floor with Aoyama quickly running over and holding her other arm. Achiko used the cuff she had to cuff Uraraka, and Aoyama passed 13 lost. Wow, she got lucky that 13 turned her quirk off, Kaminari said. No, she played it smart, Izuku said, getting confused faces. Are you sure about that? I am sure what she just did was intended. 13 is a rescue hero. Her main focus is to save people, and with her knowledge about her quirk, her only choice was to turn off her quirk, getting now nods of understanding from the students. Sixth fight, Ishido and Kaminari against Nizu. Both of them thought this would be an easy win as it's Nizu they are facing. When the signal was given, both of them jogged at a slow pace whilst talking. This will be easy, Kaminari said. Yep, but I do feel bad. What if he does confront us? I don't want to hurt the little guy, Mina added. As they continued to joke around, their surroundings started to fall apart with buildings crashing all around them. They lost, was all Izuku said. Hey, don't count them out already. All that happened was the building collapsing. Shouldn't you have more faith in your girlfriend? Siro said. I have faith that both of them in time will make great heroes, but they lost this sadly. He is right, dearie, Arji added. How can you be so sure, Izuku? Momo asked. Well, during my training sometimes I would come to UA after classes to get help from Aizawa, and sometimes he was still busy with paperwork, so I would wait in the teacher's room. This is where I first met many of the teachers here, and asked for our autographs, Arji interrupted as she and some others laughed while Izuku rubbed his head. I know Izuku asked Arji at the entrance exam. That was a mistake that didn't happen here. Sorry for the confusion, but he already knew Arji back then, but the rest stayed the same in that time. During that time, one of the first people I met was Nizu, and he asked me to play chess whilst waiting. Not wanting to be rude, I accepted, and I got beaten badly. He finished. So what, you were a kid, so what would that matter? Well, we sometimes still play. Most of the time we play online, but I have never beat him. Not once did I come close. The only time I thought I was close was when he let me take near all his pieces until he had 4 left while I had only lost 4, and even then he defeated me without any trouble at all. After saying this, the message was clear to everyone. Nizu is too smart. Both Mina and Kaminari try to flee inside a building, hoping to be safe from all the falling debris. This was all according to Nizu's plan, who was sitting comfortably in a chair near the gate with a controller near him as he was controlling multiple machines at once. Mina and Kaminari tried getting out, but they found no possible way and time ran out. Ishido and Kaminari failed. The winner is Nizu. As Mina and Kaminari come back, Mina jumps in Izuku's arms with tears running down her face. Sniff, Izu, I lost. Now I won't be able to come to camp with you. Don't worry, Mina, perhaps you didn't fail, or perhaps I won't win either, Izuku said, having Mina still cry and cling on to him like a koala bear. 7th fight, Koda and Jiro will face present Mike. Izuku gave both of them a thumbs up and received a kiss from Jiro. Both of them get towards their exam site that looks like it's a forest. As they enter, they get ready with Koda not saying any words and only nodding. The signal is given and both of them go forward to win this exam. Around 5 minutes of running, they get hit with a massive sound wave that deafened them. They knew the yell was a word or something, but the insane volume of said sound made it unbearable. Then every single minute was a new yell until they had to do something about it, with Jiro trying to cancel it out with a sound wave of her own. Koda, try getting some animals to attack him or something. Jiro tells Koda with him signing at her that he can't with the large sound waves, no animals could get close. Jiro looking at the boulder she is leaning on, seeing an ant. Hey Koda, you can order bugs as well, right? She said as Koda shows the true terror. Are you scared of bugs? She said as she showed the ant again, getting Koda to having a scared face again but nodding. A new sound wave hit them so hard that Jiro's ears started to bleed. Koda sees his friend's ears bleeding and he hates it. Koda doesn't like speaking, so normally he would get bullied for this, but his classmates didn't mind. They still became his friend, and now he is letting his friend feel pain with him having the possibility to help. Forcing himself to go toward the bug, ignoring his fear and ordering the bugs to attack present Mike. Present Mike is getting bored. His fighting style is often boring as he overwhelms most of his opponents, but he is excited for later. He has trained Izuku a good amount of times with his quirk and others, so having the ability to fight him again would be fun for sure. As he doesn't notice all the bugs coming from below the ground as he snaps back, his legs are full with bugs and he gets knocked out by fear, giving both Jiro and Koda a chance to walk through the gate with Jiro within Koda's arms as she was injured and he wanted to help. Koda and Jiro passed the exam. Present Mike lost. 8 Fight Hagakure and Shoji against Snipe. Toru was getting serious. She made a plan with Shoji and she feels confident. They make it toward the exam site and get ready for the exam. The signal was given and both of them ran forward with Shoji being the shield. Shortly after finding a new open area as they see the gate, but Shoji got shot with a RBB bullet right on the shoulder. Toru, seeing her teammate get hit, makes a barrier in front of both of them with Shoji and her running for cover. We need to get close range. We won't win long range, Toru says. Shoji created a mouth with a smile. I have an idea, he says and explains the plan for her. Shoji runs out from cover and rushes forward towards Snipe using his arms as cover, with Toru using her invisibly to move in the opposite direction. As Shoji goes in for a fight with Snipe, Toru takes a long-range position and fires a couple of light beams toward him and then quickly relocated to the other side of them. As Shoji keeps fighting Snipe without hitting him but continuing to take hit after hit, Toru finally got in location, informing Shoji but making a small burst of light. Toru takes her cuff and slams it around Snipe's arm, cuffing him and winning the match. Hagakure and Shoji passes. Snipe lost. As they walked back, Izuku got jumped by Toru on his front, seeing as Mina was still clinging onto his back. Mina, Toru, please get off Izuku, he will need all his strength in his upcoming fights. Momo says as Mina and Toru get off but are pouting. Izuku goes in thought about his matches, thinking of a way to fight 5 of his teachers that are pro heroes. As he gets brought out of his mind by one of his girlfriends that wanted to help, she brought him some food and juice to give him some extra energy and some fuel if the need for Ida's quirk would arrive. 9th Fight Mineta and Zero against Midnight. Before Mineta, when he told the ladies to watch him and he got pulled away by Zero, they make it toward the exam site with the signal giving shortly after. First, they walked calmly toward where they know the gate would be. Mineta cursing about his luck with the ladies and Zero just sighing about his partner. Zero noticed a pink light mist near Mineta, so he quickly wrapped him up, threw him away, but doing so he let himself open for Midnight to open his face mask, making him sniff the pink mist, making him fall asleep. Mineta ran away cursing like a madman about how when Zero fell he brushed against her bosom and landed on her lap with his head. Mineta being hidden, cursing to himself, crying as he thinks about his reason for being a hero. Guys don't become heroes to become cool. Cool guys become heroes, he said to himself. He hears Midnight yell out for him. Come here little boy, we still have fun to have, she sing-songed. Normally Mineta would run right toward her, but he needs to become cool to get the girls, and passing this exam would be the first step towards becoming cool. He placed tape over his mouth and nose to make sure he would not breathe in her mist. Rushing toward Midnight, who swiped with her WHP at Mineta, but he could dodge and used one of his super moves, Grape Rush, and threw a massive amount of ball at her, getting her stuck in place as he ran by. As he got past Midnight, he grabbed Zero and walked through the gate. Mineta passes. Zero and Midnight fail. As they make their way back, Mineta feels good about himself that he passes the exam. As he comes back, he was applauded by Izuku on his win. As they sit down for the final match before Izuku's match. 10th match, Bakugo and Shinso against MT Lady. Both of them got ready for their fight with one thing in mind: win. The signal was given and both Bakugo and Shinso make their way forward. Around 1 minute of walking they meet Yu, who has grown in size to become 4 meters tall. You're finally here, boom boy, she teased Bakugo as Shinso talked. Having such a big head must come in handy if you can change size, he says as Yu puts a finger showing she knows about his quirk. She grabbed a car door that was close to her and she threw it at both of them, getting both of them to dodge it, with Bakugo going in to fight her. As Bakugo attacks Yu, she keeps smacking Bakugo away. She notices that Shinso is trying to get away, so she grabbed Bakugo and tossed him toward Shinso, making both of them fall toward the floor. She rushed back at the car, lifting it and throwing it at them again, making them dodge. Hey Tally, you remember what my gloves do, don't you? He says as he points his gauntlet at Yu and fires it off after telling Shinso to run away, which he did. Yu, thinking quickly, stamped on the ground, cracking it, and made herself smaller as an ant and hides from the blast. Shinso makes it towards the gate but gets stopped again by Bakugo, who was thrown in his direction again. He tried ignoring him but he got stopped by Yu, who jumped in front of him as her 20-meter self. She turned herself back in her normal size as she signals toward him to fight. Want to fight, he says as Yu gets in her fighting stance. Shinso goes in for combat, starting with a right punch that Yu blocked easily and punched him in the gut. Shinso goes with the punch and was able to uppercut her, with Bakugo joining the fight as well with punches and kicks to Yu, who was getting overwhelmed. Thus she grew to 5 meters and started fighting back, now overpowering both of them, but as she punched Shinso he punched him toward the gate, and now with Bakugo holding her busy he had the chance to escape. Bakugo and Shinso pass. Lady losses. Wow, that was good work from both of them, Momo said as they all looked at the fight in awe. Bakugo sure has some skill with fighting, Ojiro added. Sure, but not as good as my honey here, Mina says as she pinches the cheeks of Izuku. The next fight is Izuku versus Ectoplasm. Please make your way toward Gym Gemma. Guess it's my turn now. Wish me luck, Izuku said as he makes his way toward Gym Gemma.